we are capturing, so I'll go ahead and lead us off. So we got the nonprofit allocation panel meeting here on November the 18th, 8:30 a.m. Mr. Hyde, do you mind lead us in an invocation?
Glad to. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you humbly this morning, thanking you for another day. We pray, Lord, that as we go through this day, that we will be models for you. We pray that your blessings and guidance and direction will be upon this meeting. We pray in thy name. Amen.
Amen. Get a approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Recognition of public, I'm not sure. There are any out here. Approval of the minutes of November 16th, 2023. Is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Motion, I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just approve it to the form. I wasn't part of this.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, if you weren't on the committee last year, you can do just what Commissioner Rogers just mentioned. You can approve it, but not. What is it? Approve it to the form? Is
Yes,
that
form, yes.
okay? But all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So we've got election of the chairman for today's meeting. Is there a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Deckard.
Sorry.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Election vice chair, I'll nominate Commissioner Lamberth. Any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Our report of the committee chairman. So, excuse me. I went down to Athens, lost my voice Saturday night for nothing. At least for the first half, it was exciting. First half, and then it was like a different type of screaming the second half. So yeah, so for those new to the committee, we're going to be starting. Each group has about like 15 minutes, and that's the tricky part for my end is to keep everybody on the schedule, right? So we've got two that are assigned at 9 a.m., so we might start a little early since it looks like there's someone already here, so that's good. But I'd like to go ahead. I know there's new folks. Just do a little round of introduction. So my name's Jerry Becker, Commissioner of the 21st District, which is down near Indian Lake Elementary School down the end of that peninsula. So, Mr. Hyde, just do a quick intros.
But it'll be very quick. I'm Merrill Hyde, 20th District, Hendersonville.
Darrell Rogers, County Commissioner, District 5.
Brendan Webster, Sumner County citizen for 47 years.
Got your
I like it.
Yeah.
And just mention, where is District 5, Darrell? It's up there.
That's God's country.
It's
Up
God's-
around South Tunnel and Bethpage, up around through there.
Oh, that's where I am.
Yeah.
And Brandon, you're in what area? What city are you in? You're up in.
I'm in the Hendersonville voting, but Gallatin has a zip code, so it's
Okay.
pretty difficult right in there.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Who pays your water?
It's different. It's different.
Mr. Lambert.
Dylan Lamberth, District 4, which is Portland, Cottontown, and a little bit of Gallatin as well.
I'm Mike Bryan, and I'm not sure exactly. I think I'm on Lindsay Hall Road, so I think that's probably that district, close to South Tunnel.
Okay.
Welcome, this is your commissioner.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm Jessica Allison. I just work for the finance department.
You jest.
Yeah.
You're the most important one here.
I keep everything running in the finance department.
Yeah.
Morgan Green. I live off Center Point Road. I think it's District 17 with Robert Brown.
Okay. Okay. Great. Welcome. Okay. So again, the way this is going to flow today, each group will come in. They'll get assigned. They're assigned 15 minutes. We try to keep it moving even quicker than that at times. But they'll come in. They'll give a little spiel about their organization. If you're not already familiar with it, they'll give a little background of that. Some of them have some handouts and whatever, so you can reference that. Jessica, can you sort of just go through what you've included in the packets here with?
I've included everyone's application. I did not include everything they turned in just because it gets lengthy and a lot of it's just redundant, so it's not
Yes.
really
Thank you.
important. I mean, it's important, but it's not, I included everyone's application, which should give you like a synopsis of what they do and all that stuff. And then I gave either a budget if they provided that, or maybe like some financial statements. But I did try to create this spreadsheet to make it a little easier. Jerry had asked that we, include what they got in years past, and so that's all I've included. But if y'all have questions, I have my laptop so I can pull up what they turned in.
Okay. And so at the end of the day, toward the end of the day, we will, after everyone's presenting, we'll go through there and we'll just put a recommendation of how much money to allocate to each of the organizations. We have, Jessica looked it up, we have 105,000 even is the amount that's been allocated this year for this bucket. And so just as a side note here, if you're looking on this sheet, the fiscal year 2025 request, so, if we just gave everybody what they wanted type of thing, as an example, it is at 144,825. So, we'll be making decisions at the end of the day of how to whittle that down to the 105, but also, as important to note, we don't have to do the full 105 if we don't want to. Last year, if my note's correct, we ended up at a total of 102 even from this committee. I can't recall. So just from a procedural standpoint, this is a subcommittee of our budget committee. So whatever we do today is really, it'll be a recommendation for the budget committee to then pass on to the full commission meeting. And either one of those committees, the budget committee or the full commission, they have the liberty to, with the majority vote, to change the amounts around. But any questions from procedural type of thing? We'll try to maybe take a couple breaks if you need to sneak out for a phone call, or the restrooms are just right out this room, just right down the hall, just right there. I don't know, Jessica, if there's any bottled waters or whatever. What's the plan for lunch?
11:45 to 12-ish.
Okay.
Right after Gallatin Senior Citizens. Somebody from my office is going to pick it up.
Okay. So we'll definitely be breaking for lunch around that time. But it is being, the whole entire meeting, except for our breaks, are being videoed on twice on this owl, and then we've got an overhead camera over here that's also filming us. So just keep that in mind. But ask any questions you want to the presenters, but just keep in mind that we're on a 15-minute slot for each one. Any questions? Okay, we've got a little bit of time. I'm not opposed. Who are you all with? Okay, you all requested to go first. Do you need to wait a little bit, or the two of you all? Okay. Okay, well, great. Well, that's my report, and we'll go ahead and call up the Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center then. And when you come up here, you can just let us know your name and do we need their address, or we just got the organization? Okay.
Thank you so much for letting us go early this morning. We so appreciate that. My name is Laura Steele, and I'm the executive director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm Melissa Meyer. I'm the assistant director to Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center.
Okay. Well, great.
For 38 years, the Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center has been caring for members of our community and here in Sumner County. All are welcome and all of our services are free of charge. So we have 3 primary programs. The first of which is our pregnancy program, where we compassionately care for women and families that are experiencing unplanned pregnancy. Each and every one may have very different and unique circumstances, but each and every one has great value and worth. So that's where we start. We take a whole person approach to caring for them, and that allows her to make a pregnancy plan which is based on worth and hope and support. And we come alongside her with emotional support and excellent information and material supplies and community referrals. And having access to these resources during this time is essential for her. It's a time of stress and life transition, and it helps to reduce maternal anxiety, which in turn leads to better birth outcomes. So from the very first visit that we have with her for years to come, we are there for her, her family, the father of the baby, and his family as well. We truly walk this journey with them. And during this time, there's ongoing mentoring, and there's an invitation to participate in our prenatal and parenting classes. And these classes help prepare them for pregnancy and childbirth. They're taught by excellent physicians, and they volunteer their time, so we're incredibly thankful for that. For those that we're caring for when they're choosing to parent, we continue to educate them on newborn care and healthy sleep techniques and proactive parenting skills. At the end of the classes, we want to honor them by providing them with the essentials that they need for a safe and healthy environment for their baby. So that's a car seat, a pack and play, clothing, diapers, wipes, and many, many other essentials. And so we continue to care for them and provide material and emotional support long-term so that families can experience healing and wholeness. We also have an abortion recovery program where we confidentially and compassionately care for those who've experienced abortion and are seeking help. We also have our sexual risk avoidance program that has been for 34 years educating students who are middle school and high school in Sumner County, educating them on the physical and emotional and psychological impacts of sexual activity outside of a permanently committed relationship while encouraging sexual abstinence until marriage. And each of these presentations is age appropriate for adolescents 6th through 12th grade. Because our pregnancy program, it really is extremely intensive and is at any given time, we're caring for 800 women and men and 400 children. So this is a bulk of where our finances go, where our time goes. But I want to give you a perfect example of why this matters. Too far gone is how Monica described herself when we first met with her. And when she saw a positive pregnancy test, on that day, she was at a crossroad in her life. So either to continue on a life of self-destruction or to change course and choose a life of restoration and healing and hope. So poverty and broken relationships and extreme grief, those have brought a really deep heaviness into her life that she had accepted until that moment. And so a tiny life, unseen by her, but known by God, changed her life. So in that moment of crisis, that's when she received the compassionate care and the excellent information and the essential resources that I spoke about. And this time of equipping strengthened her to step into motherhood. And this crisis care and this ongoing support, it has been a beacon of hope to Monica during a really dark time in her life. And it's been a long time since we first met Monica. But we actually recently got an unexpected visit from her where she came back just to let us know how incredibly grateful she was for the love and support that she received from the CCPC. And she wanted to encourage us to just keep doing what we're doing because this kind of help is life-changing.
She actually said when she drove up, she said, I don't know if you remember the story of the 10 who were healed by Jesus and one came back to thank him. She said, I want to be that one. So I thought that was pretty powerful. So we are a faith-based nonprofit here in Sumner County. We have been serving the community since 1986, free of charge. And we receive no state or federal funding, and that's on purpose. We are absolutely a community-supported organization. As far as impact, in 2023, we served almost 4,200 students in the Sumner County schools through the sexual risk avoidance program, and then in-house 1,135 individuals, unduplicated, so multiple times over and over and over and over, 1,135. And that is primarily, at any given time, 800 women, some men, and about 400 children, because as babies are born, we're still caring for the toddlers from the years before, and so on and so forth. This is really beautiful. 2 weeks ago, a woman drove up, and she had her 14-year-old son in the car, and wanting us to meet him, and she introduced him. He was so kind and so respectful. He called me ma'am. And she said, I just want you to meet him. He wouldn't be here if you guys hadn't been here. She said, I'm working 2 jobs, I'm going to school, and I'm raising a young man. But she emphasized the word man. She said, I thought that was pretty impactful. It was really beautiful. And that actually happens pretty regularly, which is encouraging. Since we've opened our doors, 3,675 babies have been born through the Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center that we know of. So 3,675. If you take all the students at Gallatin High School, Beach High School, and Westmoreland High School combined, that's more than those 3 schools combined. Think about that. Our current operating budget is $1,370,547. $335,000 of that is for capital replacement expenses for this year. We own our own property, and so we have a 10-year plan to keep that place running for sustainability. We have 4 paid staff in our budget. We have budgeted for 6 paid staff. We've been there for decades, and we work extremely long hours, and we need more staff. That's why it's in the budget. But we absolutely love what we get to do, and are grateful that we get to do it. And we're grateful for this community that cares about this community. So thank you so much.
So appreciate you giving all that information up front. You know, and you mentioned that you go into I guess you got programs with the schools, and you go into is it middle school or high school or both? Both. Okay. How do you all, if they're not learning from you there, how are people in the community, you know, learning of your organization? And, you know, if something happens to them, like, how do they even start, I guess?
Our number 1 referral source are people who've been there.
Okay.
And so it's quite a network, kind of underground network in the community of people telling people. It is important that we're in the schools, because that really builds trust over the years, because we go back year after year, and they know that we really care about them.
And do you go to all the schools in Sumner County, or?
All the schools that invite us, which is the majority of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Since the pandemic,
And
that's changed a little bit.
Do you only do Sumner County, or do you reach out to other counties?
99.9% is Sumner County. We do a little bit in Greenbrier, but we really focus on, and anything you see there is Sumner County only.
Anyone have any questions for him?
I missed it. How many babies, or how many people did you say you are served, I guess, in a year? I don't know if you want to talk about this year or
Yeah,
this
so-
year, or.
So last year, just in-house, so not even counting the schools, 1,135.
Okay.
But we only count them once. We care for them multiple
Sure.
times, yeah. And then in the schools, it was over 4,000 in the schools.
And forgive my ignorance, but
It's okay.
you mentioned men that you're helping. What do you do on that
Yeah,
front?
so-
I mean, obviously the women's side is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah,
but-
and majority is women.
Sure.
But any of the guys that want to come and learn and be a part of that, we love that. In fact, that's one of my favorite things. I kind of act like their mom or their grandmom, and depending on how old they are. But you know, a lot of times they're just scared and really just don't know what to do.
Sure.
And so if they are open to just jumping in and really learning how to be a great dad and what it means to do that, they come to our classes. Usually our classes have at least 25% are guys. Yeah, because they want to learn.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
You're very welcome.
I have a question about, in the budget, I believe you told us that your budget sees in the $527,608, that's for your 6 staff? You said you budgeted for 6?
We budgeted for 6 staff.
So that's the budget for 6, and you only have 3 full and 1 part-time at the moment, is
That's
that correct?
Yeah.
So you plan on hiring
We're
soon?
hoping to hire 2 more people.
Bingo.
That's our goal.
Got it. So you need 2 more people.
We've needed 2 more people. It's just trying to find the right people.
That's exactly
Because
right, it's a hard fit.
It's a hard
Hard
fit,
fit.
and it's long hours. It's not an easy job.
No doubt.
Yeah,
There's no doubt.
yeah.
It's in the-
What is your other fundraising that you do, other than this small amount compared to your budget?
Great question. So we always have the Memorial Day Classic on Memorial Day. It's a 1 mile, 5K, 10K. It usually brings in a little over 1,000 participants. It's wonderful. For years and years and years, we've done a banquet. We've really been playing with that a little bit just because of the cost of the banquet versus what it actually nets. And so this year, we're doing some micro events in-house, so it's a lot less expensive, but it's really, we're having our first one tomorrow night, actually. So we're hoping that will do the same thing but cost less, so we'll see how that goes. And then actually our direct mail produces quite a bit of funds, so people care.
Yeah,
And if they really understand what we're doing, they give, so.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
And we're
Thank
pretty
you.
frugal, I'm just telling you.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for what you do, thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
guys so
we
much.
appreciate you.
Anyone have any other questions?
Just a sidebar, I guess, do you see your services growing year after year after year? Obviously, as the population of the county grows, I'm sure, but.
So for us, things have changed, obviously the pandemic
Sure.
affected everybody, but then we had Roe versus Wade get overturned, which people still really don't understand what all that means, even here. And so we've seen, and I won't get into all the minutia, but we've seen obviously in politics, which we are not political, but a lot of misinformation getting out there. And so we're really doing a lot to try to educate the community on what really is. And so chemical abortion has gotten huge in this country. That's where more abortions occur that's the way more abortions occur than anything. And so we're actually, dealing with people who have done that thinking it's no big deal and realizing it's a big deal. And so you've got that. So that's growing more, but also with the availability of that's impacting the pregnancy rates everywhere.
Sure.
And so we're kind of still trying to figure all this new landscape out for us. But the actual walking with doesn't change. It takes years, and it's a lot of time spent with these women and families. So.
Trying to think, any other questions?
We want to keep you on schedule, but we want to answer anything you have.
No, absolutely, I definitely appreciate it. Appreciate y'all coming down. Because you guys got a busy day ahead of you, I guess, is that?
We sure do. We really appreciate you putting us in so we didn't have to cancel any clients. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, well, you all are free to leave. So the process will be, I don't know if you may have heard me earlier, so this is a subcommittee, then it's going to go to the budget committee, the full commission meeting, and then once everything gets finalized and fully approved, then we'll be reaching out to everyone and letting them know the result, whatever. You all are requesting, what is it, 3,500?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we got 2,500 last year, just so you know.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to make sure I was clear on that budget question for the employee expense. That's for 6 people.
That's right,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
And that was
I just
my
wanna make sure I was
question.
clear.
Is that budgeted for 6? You
That's
said it
budgeted
was,
for
I just
6.
wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a great day.
You too.
Great day, thank you.
Praying for wisdom for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And that's for you.
The only thing he said he would get. Thank you, Max.
I'm breaking up the breakfast now.
Yeah.
So they're, just as a background, they, in 2020, well, I guess it's on this sheet too, isn't it, where they
Yeah.
Okay. Last year, they actually requested the 85, and we, in the committee, bumped them from 8,500 down to 2,500. That's just a little background that was not on this sheet.
Well, and I believe if we go back, I think it was because they brought in a sheet that had assets on it,
Mhm.
and it was up there.
Yeah.
It was a lot up there,
Yeah.
you know, but they have a big place,
Mhm.
you know, on Gouth Road they have to keep up with. And I think that's why she said, you know, they've got a 10-year plan of upkeep and maintenance on that place. So, yeah,
Let's try to keep it with interest income is.
that's exactly right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Mhm. So the next one, if they're usually here by now, but the Gallatin Child Care. So Gallatin, last year they asked for 5 and we bumped them up to 75, and they're asking for 25.
Yeah.
Interesting, so.
You know, according to what we have to give and what is being requested, it's going to be very hard to add people to our list. I think we've got to be mindful of that. There's just so much money there.
And one of the things, and I don't know if any of these fit the criteria, but if they're brand new, it's capped at 2,500.
It's like downtown Gallatin is I think the last one.
Yeah.
Yes, that's 2,500. Looks like habilitation and training services in
Yeah.
Rosemont.
Rosemont.
Don't forget the opioid funding.
And that was a question that I had.
I may have put that on there to be aware.
For
Somebody looking for, but maybe we can get into the, opioid funding, just
Yeah.
to compare to what we have and how it works together or whatever. Ma'am?
they may be, if they're with Gallatin Child Care, we're ready for them.
They stuck their head in.
So is there a listing of the opioid
It's just on
funding?
that first column.
Oh, my bad. I was looking down the bottom. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Is anyone with, Gallatin Child Care?
We got Gallatin Child Care is next, but who are you all with? Oh, well, perfect. Come on up. Where's that? Two chairs, is that?
She had pulled them up.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Maybe you sit here.
There you go.
Oh, no, you are.
Welcome, guys.
Good morning.
Hello.
So, yeah, so thanks for coming in. We've got a long packed day ahead of us, so, but yeah, just introduce yourselves, tell us your names, and then go ahead and give us a little spiel about the Gallatin Child Care Center and what your request is.
Okay, my name is Glenda Abel, and I'm the director of the center, and this is
Trina Woodard.
Trina Woodard, I'm sorry. And she's the president or the chairperson of our daycare. I work in the Sumner County school system the whole time my son was in school, and in '91 I came to Gallatin and started working in a child care center that's Gallatin Daycare Center that's been here since the '70s. So I worked for them for 15 years, and they moved out of the building in public housing. So 2006, I opened that center over there. So we're specifically, 51% of our kids can be anywhere from Sumner County that's living in public housing, and the other 49% is just parents that can't afford daycare center at some of the higher cost centers. So we're a nonprofit. Our funding comes from the certificate program, and we also have a USDA food program. And then our parents pay on a sliding scale, so it's according to their income and how many is in their family of what they pay. So we try to keep a scholarship program to help these parents if they have a flat tire and the car tires up, they just can't, pay their fee for that week. So we do as much as we can for each and every family just to meet their needs that they have year-round. We are open year-round. We close the week between Christmas and New Year's, and that's just to give our teachers a reset button so they can spend time with their family. We have fundraisers up until like COVID, and COVID kind of put a stop to everything. We are in the process of having one this year that our goal was 15,000. I think we've a little over 13.5 or 13.8. But I think I had sent information in that our CPA was Glenda Bird, and her son got really sick and he passed away. So we've had to hire another payroll department and another CPA to do our work. He is in the process of having our 2023 audit ready to send out. So I think that's why the audit I sent y'all was 22. But he's working on that as much as he can each day, because he's doing that to help us out without charging us, because he knows that he had to start from scratch of just creating a whole new plan for us. So I entertain any questions that you have. I love my kiddos. The one thing that sets us apart is we have a tool that's called the Brigance. And with that Brigance, it's like a developmental tool that we do with our kids once they've been with us for about 2 weeks, and then every 6 months we do that again. So if we have any underdevelopment children or children with special needs that we can call, like the TEIS developmental people coming in, or Vanderbilt, or try to get them enrolled in the school systems program to meet the needs of trying to get them one-on-one to try to get that development up so that when they start school, they'll be on target. And the progress reports when they start school, the parents bring those back to us, and they still come back to visit with us. And so that is what I'm just most proud of, is that when I do have a child, instead of waiting until they start kindergarten and they're having to, deal with that at kindergarten, then we can do this at 1 and 2 years old. Some of my teachers have been students of mine when we first started. Some of my kids now enrolled are children of those students that used to come. We don't spend any money on advertisement in a city as small as Gallatin. Your reputation, I think, stands alone for that. We try to do the best we can for our teachers to give them as many benefits as we can, because I know y'all know that some of these places like Gap and Amazon, they pay a whole lot more than we can. So you really have to have a love for children to understand that your reward and your benefit is not really that paycheck on Friday, but it's that you are truly making a difference in the lives of these kids. And that's the proof of that is when they do want to come back to our center. And I had a little boy that he graduated from us at 12, and he was on the football team, so he'd ride his bike, but he'd always stop by and get orange juice and some snack before he went to the football game. And then I'll turn it over to Ms. Trina to see if there's anything.
I have no idea what I could add to all that. Except for, I'm Tanya Woodard. I am actually a financial advisor with Pinnacle Bank, and I've been on the board for about 3 years. And we have a board of 8, and we're all fairly active. And I want to make sure that y'all don't confuse us with Gallatin Daycare, because we are Gallatin Child Care off of Hull Street.
That was going to be my first question here. So this is your all's first request for our, okay.
It is. I think when I first opened, I had went to the city, and I was wanting to come here. When I went to the city, they said you have to be open 2 years before you can actually apply with them. And so I think I was just downhearted about that. So I waited my 2 years, and I went back, and at that point in time, they said we're already, supporting a daycare here in Gallatin, so we would not be able to at this time. And then I went to United Way. United Way is the same thing. United Way will only help one daycare center, support one in the city, so they do one in Gallatin, and then they do one in Hendersonville too. So the good Lord up above has kind of pitched in and helped. A lot of the friends and contacts that I've met throughout the years have been supporters, whereas if I needed something, I could call and say, we really need sheets for our mats, or we really need new mats. And so that's kind of where we have been. I was just overjoyed to hear that this opportunity did come up, and that I did get this information. So what I present to you is just, I have a daycare center that's licensed for 58. We're a nonprofit. We strive every day to give these kids what they need, whether it's shoes and a coat or a backpack to start school, or a new bed if they finally, we have so many that are homeless, they get I'm on those little public housing units, that we can help them with furniture, or beds for the kids. So whatever their need is, whenever I go in on a Monday, is what we try to work toward to help them in any way we can.
Does the child care, your child care center and the Gallatin Daycare Center, do they provide just similar, same services?
We do.
Just
I worked for them for 15 years, and they moved out of the building I am in and moved across town to the South Park area. Actually, they moved on James Street at one point in time, so I was the director at James Street for about a year. And I would meet people that say, why you moved out? Because I don't want to drive all the way across town. And the need was just such there in that community and just around to where moms didn't have transportation sometimes so they could walk their kids to my daycare. And so I told my husband, I said, I want to go back. So we took my Visa card and a second mortgage out on my home. And 7 months I didn't get paid, but we got a grant from the Community Foundation. About 7 months after we started, I was able to pay that off, and we've just been digging ever since.
And she's done an amazing job.
Well, I've had a wonderful board that has helped me throughout the years too. Good financial advice, from my CPA, and like I say, Glenda Bird, her son passed away, and just like she didn't even have the passwords to get into our information. But we've got it going. We're good.
How many kids do you run daily?
We are licensed for 50A, but we keep about 42. The state has lowered the ratios several years ago, and then I choose to try to keep 2 teachers in there because if y'all have never worked in a room with 7 toddlers, that second teacher is required. And then if I have a teacher that is absent, then that co-teacher can just pick right on up so that everything is kind of still stable. And yeah.
I have 2 toddlers, and I don't know how people do more than that, so I can't imagine.
Well, they're really good. I worked there Friday.
She did. Now this blows my mind. I had 2 teachers in the same classroom, Mount Tree, so I'll come. I thought, well, you do not know what you're getting.
They were better than my grandchildren.
To be perfectly
That is a good
honest,
board member right there.
They were very well behaved and sweetest, lovingest little children.
We've had people come in like from Memphis, Nashville, Knoxville. They'll come in and they'll say, Glenda, what I don't understand is your kids are so trusting to these strangers. And I said, what I tell them is this is my friend, Miss Trina. So it's like they understand this is my friend, then it's going to be okay. But as long as if she said in the floor that she was surrounded with kiddos, that's just what they need. Because sometimes their mamas leave our job, they're going to a second job.
Yeah.
The kids are dropped off to grandmother, whoever else. A lot of our families are homeless, and so it's just whoever they can stay with until it gets tough, and then they have to move someplace else. So their stability is our center coming in that door, so they know they're going to be fed, they're going to be loved, and they're going to have toys to play with.
And there's always a bag of food that they can always get and take home if they need it at the door.
So you're located over near the city cemetery?
We're located at 445 Hull Circle, right in public housing over there, right in the circle.
I know where
the public, where the public housing is. I think there's just a divider fence between us and Big Jenkins.
This is a very question for Jessica, but it's got previous year awards on it that they said.
That is the other one.
It's, okay,
Yeah, so there was some confusion.
Gotcha.
I'm glad that was gonna be my first, I was looking here and I was going to ask, but you answered before I did ask.
Yeah, we got in 2020 and 21, we got grants from the federal government for COVID. That's the only thing that kept us afloat. There were a lot of centers that had to close up during that time, but we did not have to. And then I think the last grant we got, which was they told us this is it, nothing else, was in December of last year, and it was significantly lower than with the rest of them, but it still helped us. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you so much for all you do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Procedurally, we're a subcommittee, they'll go to the budget committee and the full commission, so once everything gets fully approved, then we'll be reaching out to all of you all and letting you know sort of where we all landed and so far.
Well, I do appreciate the opportunity very much, so.
Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all's time.
Thanks for coming down, y'all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Y'all have fun.
Appreciate it.
It's about like playing with kids.
Yeah, just right out the door.
Yes, sir.
So were they brand new?
Do what?
Were they brand new?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got them confused with them.
yeah, I mean,
Also.
I would have as well.
I thought they were,
Yeah.
So
that
the
same one.
Charlton,
So that was my
the
bad.
Gallatin Daycare Center, I guess, didn't submit anything?
I guess not.
Or is it possible you got both?
No.
Thinking,
She said no.
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 I may have messed up once, but I will not mess up again.
No way.
No, I don't think so.
Alright.
No. But I did think that they were that same one.
Cause the daycare has been requested, they've been here every year.
I know,
So
that's why
it confuses me that they didn't
they
submit
didn't
anything.
submit anything.
No.
Now, I know you're perfect, but,
No, I'm not.
but,
I'm
but
looking back just to.
it was Linda
Yeah.
Boyers is who's been presenting. I remember the name.
Do you know if it's the same person that's running it?
No, I do not.
Sometimes I feel like like it falls through the crack.
Yeah,
if,
they miss it
you
for
know,
that.
Yeah.
If like it's someone else,
Yeah.
almost feel like we should maybe reach out. You know.
Are you with Community Childcare? Okay, if you're ready, we're ready for you.
I'm always ready.
Do we reach out every year to let people know that it's time to do it again?
You have a seat there, and then we're just introduce yourself and tell us about Community Childcare and the request that you're bringing to us today.
I'm Chris Poppendorf, and I've been with Community Childcare for 3 years now. We've had a fun go with the last 3 years, but the first year, it's kind of like I had cancer and we dealt through that, but even with that, I only missed 15 days of work, which I felt was great, so.
That's awesome.
Showed up every day because I was like, I'm new
Good for
here,
you.
and
Yeah.
parents need to see me. Oh, there were days they sent me home early, but I showed up anyway. And in those 3 years, we have totally redone so many things. We brought in the staff. Starting pay was like 11 when I got there. We're now at 17 an hour. So we've upped it. We've been able to budget and up it and cut in some areas so we can provide more for them. So we have a better stability of staff than we did have. We provide all their dental, all their vision insurance at no cost, an FSA card at no cost. We can't provide health insurance because we can't afford it. But we do pay for the doctor in Hendersonville that charges a monthly fee. And then you can just go. So we do pay that for all the staff that's interested. So we've done that to kind of up the staff and keep them in place and take care of them as much as we can. As far as for the kids, we, provide many of the same things that Gallatin does. We have a lot of kids with behavior issues. We get a lot of the foster family children, and we get a lot of kids from, over 70% of ours are poverty, and the rest are pretty much in that Atlas level. So they're kind of like right there, just not able to afford. But we do things like a lot of our kids are still in fight and flight modes because I could tell stories upon stories, but like one little girl's dad came in and told her one weekend that she was too bad and he didn't love her anymore, and he walked out and never came back. So when those happen, the kids are still in that mode of running when they think anything. And we had like one little boy whose mom had been in rehab and running. So what we do is we work with him to then get him to, when he ran out of the room, to at least run to my office so we knew he was safe and not trying to go out the door. Now he doesn't need me, which is kind of heartbreaking too, because he goes to his class and he never runs to me anymore. But we've been able to get him secure enough. So I tell my staff that curriculum is great, but it's only as good as the kids feel safe. So if their day needs to be no curriculum and you just work on those relationships and let them know you're there, then that's what we do, which is why I showed up on those days that I was sick. It's because that's so important for those kids to see you're going to be there. You're not going to be one more person to walk out on them. And so many of ours have had that happen. We do provide, like, we've been able to give over the last 2 years, well, last year, I think we gave $32,000 in childcare credits. So we get the funds if we can. We don't just give it as a handout though. We typically ask the parents to pay your fee for the month, and then like the 4th week we'll credit. Because we don't want to just do the handout and say we're just going to do it, because the goal is that they learn to pay that bill, and then we'll do it. Now when we say that, a lot of our parents literally have a 0 copay through the state. And so with, I don't know if you have vouchers throughout the state, with most centers, if you get a voucher through the state that pays, say, for math purposes, say $100, and that center charges $300. The state's paying $100, but that center typically charges the parents the other $200. So the parents are still getting their discount. Whereas for us, if it says the parent has a 0 copay, they don't pay us anything. So a lot of our families will pay $20 a week or nothing. And then we have some who do pay more, but if they're getting vouchers, I think the highest rate that any of our voucher family pays is $90 for 2 kids. Then we have a sliding scale for the other families as well. So they have a sliding scale. Usually if they're at our top tier, we base our scale on the top tier matches what the state pays us, so that they're not paying more than what the state would pay. A lot of ours at the top tier is simply because they won't turn us in the information we need to, you know, we're like, give us your pay stubs for everybody in the household and how many people, and if they don't give it, they're gonna fall in that top tier, and you can, unfortunately, only ask so much. And so we keep telling them, bring it in, and at any time through the year, we'll reduce it if they bring it in, or if their income changes, they can come in and we'll reduce it if it needs to be. Food and stuff, of course, we provide. We do things like drives right now. We always have a diaper drive, and so that is so that the parents hopefully don't have to provide diapers for us any more than they have to. Whatever we get in goes to be used at the center. I know this month we're doing a shoe drive. The goal is to get every child a new pair of winter shoes, puzzles, books, everything like that. Parent gifts at Christmas. We get, of course, all the kids are adopted out for Christmas that need it, and then we definitely work on getting gifts in for them to provide for their families too. So we want to work on those relationships with the family, not just you're here 8 hours and you're gone. We really want to work so that they're building that. And I spend the majority of my days meeting with parents and kind of coaching them on certain ways that they can try different ways of disciplining. I don't like to say training them, but teaching them different skills and different ways and different opportunities. What questions do y'all have? Because I can go on all day.
Yeah, so it says in 2023 you served 207 children?
Total, yeah.
Okay. How many do y'all at one given time, like what's your capacity or whatever?
Our capacity, so our license says 165. I'm going to tell you, I did the math. There is no way I can fit 165 kids in that building under any circumstance. 147 is the max I can fit in the building. We left the number in case we get to expand. I don't have to re-go through that. We budget on 119. We consider ourselves totally full at 128. We like to keep spots open for Grace Place because we get some of their families and foster families or any emergency situation. So we keep it low enough so when those come in, we don't have to say we don't have a spot. We average right now, because we're coming off of all the kids going to kindergarten, we're still at like 110 because it takes several months to build back from that. And usually after January is when you see that biggest enrollment because of the holidays and everything.
Okay, so average, I've heard your average
Average
is
about
about
110, 115 is our average.
Okay. Good.
Is it similar to the Gallatin childcare that was just here, parents pay a sliding scale or whatever it is?
They do. They pay their scale. Their payments are due on Mondays. We don't let them get a week behind. If they're a week behind, I do deny entry because they're not paying us as much as everywhere else. And it's like, if you can't pay me $20 on time, you're not going to be able to pay me $40 on time. Especially when we have a fund set aside where they have a hardship, they can come and talk to us and we can offset that too.
Yeah.
So part of that goal is to help the parents take some responsibility as well.
Can you talk about your partnership with Grace Place?
Yeah, so Grace Place, they call us every time they have a family that needs childcare right now. They'll call us and they're just like, pretty much the call goes, hey Chris, I've got a family that's got 2 kids, you got a spot? And I'm like, yeah, come on, or this is what we need. Usually Grace Place, then if their voucher's not in for that family, Grace Place pays me. And then as soon as we get the funds from that voucher, we reimburse Grace Place.
Gotcha, okay.
That funding. And then, so they call me if anything, and then I'll call them if there's anything that they need to know. You know, or if I have any openings, or if somebody's been on my list and I'm unsure, whatever. So we kind of work together to make sure it works for both of us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much, definitely appreciate it. And just from a process standpoint, we've got a packed day, but then we're a subcommittee of the budget committee, so then the budget committee will review it, and then the full commission. And then once everything's officially approved or whatnot, we'll get back to everybody and let them know where we stand.
Okay. We will wait to hear from
Well,
you.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great day.
No problem. Yeah, have a good one.
All right, you too.
Mayor, I told Daryl that we were running 7 minutes ahead of schedule, so we may need to talk to the commission efficiency ad hoc.
This is very unusual.
I don't know what to do.
Other variables within our.
Maybe we need to get some of these people on the commission.
I don't like where you're going with it. My wife said, how long are you gonna be down there? And I said,
All day.
I will see you. I said, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
And tonight.
Come on up. You Grace Place, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're running a little ahead of time. Do you, if you need to wait 5 minutes, we can. If not, we're ready for you.
I
I'm
feel
ready
like
for
Dee is
you.
always ready to talk about
Okay.
Grace Place. There's
All right.
I am.
So yeah,
Y'all
so
always
just
have to cut me off.
so yeah, just introduce yourself. Tell us about the organization and your request for us today.
Sure. Grace Place, well, I'm Danae Schman-Cleve, I'm the CEO of Grace Place. Grace Place is a nonprofit that serves Sumner County, all of Sumner County, with single mothers and children who are experiencing homelessness. And our program is designed from start to finish to take a family all the way from crisis to stability. So it's very robust. Families can be with us anywhere from 12 to 18 months usually. The work is tough for sure for them. It takes a lot to take a family from no transportation, no employment, no childcare, all the way to having all those things. But we rose to the challenge, we rise to the challenge, and our families rise to the challenge, and we have an 87% success rate of our families remaining independent once they've graduated. So we're also expanding in a huge way. We bought 4.5 acres a couple years ago in Hendersonville, and we're building 43 homes and an education center on that new campus, and we broke ground in August. So we're super
Where is
excited.
that located? The new.
It's on 126 New Chapel Island. Do you know where the old Coppage House used to be? It's that property
Okay.
across from John Deere.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so the request is, you know, I'm actively pursuing, obviously, capital revenue for the expansion. So it's just really important that the ministry is able to maintain its operating support through this huge transition that we're making. So you look so familiar to me.
Rotary.
Are you in Rotary? Okay. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
What's the timeline on the new campus?
12 to 18 months.
Okay. It seems like you had mentioned that last year, so it's been in the works for a while, but it just broke ground in August.
Yes.
Okay.
And right now we're waiting on another permit
All right.
from the city.
Not shocking.
Don't ask me how I am.
Have we given you money already?
Yes, yes, I've received, I believe Grace Place has received a Sumner County grant for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
4 years in a row.
Seems.
Ever since they brought it back.
Did the commission give you 100,000?
Do they do that?
Yes.
Okay, no, they haven't, but I will definitely ask you more questions about how I can help.
I will turn in something for that.
Someone mentioned to me that you had received some money from the commission.
No, Grace Place has not.
Okay.
I don't remember.
I did not either, but I want to get that clear.
Well, I am glad that you cleared that up.
Gee, the Grace Place Women's Alliance, what is that?
Okay, so the Grace Place Women's Alliance was initiated in 2016 with the focus of baby boomer generation women love to gather. They love to have fellowship. They also are the more, if you look at a marriage, usually the woman is going to be the more charitable person. So it was very, very strategic in developing that alliance. But they all pay $1,000 a year to be in that alliance, and that money is pooled together, and those women get to vote on how those funds are used every year. And so we're over 160 members now.
Wow.
And then their husbands decided to get competitive. So now we have officially 25 founding fathers of our Grace Place Men's Alliance, all with the goal of getting to where the women have been in way less time. So
And it's just for your
just
organization?
exclusive to Grace Place, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So that's been really fun to see, it, for men to get excited like that and want to compete like that. And they do all the work. That's what's wonderful about the alliances. They have committees within themselves that take care of all their events, take care of all their recruitment. So it's really something that Grace Place just gets to receive the benefit of. And they all serve and work. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing to see what the Women's Alliance has turned into, and then the men getting excited. So.
So in keeping with the groundbreaking in August, what is the housing? What's the number in housing? What's happening there?
Right. So do you mean like as far as the need?
How many people will be in the housing? How many units will you have?
First phase is going to take care of all of the land purchase, all of the site work so that the whole campus is pad ready, the education center, and then 10 cottages is what will be first. And then as we continue to raise revenue, finishing the campus will be a lot easier. First of all, once we're up, the momentum of people being able to see that is going to be huge. But also it'll be pad ready, so somebody can come up and be like, oh, I want to finish this pod of 7 cottages. Oh, I want to, you know what I mean? Seeing something that is that close to being done, I think will put a lot of momentum. So I'm not expecting the whole thing to take longer than 5 years.
And ultimately, it's
Short-term stop, I'm assuming, the housing piece, that's like a short-term stopgap, and then with the hope that
So
maybe-
we have our crisis and stability program, which is what we run right now, what we've always done. But the original vision was to always have this transitional piece too, which would not just get a family to stability, but actually set them up to experience economic mobility, which is a much harder task when you're
Sure.
taking families from crisis. So in this campus, we're gonna have 13 of our homes are gonna be this same program we've always run. But then 30 are gonna be for the mom. She's not necessarily homeless, but she's in a certain income gap where she cannot make headway, and she's one emergency away from being there. So our families who, once they're stable, can transition into one of those 30 houses, or it will be open with a different eligibility criteria for women in the community who fit that. But they can stay there for 2 to 4 years. And the goal is to give them the option. They can either trade, they can finish some type of trade. I love to share, one of our moms from our first 2 years of operating is now a master electrician. And she's killing it. I mean, like, it's just wild to know her now and know her whole story before too. But we want them to be able to do that, or they can do like a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. Or one of the other things is they can save up for a down payment on a home. But another pathway I'm going to introduce is actually save up money to invest in their own entrepreneurship type business. And the point of that is those families are then, they're building and they're acquiring some type of asset, which, I mean, we can talk about poverty in America all day long, but the one known thing that changes that generational cycle, that is research and statistically proven, is acquisition of some type of asset. So we want our families to acquire that while they're with us, before they leave.
And how long is typically the program?
I always like to
On
set
average.
it depends on, so there's 3 major things that we identify when a mom comes in. Does she have employment? Yes or no? Does she have transportation? Yes or no? Does she have reliable childcare? Yes or no? If a mom comes in and it's no for all of that, and add on that they might have legal issues that are wrapped up in them even having a driver's license, and add on top of that, mom might be pregnant. So for that specific mother, our program is going to take every bit of 18 months. I mean, that's just how long it's going to take to make sure that when they leave, they can sustain independence. But we had a mom just recently who came in with no transportation,
no employment, no childcare. She had never had any of those things. And she didn't have any kind of legal issues though, but she finished the program in 4 months.
Dang.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, she's killing it. I
She's
mean, so,
serious.
yeah, one of the things that was unique to her, though, is that we had a donated vehicle that we were able to give to her from a donor, and so that reduces the time that they're in our program by usually about 12 to 16 weeks. So every time something can be very simply resolved, it
That
really
makes sense.
shortens the time that they have to be there, so.
Gotcha.
How do these moms find out about you?
You know, the biggest way they find us is on Google. They just Google women and children's shelters, Sumner County. That's the number one way, which surprises me, you know, but that is the number one way. And then the other way that they find us is we partner with a lot of other agencies who, even if we don't work directly together, they can identify if a mom has housing issues, you know what I mean, and then they refer the family to us. We also get a lot of referrals from the Board of Education, you know, because the children are in the schools, so.
Is there like a waiting list, I guess, or how's that
So
work?
we don't really use the terminology list. We usually use like a pool would be more accurate. In 2023, we finished the year with 506 requests for assistance. This year, we're outpacing that number. And we can serve 12 to 15 families a year in our current capacity. So that gives you an idea.
And what was the 500? What was it?
Six.
Was it families?
Yes, single
You
mothers
can
and children.
serve how many?
We can serve in this current, that's why we're expanding. In our current model, it's only 12 to 15 families a year. Because
12
it's
to
long-term, we don't
15.
want to be a Band-Aid. We've only got capacity for 5 families. So in our new expansion, we'll be able to serve 60 to 75 families over a year's time.
With 506 requests.
Last year.
Wow.
And we're outpacing that. So the types of needs have changed, and that's something that I'm trying to raise a lot of community awareness about. It used to be, you know, our program, the way that we run it right now, is designed for the family that's marked by generational poverty. I mean, that is what our population has traditionally been. But in the last 3 years, as we all know, there's been a huge shift in our market. And so the types of phone calls that we're getting now, which make me very excited about the expansion with that additional program we're gonna add, is the normal single mom who's been here for her whole life, works, has even a college education, and she cannot afford her lease renewal. And so they try. We don't, you know, it's not something that happens immediately. They try, they stay in that, they try to figure that out, but then eventually the bottom is falling out with a lot of just women who did not grow up in generational poverty. They just cannot afford the cost of living, the cost of housing and rent here in Sumner County. So that has been really sad to see such a huge shift. Because that mom doesn't necessarily need to come to our program and work our whole program the way that a mom who has been, you know, marked and raised.
You have different routes that they can go
Right.
within the program.
Yeah, and our expansion is very prepared for that, to be able to help. But our current program, we've had to really adapt and adjust.
How long have you been with Grace Place? I know it's been a few years.
I am the founder,
Oh, so a couple of years.
yes.
What
2014.
is the percentage of people you serve outside Sumner County?
Very, very minimal. So there have been times when we would have like an opening and we would go through all of our Sumner County applicants first because they get priority. And so then in the event that has happened, and I would say, I mean, that's probably happened under 10 times in the 10 years we've been operating. The next county that we give priority to is Robertson because they're our sister county and Robertson has nothing like what Grace Place offers. And so, yeah, it's been very rare. And I can even say that the percentages between Hendersonville and Gallatin are neck and neck. We have some families from Portland, some from Westmoreland, but of course, with the populations of these two cities, the vast majority of our families are from either one.
Can you briefly explain the application process? Like, how do you prioritize who gets the
Right.
assistance?
So Grace Place is, we are a voluntary program. We don't work with any kind of like probation to meet any kind of probation or any kind of sentencing. We do have an online application. We try to make it as simple for our families to access that as possible. And then from that point, within 24 hours, we reach out. There's like a very initial phone screening that our families go through, and that just checks basic eligibility. And then if that is fine, then they would move on to an in-person interview. They interview with our program manager, then they interview with me. And then we do background checks, and we are a sober living community, so we do random drug and alcohol, but definitely upon intake. And so that's kind of the process. Now, we have turned that process around in as little as 2 days. You know, if we have an opening and we can work that fast, we will. Because the reality is, mom and kids are in cars often, and we don't want that to go on another night if we can avoid that. So, and we also have, you know, there's numerous partnerships throughout the community that might be able to cover a hotel room for a certain amount of nights to get that, until that process is able to be completed, so.
Do you find that most of your 500 that are on the waiting list, and then you go down through Sumner County, if someone from Robertson County applies, do you find that most of the time the reason why they do not fit is because of the drug screening?
Oh, no. No, actually, the biggest, so if they are unable to pass a drug test when they contact us, we require them to go to a 28-day rehab program.
Okay.
And then they can come to Grace Place.
Gotcha.
So, and you know, it's pretty special when we see, because a lot of times you don't feel like you're gonna hear from that mom again,
Sure.
but then, you know, we'll have one, I'm coming out of rehab in 2 days, their case, and we're like, okay, you know, okay, that's great that you did that. Because we can get them to all of their recovery meetings. Grace Place has a 7-day-a-week transportation service, so we can make sure that they are able to participate in a full recovery program while they're with us, and we encourage that, and we want to embrace the recovery community.
Right.
About 45% of our mothers who come into our program have a history of some type of substance abuse.
Right.
Yeah.
My apologies to you. I just got a text from the commissioner that had given me information incorrectly. It was another organization, so I want to know she did not get money.
Well, now I'm jealous, so.
Do you think affordable housing is the biggest thing facing the moms that you're seeing right now?
Oh, for sure. Affordable housing is the #1 cause of homelessness across the entire nation. It used to be, you know, we used to be able to say, well, it's mental illness. Well, no, it's just simply not. The facts do not support that. It is a lack of affordable housing. And that's not exclusive to Sumner County.
Sure.
It is a nationwide crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
One other quick
go
question. Are there any, like, I'm just envisioning these host homes.
Uh-huh.
Do you have people that say, hey, they can come stay here for 2 weeks, or
No.
if somebody's in crisis? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that something that you would entertain? Or is there a mechanism in place for?
I think
for
that
to work?
healthy boundaries in this work are really important, and I don't know that I would advise somebody to take a family into their home without a lot more information than
Yeah.
could be gathered in that time frame.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think it's way better stewardship and way safer and even healthier for all parties if we stick to like providing hotel rooms where they can still maintain some autonomy and separation from families.
Cool, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for your time. We've got a full day, and then this is a subcommittee. You've done this before, but so it will go from our committee, the budget, the full commission, and then once everything's officially approved, Jessica will be getting back to everyone with where everything stands.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much.
Absolutely. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Too. Historic downtown.
That's a new request.
Yeah. Did you find anything on the Gallatin?
I'll look back in my deleted, my sent, my inbox. Looks like the last time I talked to Miss Boyers was in January when she requested funds from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Nixon, is that the Nixon appliance thing?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll know when I see her. That gets. I thought the chamber did all the third Thursdays. You know,
I don't know. What they've got? Do they have
47 arms that reach out.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, and then there's some.
Yeah, those were
Used to. I
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there's, somehow they fall into a different category. I don't know what exactly. Because they're not on,
What?
Better not to say it, probably.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember. This person.
Hmm.
Come on in. Come on in.
Hey, are you Amy?
I am.
Okay, with Gallup, the historic downtown?
Yes.
Okay. You've got two people, here's another chair. And, yeah, just introduce yourselves.
How are you?
Good.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
introduce yourselves, and, why you're here and what the request is, and we'll probably have some questions for you.
Okay, I'm Amy Nixon, and I'm the fairly new executive director at Historic Downtown Gallatin, and we also run the Palace Theater.
And I'm Randy Peterson. I'm VP on the board. Just here to help support.
Yeah, so we are, we were put in the grant request to purchase some sound equipment for the theater. We're the oldest silent movie theater in the state of Tennessee, and we do have obviously sound equipment for our, Dolby Digital for showing movies, but we don't have sound equipment for bands that come in and play shows, or school groups that come in and do plays and things like that. So people always have to bring in their own sound equipment, which is kind of cumbersome, and I think that it limits the kinds of acts that we can bring in. So our goal is to, as an organization, is to really just maintain the vitality of our downtown. We want to bring people in so that they stay and shop and eat. And with that, we would like to bring in really, quality acts and things like that. And it's hard for us to do that when we don't have the sound equipment. Randy can speak to the sound equipment a little bit more.
That's absolutely been the case, because you have to hire outside companies, and then the room becomes exponentially more expensive for the act to hire out sound, whereas we could actually charge more for the room and be less than what people are having to spend now to come in.
I see you said you received $2,500 from Walmart.
We did,
Okay.
yes.
What is the, what's the total amount for the sound
The
system?
total is, let me get it out here, and I can pass this around.
Yes, we found out sound systems are very expensive.
So the Palace Theater, I live over in Hendersonville, so is it on the square down there?
It is on the square, yes,
Okay.
and the total is about 35,000. I can pass out these.
Okay. Oh.
This is quotes from Signal, which is a sound system installation company. One quote, has it got both quotes in there?
Just the lower one.
The lower one, okay, so this is for a ground stack sound system that we could move around, also use for our events.
Is the city of Gallatin themselves, or have they given you money, or you're?
They usually, we apply for their community enhancement grant, and they do give us money each year, yes.
Okay.
You'd be sales tax exempt, correct?
Yes, correct.
Is the Palace Theater the only thing that you guys are working with right now, or do you have?
Well, our nonprofit owns that building, and so we book all the shows and things like that.
Sure.
But we also, we put on a lot of events with Historic Downtown Gallatin, so Square Fest, Main Street Fest, those are our events. This year is the first year that we're doing a Merry Little Christmas on the square, so that'll be our Christmas market. And then we do Third Thursdays.
You guys do that? I
We
thought the
do.
chamber did. Okay.
What's Third Thursday?
Third Thursday is, every third Thursday in June through September, there's a live concert on the square in Gallatin.
Okay.
And then we have a Christmas movie series and a kids movie series in the summer. Those are our big events that we're known for.
Do you still rent out the theater?
We
Like-
do. And so when shows book, they actually are renting the theater. So the bands are paying to rent the theater, and then they're responsible for selling their own tickets. That's how we.
Sorry, I just meant like, I rented the theater once for like
Oh,
a
okay.
date night, and it was the best date we've ever done.
Oh, awesome.
So I didn't know if you could still do that.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Kids have birthday parties there. I mean, we do a range of different things there. We had a wedding proposal there this year. So.
Are there any other fundraisers to try to raise this 35 grand?
So we also applied for the Meta Technology Grant, and certainly we're going to be working to try to raise the funding to do this. We just feel like it's important. So, yeah.
Okay. Is this holding you back for things?
I think it's holding us back from booking the kinds of shows that we would like to book. So we get a lot of smaller scale, we get Elvis impersonators and people like this, which, I mean, it's good to have a place for those people, but they're not filling the seats. We're not making or reaching our goal of bringing people into downtown with those shows. Yeah.
Right.
What would be the first gig if you get this, this sound system? Who would book in first?
I would honestly try to get Chapel Hart back immediately.
Yeah, we had Chapel Hart, and that was amazing. That was like our biggest
I did
show
them
in the
on my
world.
sound system, and it was okay.
How many people came to that?
It was full.
It sold out.
Oh, wow.
Sold out.
Yeah.
So did they bring their own gear?
No, I brought in gear for
Oh,
that.
you
I'm a
brought
sound
in.
engineer and
Oh,
musician,
okay.
so I brought in my gear, but it really wasn't enough for their
Sure,
act.
yeah.
They needed 16 more inputs and
Yeah.
just more bass.
When you sell it out, how many people does that mean?
There's 198 seats in the theater. We did have people standing in the back, which I don't know if we were supposed to do that, but we did.
It's up to the police department.
Yeah.
All right, anyone have
So
any?
this equipment, does it go inside, outside, or is it gonna be stationary? Like in the theater, or are we looking at weather damage if it rains and?
It'll be stored in the theater for sure and 90% used in the theater. If we use it outside, it will be in non-rain conditions.
We wouldn't bring it outside for a third Thursday if it was gonna rain. And typically, like third Thursdays, those get moved inside to the theater if it rains.
Right.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, just from a process standpoint, so we're a subcommittee of the budget committee, so we'll be passing on our recommendation to them and then on to the full commission. And then once everything's fully approved, then Jessica will be reaching out to everyone, just letting everyone know where we stand. So.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, thank you so
All
much.
right.
We
you guys for
appreciate
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Recovery court's here.
You wanna, you ready to roll? I know you're early, our 10 o'clock's not here, but if you're ready, we'll go ahead and take you.
I'm ready.
Absolutely. How you been doing?
Doing well, Staying busy for a retired guy.
Well, yeah, just for those that may not know you, to go ahead and introduce yourself and why you're here and what the request is, and we'll
Oh,
go from
okay.
there.
All right. My name's James Hunter. I'm retired General Sessions Judge here. I was judged 19 years, was one of the Recovery Court judges. Judge Jones and Judge Wheatcraft started the program around 2001. I came in 2003. This last week we had our 40th graduation. We do 2 a year, and when they first started, it took 2 or 3 years to have a graduation because it didn't have that many people in the program. But now we do 2 graduations a year, and we had our 40th graduation. We graduated this time 15 out of recovery court, 7 out of DUI court. There were some in mental health court. I don't remember how many were in mental health court. They do that graduation separately. Judge McCormick wanted to separate that graduation, so she does that at a different time, although it is part of recovery court. So just to give you a brief description, I know many of you know about recovery court. Y'all have been here a while and know what we do, but Recovery Court is a county program through the court system. People with alcohol and drug addiction can be placed in this program through the recommendation of the DA, and the judge has to approve it. It is in general sessions court and also out of criminal court. Our program is a little different than most programs. Most are either in general sessions or criminal court. Most actually are out of criminal court, but when Judge Jones and Judge Wheatcraft started the program, they thought it would be more economically feasible to put the two programs together, and it is, and it's worked great. It's worked really well. We generally have anywhere from 60 to 70 in the program. That's about, well, we just graduated some, so they'll be out of the program, but we always have new people come in. I would say they probably have around 50 right now, but it will soon be back up to 70. They are in the program generally out of general sessions no less than 18 months. Out of criminal court, they can be there for many years. I think the longest we've kept anybody is about 4 years. Their sentences are longer and they're able to keep them longer. It just depends on how well they do. We send everybody to treatment right off the bat. We, through our nonprofit organization, I'll tell you about that in a minute. Through the nonprofit organization, we have an intensive outpatient program. And if the person coming into our program has already been to treatment, we may send them to the outpatient program to see if that works for them. If there are relapses, we can always send people to the IOP program or back to inpatient treatment. But once they're in the program, they're out of treatment, they have classes we give. These are all designed by the national experts, PhD type people that are experts in alcohol and drug recovery. We use those kind of classes. We have certified teachers to teach these classes. They go to classes about 3 times a week. They're drug tested 3 times a week. They have many different contacts with their case manager throughout the week. One thing we started just a few years ago, we're trying, one of our goals is to provide housing for all of our participants. We're about halfway there. We rent houses. Last year we got a grant from the state mental health department. All recovery courts are under the state mental health department. We got a grant, bought a house, added on to it, and so we now own that one property. This year we've applied for a grant. It's a very large grant. It's through the Department of Mental Health again. They told us last year they were very happy with what we did last year. We're one of the few that got that grant that were able to complete the grant. Many of the programs that got that grant are still working on that, and they haven't completed it. But we got ours done, got the house built, got people in it, and they said, y'all need to apply again, and this time go bigger. So we're going bigger. We're asking for a very large grant to build some apartments in Gallatin. The spot we have is over on Dorothy Jordan Avenue. Used to be an old beer joint over there. The city's trying to clean up that area. We're going to tear that building down if we get the grant and build about 12 apartments. So if we get the grant. But we provide, you have to understand the people that come in this program. They've hit rock bottom. They have nothing. They're all in poverty. They have no job. Families kicked them out, won't have anything to do with them, or their family is also on drugs and they can't help them. And we don't want them back in that environment again. And we have seen that they do so much better if they live in our housing. They can even stay in our housing once they finish the program if they need to. So we have an alumni association. Those guys are doing great, and they are great mentors for people that are in the program. Many come to faith in Christ. while they're in this program. This last graduation, we let the graduates speak, and I have not heard that many people, not that many graduates in one class say they were baptized and have come to believe. So, the money that we're seeking from you, whatever amount, we're greatly appreciative of anything we can get, but what we use this money for, we provide transportation, because none of them have a driver's license, or very few of them do. They don't have a vehicle. We use the money to help them get their license, and most of them have lost their license due to a DUI, or they have not been able to pay court costs for criminal cases they've had, and that's pretty expensive. So we have a program to help them get these things paid, get a driver's license, get a vehicle, get insurance, so they're like regular people. We now, because we've been so successful with our program, we now have employers that call us to see if we have anybody that needs a job. They know they're drug tested. They know we provide them transportation. They are going to show up for work. They know if that person gets in trouble at work or does something wrong, we're going to deal with it. We have control over them because they're all on probation still. We can put them back in jail if we need to. We can do other sanctions about starting over in the program or going back and doing some other classes. We can do many different things. We have really total control over their lives. Now, some of them, when they first come in, don't like this, but after they've been there a little while, they do like it.
Yeah.
They like
Yeah.
the structure.
Like the military.
They like the discipline. You know, we buy them clothes. Most of them don't have clothes much other than what they had on when they went to jail. We provide that. You know, we're always getting grants for different things. Most of the grants we get are for specific things. So private donations and a charitable donation like you would give, we use for these general expenses is primarily what we use them for. And it's, you know, Uber has gotten so expensive. We paid for Uber a lot. So recently we got a grant from the county opioid committee, and we bought a 12-passenger van. And I drove that van from the dealership over to the courthouse. I felt like I was in the presidential motorcade. I mean, this van is nice. It is nice. And now we can provide them transportation at no cost to us other than buying the gas and paying the insurance on the van. And we have a couple of part-time drivers. So we have cut some costs there, which is very helpful, very helpful. You know, what we use money for, basically, it's whatever they need that's a benefit to them to get on their feet, to get back to work. We have a family program called Celebrating Families. This, I think, is one of the best things we do. It started with a grant. This grant was offered to several different recovery courts in the state. We were the only program that was able to implement this program. It took an awful lot of work to get this up and going because we had to have people trained to teach the classes. And it took an awful lot of time and effort, and we had one of our employees kind of took this on as a project, and he did an unbelievable job. They meet over at the Episcopal Church out on Hartsville Pike. They kind of took us in. We went and met with them. They agreed to sponsor us. So they meet there. This is a 16-week program for people in the program that their family comes, whatever family they got left that will have anything to do with them, including children. They have classes for the adults. They have classes for the children. We provide a meal. It's one time a week. We do it for 16 weeks, once a year. That grant is over, but we are now doing that ourselves because it's such a good program. But let me back up with that. That's not exactly right. I say we're doing it ourselves, we are, but we got a grant from the state opioid committee that provides us money to help keep that program going. It wasn't specific, that grant's not specifically designed for that class, but it allows us to use money for those type things. So we are using that money to help keep that class going. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
I would like to say this, Judge, before anyone else, for those that don't know you as well, but I will tell you, this gentleman here has the compassion and the heart of, best heart of any judge that I have known in Sumner County. He has a wonderful wife. His mother taught for years.
I do agree with that.
His mother taught for
That's why he said that.
his father was the county attorney, Preacher Hunter.
He was.
When I first came to this county decades ago, he was the county attorney and spoke with authority. If Preacher spoke up and said something, the commission would be turned immediately in the direction that Preacher was going. But I just commend you for the endeavor that you've had with this organization. But I want to follow that up with a question just to get it cleared out. This opioid fund has, they have some deep pockets.
They do.
So would they be able to help you on a continuing basis?
Well, the opioid money is supposed to be a continuing grant for 18 years, the way it originally started out. Now, there's a big question mark there. Some of the pharmaceutical companies have filed bankruptcy, and whether or not they'll be able to fund what was originally set out, nobody really knows. I think that there's another county opioid grant available right now. I think the deadline's the end of this month. And hopefully we'll be able to apply for that. Have I got a minute? Can I?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, one of my goals is to make this program financially self-sufficient so we don't just live and die off grants. We've got 3 things going right now. If all 3 of these things happen, we will be very, very close to being financially self-sufficient. And whether all 3 will happen, I don't know. But this is what they are. One is, I've explained, are these apartments. If we can build the 12 apartments, we put they're 1 bedroom, put 2 people in each one, that's 24 people. If we don't get the apartments, what we will have to do is, if we continue putting people in the program and want everybody in housing, we would have to rent a house somewhere. And they're out there, you can rent them. And we try to get 8 people in each one. But to rent a house for 8 people is going to cost you in today's world about $2,500. And that's where our rent is going. We have a really big house right now. We have 8 people in, and our rent is $2,000 a month this year, but starting in January, it's going to $2,500, and they're all going to be there. That's $7,500 a month times 12, that's $90,000 in a year's time. So having these apartments will save us that much money. Plus, they do pay rent, a little bit of rent. They pay about $145 a week, which you can't get anywhere, and they don't pay it automatically. They may be in the housing for 2 or 3 months before they find a job and get stable enough to be able to pay that rent. So we're covering that part. But once they're all in there and they've been there a while, that can be a big money maker for us. So that's one thing. Second thing is, we have that state opioid grant money I mentioned. It's a little over $200,000. It's a recurring grant for a few years. And with that money, we want to hire a licensed clinical social worker to work in our intensive outpatient program. IOP, intensive outpatient. IOP is kind of the bottom of the list of treatment that you get. We want to take that to the next level. I think it's called PCP. I don't know if anybody's in mental health treatment. I forget the letters. I think it's PCP. But we need that licensed clinical social worker to get it to that level, and there's a few other things we can do. How that is important for us, not only does it give better treatment, it's longer treatment in that program, it also pays more money. We can get more people in there. We can get qualified for more insurance coverage with private insurances out there. We have 2 insurance companies now that accept us and will pay us. But if we can get this next level, I think we can get them all. And it pays money for housing. And so those that come in our housing that need 2 to 3 months before they get a job, we would get that immediate rent right off the bat. So that would be a huge thing for us. The third thing is our office space. You know, Tracy Bryant's the director. They're in the attic of the sheriff's office down there. I don't know if y'all know this. Mr. Hyde may know this. You may know it from being down there. The detectives years ago ran out of space where they were. So they got this attic up there and they built it out themselves. And it's not the code. I don't know if you've ever been up there, but the steps, one step might be that wide, the next step might be this wide. I mean, it's the craziest thing in the world. It's a wonder nobody has fallen in there. But anyway, that's where our recovery court is. We have and I need to explain this, that's why I'm here. We have a nonprofit organization that was started in 2012 by a group that came out of Leadership Sumner. They took us on as a project, and they created the nonprofit 501c3. They created the IOP program. They set that up. And if we can, and we rent space, you know, we have to rent space. We're paying about $2,600 for all the space we rent. If the county, and I'll make a pitch for this, many already know this, but if we can get that vacated space over there where Judge Blanton and Judge McCormick were, not all of it. We've talked to the sheriff. Sheriff has agreed with us how we can split it. They would get they would get the old courtroom where Judge Blanton and where I was, the great big courtroom. They would get Judge Gay's courtroom and some of that office space. We would get the Judge McCormick courtroom on the other side. We'd kind of split a little bit the old or the newer clerk's office that's down there. The sheriff would get the old clerk's office and make some space down there for the county recovery court program. And if the county would allow our 501c3 to also move in there. I know the county let children or people use that building for a long time. I think it was $1 a year rent, something like that. If y'all could do that for our 501c3 and get us in that space, because we work directly with the recovery court program. Our charter says our sole purpose in life is to raise money and get grants for the county recovery court program, because they live and die off these grants. That they have to have them or they can't exist.
We're gonna have to wrap up.
Okay, if we can get in there, that would save us another $2,600. So just, I'll throw that out there for you. So, thank you for letting me come.
Have they presented that yet, Judge, that you know of, that space?
They're working on it.
Okay.
I don't think, there's
Nothing
been no
formal.
decision made. They're working on it. Yeah,
Good.
Judge Blanton's involved in that. He's pushing for it. I understand they may be willing to use $500,000 of the county opioid money for that purpose, but a decision's got to be made soon or they may lose that money. So, and that's what I'm gonna ask for in this next county opioid grant money.
Good.
It's gonna take $650 to build that out the way we've talked about, to try to get $150 out of that grant to put with the $500,000. Then the county can have that whole space redone with no taxpayer dollars, none. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work, Judge, by
Okay.
the way.
Thank you.
Good job.
Are you with Mid-Cumberland?
I am.
Okay. Sorry, we were trying to squeeze him in before
Oh, no,
you
that's
got
fine.
here.
Mine's pretty quick. It's kind of
So-
self-explanatory.
So yeah, if you want to introduce yourself
Sure.
and the organization and your request, and we'll probably have some questions for you.
Sure,
Yeah.
that'll work.
Yeah.
So I'm Sharon McDaniel with Mid-Cumberland Human Resource Agency. I'm here for the Mid-Cumberland Meals on Wheels program. We are asking for 10,000, which will provide 2,000 meals. I recognize most of you, so you probably already know about Meals on Wheels, but we do serve meals to homebound senior citizens. They do have to be age 60 plus. They are qualified by an assessment, independent living assessment. The meals we provide are consist of a meat, 2 vegetables, bread, dessert. If you're diabetic, you'll get a diabetic dessert, and milk. They do provide 1/3 of the daily required intake. They are carbohydrate and protein balanced, so it is a healthy meal. When our meals are delivered by volunteers, and we do, if I say so myself, have some of the best volunteers. They really do kind of adopt the seniors, kind of foster a sense of family for them. A lot of our seniors live alone, probably about half of them. So the volunteers are a daily well-being check. And the other thing I really love about our program is a lot of our volunteers are older. So for, a lot of retired people, it gives them a sense of purpose. They're taking care of people. They look at them as family. We do a couple other things. We do want to foster, make that senior feel part of the community. So we have a couple initiatives that we do for that. We have a program called Nourishing Notes, where we ask members of the community just to write a note. For a lot of people, because they work, it's hard to get out and be able to come and deliver a meal at lunchtime, and we understand that. That's an easy way to give back. You just write a note, holiday card, Christmas card, whatever. Just write a note and we'll deliver it with the meal. And you would be surprised at how much a difference that makes for a senior, because it really does. If you're home 24/7, when you get a handwritten note from someone, even for all of us, if you get a handwritten note from someone, it really means something. And it really does mean something to them that somebody took the time to say, hey, you're an important person. And, I've had them, say to me, well, honey, I don't even know this person, but they love me. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we're trying to get across, that we want you to feel, to feel loved. I think the best way to kind of sum up who we are is just to kind of read a little message one of our residents here in Sumner County wrote. So it's one of our seniors. Her husband was gravely ill, and she wrote, the Meals on Wheels volunteers came with food, warm greetings, compassion, and caring. My husband looked forward to the doorbell ringing each day and seeing the children who sometimes accompany their parents. He often said, I've never met so many caring people. This note's to tell you how much each of you are appreciated and to thank you for all you do to help so many. You are a great team. And I do think that sums us up really well. It does take, our staff, our volunteers especially, and we are out there trying to make seniors feel loved and cared for, oftentimes in not, great situations as they're, at the end of life. So anyway, that's it. If I've got any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
What's your major source of funding?
So right now it is federal funding. We do still have some funding that's coming in from the American Rescue Plan. We do have to raise about $1 million ourselves from a variety of different ways that we actually raise the money. I will say, and it's one thing, if you take away anything today, is the demand. The demand has been relentless. If you look back to where we were at FY19 prior to COVID, where we are now, so we're doing about 48,000 meals in Sumner County. Now we're doing 90,000 something in Sumner County. Wow. Yeah, it's really, we kind of thought after COVID things would get better. Then inflation happened, and that just, for a lot of seniors, they just can't afford food. It's really what you get down to. And so, we're providing them at least one healthy meal, in their day. It is tough for them. We see it every day. And, even though inflation's coming down, you still start at this very high price that it went up to. So it is tough for them. And so if I would say anything to leave with y'all, it's just the demand has been unrelenting.
Where are the most of their meals? Are they at their residence, or do y'all take them to
So the way it works is we have 2 meal sites here in Sumner. We have Hendersonville and we have our Gallatin meal site, and we have a couple satellite meal sites. But those are our 2 main ones. So they will the food is prepared in Nashville in a commercial kitchen because we serve 13 counties. Sure. So It's prepared, it has to be prepared in a local place where everybody's getting the same food. That's why we can't use a local, person in the county to provide the food. We need a commercial kitchen where everybody's getting the same meal. So they prepare it in the commercial kitchen, it leaves out, so it comes delivered in bulk form. So the staff and the volunteers, they'll divvy it up into the individual trays, put it in the coolers for the volunteers to deliver. So it's homebound people that are receiving the meal. That's what you are funding.
And it's not frozen. Is it frozen?
So in some of your county, because there is rural parts of the county, we do have to do frozen meals because we're under a lot of regulations on keeping the temp safe. So in that instances, you will see some frozen meals, and some people actually prefer it. Just
Hold it over.
yeah. So that we do have some frozen. We try to do as hot as much as we can, but sometimes it just doesn't work for the temperature safety.
How often are they delivered? I may have missed that.
So we deliver Monday through Friday.
Every day?
Every day.
And nothing on the weekends.
Nothing on the weekends.
Are there people in the county that you can't, that don't get this service that need it or want it, just because?
We do have a waiting list here in Sumner. We may be between around 30, 40 people. We'll take it off, we'll take everybody off, and then this is why I'm talking about the demand being unlimited. We may take 30 off, but then, in a couple of weeks, we may have another 30. It just keeps going.
You said you have a waiting list. Where do they go? Do you have like other partners you can refer to, like Hands of Hope or up in the Portland area?
Well, nobody really does what we're doing, a home
Right.
delivered meal. So, not really. Can they have a family member go out and maybe pick up some food at, a food bank? Yes.
Right.
Is it gonna come, as a home delivered meal already prepared? There's just nobody else that does that.
Gotcha.
Jessica,
You're located in Murfreesboro.
So our main office is in Nashville, and then we operate in 13 counties. So if you kind of look at Davidson, we're just kind of, operating the county surrounding Davidson. But we do Rutherford County too.
So will this money go directly to Sumner County people, or does it just go on a big pool?
No, it goes directly. We're very careful about whatever county is giving us money, it goes to your county.
Got it. Thank you.
Jessica, can you just comment on this page on that? Is there, can you speak to that, or we can do that later, or what?
What, about the 10,000?
Yeah, what is that?
So, yeah, we did, I don't know if you guys are aware, there was 10,000 appropriated already for this fiscal year. So this is an additional.
So the request is 20,000, or is the 10,000 that's already been?
The 10,000's already there. That's what I'm looking
Correct.
at
Is
right
that-
now. It's already, like, they could request that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that your total request?
Well, we would love 20, but I thought we were coming out here for the original 10, that's
Okay.
what I thought.
All right.
But we could use the 20.
I think it got confusing last year because they gave you part of it
Okay,
in the regular budget cycle.
Okay.
And then asked for them to come
Here.
get the
Yeah.
additional
Exactly.
that is what
here.
happened, yes.
And then, so I think it got confusing, and so they went ahead and did the dues, because you guys had the
Right, the
other,
dues,
the other
right.
things, and the Meals on Wheels, all in the regular budget cycle.
Yeah, because last year, to your point, there was 5,000 already in the budget, and
They gave them an additional
we gave them another
25.
2,500. They requested another 5.
Right.
We gave them the 75 total,
Mhm.
including the previous 5. So the request here is 10, which is already in our
Mhm.
separated out budget.
Mhm.
Okay.
The 10 is available now, yes.
Okay.
Yes, already.
Okay.
Yes, this would be an additional.
Well, if y'all would like to give us another 10, we would be glad to take it.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
It's fine right now.
Just a quick
Yeah.
question, unless anybody else. So can you just briefly explain how the volunteer system works?
Sure.
With getting people to come and take the meals to go to people, and how do you pre-qualify
Yeah,
them or
absolutely.
whatever?
So, when we have volunteer, we have, on our website, we've got the form you can fill out. You can also come
Okay,
into
so
the
you
meal
go to the
site.
website and.
Yeah,
fill
and
out
we
the form.
also, we have to perform background checks. So we do,
Okay.
we're checking the sexual offender registry, abuse registry, felony registry. So we want to make sure that person that's going into the home is safe. So once we do all of that and, they're clear on the offender registries, then they're approved to volunteer. They come to the meal site, we'll do a brief training on, you know, what you want to do, especially with the food safety. That's the big thing is, you know, just simple things like, you know, when you take a meal out of the cooler, make sure you put the top back on it. You know, we never leave a meal, ever. You have to hand it to somebody. Because a lot of times if you left a meal, you know, the senior might forget to get it, and then by then, you know, the meal's not safe to
Dog
eat.
might come get it.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that's one of our biggest rules is you gotta hand this meal to somebody at the house, never leave the meal. So we go through all that training. But we have wonderful volunteers. I'm telling you, you know, sometimes it can be a difficult volunteer job because, you know, they form, you know, relationships with the seniors, and, you know, a lot of the seniors are at the end of life and they lose, you know, some of the seniors, and it's, you know, it can be tough, but I tell you, they are wonderful. And if I would, the people here in Sumner County are wonderful, wonderful, caring people who come out and help our seniors, and I'm greatly appreciative of that.
So volunteer will come and they take the whole day to go?
No,
and try to, or is it just a couple of hours?
So it's usually about an hour, but once again, because of the food safety,
Yeah.
we try to keep that route to an hour because you'll start losing the temperature in the food. We can go probably an hour and a half, maybe
Okay.
two, but we try to just, you know, for people's, you know, to kind of know what you're doing and all of that, we, you know, try to keep it within an hour, hour and a half, maybe. You have a route of people, and we do group it geographically, so we don't have you going from one end of Sumner to the other. We like it if we can get volunteers to come weekly because you really do form that attachment with the senior if you're seeing them every week. You know their hip was hurting last week. You'll know to ask about their hip this week, how they're doing. So that we'd love if we can get a weekly volunteer. We also do every other week volunteers, but we really, if we can get that weekly person in there doing that same route, they really do form that attachment with the seniors. And it's so good for the seniors, so they get used to seeing the same people.
Yeah, right. Awesome.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions?
Well, thank you so much.
Thank
We'll
you very
take
much.
the extra 10 if you want to give it to us. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a great day.
You too.
Addresses and let us know when they're on the application.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out where I can have 25,000 down.
Like each one.
Okay.
That, and then.
In their name that's presenting.
It was automatic.
We talked about it.
And then there's their address.
You
and
know, I
then
may be
the
looking at this
people
wrong.
that
Probably
are-
are.
I doubt it.
I appreciate you.
I just said it before anybody else did.
It's hard to stack like a theater against human need.
I know.
I mean, priority wise.
Oh, yes.
Thought the same thing.
It's difficult.
Especially when it's some $35,000.
We got more wires than the Beatles concert.
And then it's gonna be
$1,000.
outside too. Come on now. Come on, man. I'm buying a lot of diapers with that.
You insulted me and I'm lazy.
He's sensitive.
Saying it
He's very sensitive.
He's like the Grinch. He's gotta have that heart grow to his eyes. Hey, if he's been doing this long, I didn't hurt his feelings.
I don't know if you could.
I don't know that they're 32 years sitting in DC.
Yeah.
So what kind of dog are y'all getting from Santa?
Who knows? Allison's so all over that. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know.
Tell her they ain't all that cracked up.
I try
They're
to tell her
cute when they're
that.
little and new, and
I try to tell her them will have it's like having a child.
is she gonna take it outside when it's 40 below zero?
No,
I
no,
will
that's not.
never get another
It'll
dog
be
in the
nice
winter,
outside.
ever.
She won't
I did
be
that one
happy.
time, that was
No.
the stupidest thing I've ever done.
Gotta take a little puppy out there to potty.
Yeah,
Like,
it
Oh,
don't wanna
yeah.
go, it don't wanna
Which
go,
one
I don't
come in?
wanna go.
Yeah.
At 2 AM when you're,
Dead to the world.
yeah, and you
Yeah.
gotta keep clothes by your bed, to
Oh,
bundle
yeah,
up
put
and
on.
go outside.
Yeah.
Then you gotta take them off because you got snow at the bottom
Yeah.
of them. You don't want them in the bedroom.
Trying to edit this, but I know we're being filmed.
That's great, yeah.
I'm looking back last year, so Home Safe didn't,
Nope.
I'll just delete them off the list.
Jerry's looking for you to be wrong twice, Jessica. He's just trying to.
He's digging in there.
He's trying to get you to be wrong twice.
Oh,
Are you sure this person did?
they, not that I know of.
I love it.
Paul
She said
pulled it out there.
no.
Not that I know
She
of.
said no.
I got everything.
He is digging around there.
They've had several new directors too. That was the same issue I was talking about before.
And there's Habitat for Humanity's on this list, but it's not on the agenda.
It's
Oh,
on the agenda,
no.
line S.
Oh, there it is. My bad.
Excuse me.
2:15.
Skimmed right over. Appreciate that.
I was like, oh no.
What is this schedule? What time is this scheduled through?
The last one listed, the last organization says 3 p.m. and then we'll have to do
Chop
some,
it out.
do some stuff after that.
I might have to leave early then.
We'll be done before the county commission meeting.
Well,
Be a long day.
He's come along with it.
I do want to thank you for reallocating the budget, or the education committee until tonight. 'Cause
Absolutely.
Those of us that have to drive
Mm-hmm.
30+ minutes to get down here don't want to be down here
For,
for a
for a
5-minute
two, for a
meeting.
2-minute meeting,
Yeah.
yeah, 5-minute meeting.
I'm just committed to come to my meetings.
You probably have. That's why you've been in that seat as long as you have.
All right, so we've got a 10:30
I'm government
community life
efficient.
bridge.
They don't even go together.
So we need 2 people to run, do one job.
I can see now this efficiency thing.
It's coming back.
It's power back.
It's coming
It's
back.
gonna be something.
I
Yeah.
love it.
And I think the president stole my idea.
Yeah. He's building.
And I hope he follows through. Yeah.
So Jessica, did we stop at 100,000 last year? And then that Meals on Wheels, that 5,000 got added in?
You mean,
Cause I'm just looking back my
are you
notes last
talking
year.
about like the,
The Meals on Wheels.
right, but are you talking about the charitable?
Well, yeah, like fiscal year 24 here is the total
Mhm.
amount. So 5,000 of that 7,500 was
Was
sort of
allocated during
separated,
the
yeah.
regular budget
yeah.
cycle.
So we were at 100,000. That 5,000 got added in yours. That's why we got to 105.
I think
Correct.
he came back west. Wasn't y'all like 95.5, 94?
Yeah, no, yeah, we came in less. We came in less. I was just saying the amount
Oh.
allocated. We bumped
We
it
didn't
up.
use it.
Oh,
we-
I think we gave
'cause we-
some to Portland Libraries, Portland Senior Citizens up from the floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
And
did.
somebody else.
You increased it because it was decreased during this committee.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So what other,
That's a
what
memory like
other,
an elephant.
Good job on
And
that.
I don't know why.
Good job. I know. I did.
I usually don't, but I
what
did.
other organizations receive money outside of this? Like Meals on Wheels, they got 10,000 somewhere else. What other organizations are receiving money outside of this panel, this committee?
There's an opioid committee that's noted.
Well, yeah,
Well, I mean, Ashley's Place, but they're not during this.
And what is, so they're separated out?
They got
So it's
7,000.
separated between civic and charitable. So Deanne DeWitt started that, I guess it's been like
Yeah.
5 years ago, maybe,
Mhm.
when she started, where we had the separate, but I don't think there's any other organization that receives, like, I think the
What
whole,
has Ashley's Place received, do you know off the top of your head?
7,000 is what Matt just texted.
it was for ARPA, wasn't it, for computer replacements, I think? They received some ARPA funds.
How much was it?
Seems like, I can look real quick, I think it was like, I don't know, let me look, 'cause I don't remember the exact amount, but I can look real quick.
That was the organization that I was confused with Grace for Assistant Commissioner.
Yeah, they are like the, I think they do like, they're like the voice for a child, like in court, I think. The sheriff's office works with them and stuff. I think that's what they do. Am I right? Okay.
Child sex crimes and
Yeah,
stuff, they do.
right, yes.
Advocacy and interviews.
I thought they're for domestic violence stuff too, but maybe I'm thinking somebody.
They what?
That's home safe.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's definitely.
They received $40,000, $42.50.
But it didn't come through this. How is that?
No, I think they get, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's $7,500 is what we give them during the regular budget cycle for nonprofit funds. But this was from the ARPA funds.
One time.
One time.
Well,
I think it was for
where's the
computers.
7,500 on
You have a group of organizations that come through the regular budget cycle, like the Volunteer Fire Departments, Ashley's Place, Mid-Cumberland for like their dues. There's a lot of them, and they're separated out by civic and charitable. I don't know. It's I don't know. It goes through a different committee. Deanne DeWitt started doing it that way when she was commissioner. She wanted to do that, and so we started it a few years ago.
And the purpose.
I don't know.
Yeah, I vaguely remember I do remember us separating it out, but I don't. Because like we don't do fire. We used to do the fire.
Sort of say nonprofit.
Yeah.
Rural fire districts used to come through here.
Mm-hmm. Like early on, but then we separated them out.
Fire departments?
Volunteer fire did.
Yeah, but I don't think we ever did it. I think it got separated out when this formed.
There's a reason why they're either civic or charitable.
They used to be municipally though, I remember that.
So civic would be like, we have like the Tennessee Rehabilitation Center, Tennessee Small Business Development Center, Tourism, Transit Alliance, the museum, Ashley's Place, and Rural Fire.
Well,
and then
part of that makes sense though. I mean,
It
you don't want to cut rural fire trying to fund meals on Mont Haven or whatever. Like I could see where you would want to get that two separate pots, so that way we're not.
Yeah, that's why they just allocate the money during the regular budget cycle, but then this committee, gives a recommendation on how to.
I think Ashley's Place is a little interesting to me. That's the only one that I would feel like would come more through here
Yeah.
than that. But then like recovery court would go through that. I don't know.
Well, Ashley's Place and recovery, well, they're not the same, but they're service oriented through the courts, I guess.
Yes, they like,
They do a lot
the
of
sheriff's office and stuff use
like with kids
them a
and
lot.
I would just think like that and CASA would be very.
Yeah.
And they're another court service, which really.
So they're through, that's what I'm saying.
They
Like, I don't
could go
understand
the other
why,
route.
who.
Really, yeah. I mean, my opinion.
They applied for.
What does that matter?
Well, yeah, they got
I'm
15,000.
finding it's less and less for mine every day.
Mine as well, sorry, mine as well.
Well, I guess Community Life Bridge is
They're not coming.
their no-show at this point. Community Life Bridge, and their first time requesting was last year, and so last year they requested 2,500. We bumped them down to 1,500, and then they are requesting back to the 2,500 if they show up.
Is this where, what's her face, the old commissioner? The old commissioner
Commissioner, was that Community Life Bridge?
Oh, was it?
Lauren Eccles.
Yeah.
Oh, is that her?
Is that?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But she doesn't do it anymore. It's somebody else. I mean, I don't know if she's affiliated still,
Sure.
but it wasn't her that I spoke with.
I just thought when reading through this, I was like, I think that's the same.
Yeah, it
She
is.
did.
It's like transportation for doctor's appointments, hair appointments, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was where,
If people don't show their presentation, do they just automatically send them 0, or how does that work?
I wouldn't say automatically, but
If we have 40.
when we go and talk about it
$40,000,
later,
yeah.
Yeah.
and it sort of makes the decision a little easier. But,
Right.
but yeah, we'll talk about that at the end of the day.
oh, yeah.
I knew it was dirty, but it didn't look bad. Filthy.
Talking about maintenance part, I just went back there to the commission chambers, and you know that, like, where our bathroom is, and then there's that big thing, I would always walk back and forth when we were here till midnight. There's a freaking door there now that's locked, you can't go back in there.
Oh, on the opposite, really?
Yeah, there's a door, like the bathroom door's here, and there's another door right here that's locked. I just went back there, cause usually there's a case of water back there. And so I was gonna grab one out of it, and I just grabbed one off the desk.
When'd they put that door?
I don't know.
And what's on the other
I
side?
didn't budget that.
Did that go through Gen Ops?
Well, in that
The
case, it's probably on there
maintenance
it's
That's
3
a
years
maintenance
ago.
request. Yeah, there's a paper trail for that.
It's probably on there 3 years ago.
What, do we need this hour running the whole meeting when there's nobody in here?
No, well, it's just,
It's in case you say something.
They all know me. Ask me, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I know Big Brother's watching, but goodness.
We've had it on the whole time, every time I've been here. Except for lunch.
Yeah.
I guess it keeps from being so many chops.
There's been times where it's, the talk has been shut down.
Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of times I'll preface the conversation, if you say I said this, you're lying.
Right. I'll tell them you was lying.
Yeah.
Possibility is to get, give us like $500,000 instead of 100,000. There's like so many of these. It's like, oh my gosh, I wish we could give them.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be requested
I
in
know,
the budget
That'd be
cycle.
like a bigger deal than
Yeah,
this seems like we're in the stretch of it.
Gallatin place be?
yeah, because we don't need, well, there's not enough
Historic
room in what
downtown
they
Gallatin, they
requested.
moved to.
So you live
Civic
in
part of it.
what area again?
Live in
Ever,
Mason Farm,
another
subdivision,
nonprofit, but like,
Center Point Road.
Oh, okay.
you know what I mean, like.
I don't get it.
How long you lived in this
5
area?
years. I was here in summer of 19.
That whole thing's fixing it. My thing is why,
Yeah. Big
brother here, I don't care. They're fixing to tear down all that anyway, so why are we funding something that's coming?
I did hear that.
I mean, I
they're
heard
funding, they're tearing down
the whole city.
the theater.
That backside, I think. You know, they did a
There
little
you
bit of
are.
work for that parking lot.
Oh, yeah. We need that parking lot.
Right. We need a high rise.
We should need that parking lot, so we don't have to get email with people that can't park in the library.
Well, aren't they doing something though seriously with City Hall, from City Hall to the fire department and then
that way
over?
They sold them, I think.
Because they're on that, the last road of the square there.
And then when Town Creek gets up, and all these impervious surfaces are going in on the square of Gallatin, and Town Creek really gets
It'll
up.
be gone then.
I don't know what's gonna happen then.
FEMA-
I do.
FEMA went through and-
City of Gallatin's gonna have a barricade. It's got floats.
FEMA went through and put a bunch of those places on the flood zone down through there.
They need to.
I mean, a bunch of them.
if that would help their assessment any.
Special assessment at all times.
Right. Oh, Lord. As my dad says, all in the name of progress, son. That's what it's doing. Yeah. That's quite
Not necessarily.
She gonna be here, Jessica, just throw something.
Don't look. She
I
looked
don't know
directly
what's
over
going on.
here.
Nice.
She looked directly over
Yeah,
here.
What did
we
you
were
say?
being nice.
I said you probably could send out the notices.
I did.
Throw some.
I did.
I guess I recall a similar comment.
That's exactly right.
Make it rain.
That's it. She'll chime in on that, I'm
No.
sure.
Everyone gets a dollar.
Yeah. She knows how that goes.
Yeah,
I'd like to make sure it's right.
I bet Dee's trying to find out where she's at. I bet right this minute.
She's trying to figure out where it's at.
Oh, my bad.
She's trying to chase it down.
I guarantee it. I guarantee the phone call from the parking lot.
Freedom of information. Anything that contains $100,000 at a cop.
Anything, 100 nothing.
Yep. I tell you what, I threw a clipboard in Sumner County. I threw a clipboard in Judge Hunter's courtroom one time. I thought if there's ever a time the tables have turned and somebody's going to jail, it's right now. But he didn't. Oh, I just knew I'd done kissed my hind end goodbye.
That's not like DCO to not be here.
Yeah.
DCO, decision choice options, they were.
Yeah,
They're
she-
usually sitting in the crowd for a
Yeah,
while.
she's usually here like
Yeah.
Well, she's still.
Yeah,
30
that's what I
minutes
was
early.
thinking.
His habitat.
That's one of the most impressive backups last year.
I think
Yeah.
Habitat is actually is lower down the list. That confused me, but
Yeah, they were very
so far,
impressive.
Community Life Bridge did not show at 10:30, and decisions, choices, and options we're about a minute away from their time slot.
Had to be like,
That's what we were talking about. Is
Yeah.
she's usually
She's
here.
usually very, cause I talked to that girl that works with her. I'm trying to think of her name.
Joy.
Beth Cox.
Yes,
What
thank
is-
you.
Yeah. Miss Wassel,
Yeah.
and then Beth Cox is the typically they're here together.
Y'all had a total loss last night, didn't you? On the construction site.
Who?
Hodges Road, around from over in your area.
Oh, we did? Yeah, I knew that.
Sorry.
I'm on Facebook right now. So
You need to be.
it was a life sucking.
Hodges Road's right off of, what's
Middle.
yeah.
125.
That's all it's sucking.
I'll be your cut hair.
It's,
Don't kill me, it'll be fine for you. I think it was under
Yeah,
remodel.
they said they'd be here.
That's where Ben Hodges' dad lived in the
Yeah.
corner there.
Yep.
Man,
That's hot.
that is hot.
You know where their nearest fire hydrant was? 2.1 miles away. Had to shut on water.
Oh, here we go. We're gonna get there. I started on fire hydrants. Get
There
ready.
you go.
I ain't giving them no water line, but I'll get started on a fire hydrant.
Oh, that's literally like right around the corner from
I
me.
told you.
Well, now,
That ain't over either. That needs to be had on camera.
Yeah.
That's some stuff right there.
that was last week, right? Yeah.
Gotta be
You
real
work
close
from
to
home?
home.
I work from
Yeah.
home now. I'm a retired Army officer.
Oh.
And then doing good, that was in heavy water.
So I got a job with Booz Allen, which is a federal contractor. So I work from the house. But yeah, that's what brought me
So
here.
how did you get here?
I, with my last Army job was the head of ROTC at Western Kentucky.
Okay.
And my wife's a country music songwriter that I met when I was in Fort Campbell
Oh,
as a
wow.
young lieutenant. So she's
Nice.
here writing songs and we retired here.
So do you know Matt? Is that how you got?
Matt and I are West Pointers, so I graduated a year ahead of Matt.
You knew Matt Call. Okay, so off camera, because
There is no
I need to know all the stories.
Yeah, so I hadn't seen him in a long time. You know, I didn't know him well in school, but we crossed
Sure.
paths. And then when I found out he was doing county commission stuff, we started running into each other, a few other things. I tried to get him, he was looking for a job. I referred to some work at Booz Allen, and he called me up and asked me if I would do this. So I said, sure, do it, sure.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's
Well, we're glad you're here.
Yeah,
Yes.
glad you're here.
And appreciate your service.
Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate it more if you give me some black.
Yeah. So, Matt.
I kid.
Yeah, it's all in chest.
JK.
I'm up county building that is not private.
About that. Come to a town near you.
Are you?
How about that?
Was he here?
Stay tuned.
That's helpful. That's a,
Right. Run.
that's helpful. Wow. That's,
I just love to
All I think of is Barney Fife and knowing the people that I have seen run around with.
yeah.
And their arm and have it.
Respect my full guy.
So it seems like that's becoming more and more prevalent, though, that type of,
That herd mentality.
whatever you want to call that.
And it's not good.
It's in 45 running late, so.
Well,
We got the 11 o'clock that was in the hallway, so we'll.
All right.
Starts out, you out there just peddling people?
Yes. Have a seat, have a seat.
Are you Kate?
I'm Kate.
Hello, Kate.
But yeah, just, introduce yourself and your organization and talk about the request. And then I'm sure we'll have some questions for you.
I got tagged in last minute. So my name is Kate Ellery. I'm the executive director at Rosemont. It's a historic house museum here in Gallatin on South Water. Our request is, we requested, I think, a 2,500, which is the starting tier, is my understanding, right? Do you guys want to know what we'll use it for? Or
Thank you.
probably use it for, we can use it for operationals, right? I think on this one. So I think it probably will get rolled into that. It costs about $4,000 a month to keep Rosemont open. That is just general expenses in my salary. And so we do lots of fundraising and things like that. The goal is to grow programming, to do more educational things. I kind of stepped in a couple years ago. I've been working to grow our reach, our community engagement and things like that. I love being a museum, but historic homes are a little hard to sell. You know, it's not everybody got to live in a house like that. It doesn't relate to everybody, but how can we reach and grow in our community? We're building, almost completed, an outdoor concert stage. So I have a picture of that if you guys want to see that. We did the biggest restoration maybe ever on the house this past year. It went grossly over budget, and so that depleted some of our accounts, but that's okay because it looks beautiful. This is the stage. Sorry, this is the printout on paper.
So we plan to do, like, are you guys familiar with Rock Castle?
Yeah.
We plan to bring more concert events to Rosemont. Jess and Sam Gilbert are good friends of mine, so we spend a lot of time together. So we started doing house concerts, but also want to do the outdoor concerts that are more accessible to the community around us, because we want to be relevant to our neighbors and not just doing things that bring in, like, people who have money to go to fancy houses. That's not realistic.
I live about a mile from Rock Castle, so I'm over there quite a bit on their singer-songwriter nights.
Yeah. I was at their house concert last night.
Where? Oh, really?
The benefit is that I get to go to a lot of these things for free.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Had you guys any questions?
How long have you been with Rosemont?
So it'll be 3 years in March.
Okay.
So not really long, but fortunately post-pandemic, which is nice because I know that it would have been really hard to be there during the pandemic.
And this is the first time that you all have made a request?
Yes,
Is that
which I'm
true?
kind of shocked about, but yeah.
Do you know, is there something specific that prompted you to make a request, or like maybe, like you just alluded to, you don't necessarily know why you haven't done before?
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't done before. Part of it could be that the guy that I replaced was a historian. I'm not a historian. You can learn a story, but I'm a networker, and so I know that when I came on, last year we got the Tennessee State Museum grants.
Okay.
So I think maybe they started seeing that we could get grants. I don't know, because I don't think that they were writing grants before.
What are these pictures of? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So that's the restoration project. We opened up, there were spaces that were closed in probably between 1879 and 1883 to make more living space in the house. But we reopened the porches because those porches are where the enslaved people would have worked and later the servants. And it's important to be able to tell everybody's stories. And so that was the reason it was important to open that space back up.
Is that looking at the house, is that on the left-hand side?
It's the back.
The back side,
So, yeah,
okay.
it's by the kitchen. if you're familiar with the kitchen.
From y'all's income standpoint, you got rentals and donations. You got the donations are the membership fees or dues.
Mhm.
Okay, and is that grant? That's this Tennessee State Museum grant. Is that
The
where?
50, is it the 53?
This says, I'm looking at your 24 budget. It says 20,000.
So that is the, oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at it. So that's the City of Gallatin grant. We do get that one.
Okay.
Annually.
There's your membership separate. Derby Income, Merry Mantles. Is that just a fundraiser activity? Or?
Yeah, so Merry Mantles is our Christmas or winter fundraiser. Derby, if you guys like a good party, the Derby party's worth going to, and that's our annual big fundraiser.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Kate?
Good.
And you have approximately 3,000 Sumner County residents. Is that per year? Is that?
It's actually probably more than that. I need to do better because we do rentals for weddings and things like that. We get a lot of people on site, and like if you take just the last 4 weeks, we had 3 events basically. So trick or treat, we had over 1,000 people trick or treat at the house. The next weekend, we did Ghost Lore and S'mores, which was a paranormal investigation. We do that. If you guys are interested in that, it's a lot of fun. And that was another over 100 people that weekend. And then we had the market, which we probably had 500 people through. So, I mean, our numbers are, I think I just took what we had for tours and tried to guess based on tours. So I don't know how accurate that is. I need to come up with a better system.
And is this the address it's located at?
Is it 810 South Water?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
that's it.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? So, from our process standpoint, we're a subcommittee of our budget committee. So it would go to budget committee next, and then we got a full day today, and then it would go to full commission. Once we get all the approvals, then Jessica will reach out to everybody and just let everybody know, where we landed at, so. All right, well, I appreciate it, thank you. Thank you.
I have invitations to our monumentals if you guys are interested, if anybody's interested.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if there's anyone in the hallway, if you could tell them, yes, I saw the previous one peek in the room a second ago, so.
I know this is gonna get tedious.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Jessica, we was just kidding. You don't have to hide under the table.
Huh?
We was just kidding. You don't have to hide under the table. She's looking for
I wanted to hide.
She's looking for a safe space. Yeah, come out. It's okay. You're among
David always tells me he's gonna put me in the paper closet. I'm like that. Wouldn't
Come on in.
Put me in there.
We skipped around, just to sort of help us stay on time, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome back. If you want to just introduce yourself and your organization and talk about the request, and I'm sure we'll have some questions.
Yes, and I do have some case for supports that were also, I think we turned in one with the application, but there are some extras. And if you would like to see any firsthand comments from any of the teachers or students, I have those from each one of our programs this time as well. So if you'd like to look at those. My name is Suzanne Gearholt, and I'm the Executive Director of Decisions, Choices, and Options. We are a sexual risk avoidance education program that goes in and gives supplemental programs to health teachers and wellness for 9th and 10th graders. And our ultimate goal is to allow students to have the freedom to enjoy their teenage years well informed of all of the decisions that they're making and the risks that are associated with them, especially in regards to healthy relationships and sex. As we know, that is a risky behavior in teen years, and so we talk to them not only in middle school. We start out with a Healthy Boundaries program where we're talking to them about healthy relationships. Some of our students have never seen a healthy relationship, and so we talk to them about the traits of healthy relationships versus non-healthy, and what we find is they can tell us about the unhealthy relationship traits all day long, but what they can't come up with quickly is those healthy loyalty, trustworthiness, honesty, kindness, all of those types of things. So we talk about those in the classroom, middle school, and kind of build that foundation of what healthy relationships look like in general. And then we talk about the social media dangers, because the world that they live in revolves around this 24/7, and they have access to it, most of them. What we know is that they spend more than a full-time job in hours per day on devices, whether that's screen time for doing schoolwork. A lot of it is social media. We do a survey in each one of the classrooms where we have the kids raise their hand, how long do you spend on screen time, because they have a screen time monitor, now they know that on there. We've heard as little as 4 hours a day and as much as 16 to 18 hours a day. And that's in middle school. So by the time they're in high school, they're spending more time on that. And so that influences their decisions quite a bit. They're getting most of their information about sex on TikTok today. And so what we also know is the first person to have those conversations with them becomes the expert in their world. So our goal is not only to provide this information in their classroom with their teachers present, but also we have launched a parent power program. And so we're going out and partnering with local churches and elementary schools, middle schools, hosting with PTA programs and things like that to be able to talk to parents so that parents also are equipped with the same information. My kids are growing up in a very different day than I grew up in, and so trying to find that information and gather it and create healthy relationships with my peers too, so that we're all saying the same thing to our children and having the same expectations is huge. So we do that in Healthy Boundaries. The kids love hearing too, now that we're talking to parents, because we're not just targeting them, but we're talking to their parents as well, especially when it comes to social media usage and those types of boundaries that we're helping them set. So then we go in and we also talk in the Life Choices program, is our 9th and 10th grade program, where we talk about biology, how, what happens when we choose to have sex outside of marriage, what are the negative potential consequences for that, STDs, STIs, what are the rates for them, and what we know is that while our only about 30% of our students are actually engaging in sexual activity, so it is not an overwhelming, they're all doing it. Not only do they have freedom to go, oh, okay, so it's not an expectation for me, but they also learn that 80% of those people who have, 1 in 4 sexually active people have a sexually transmitted disease or infection. 80% of them have no known noticeable symptoms. And so we don't know who those people are. We don't know if they're getting treated if we don't know that we have an infection or a disease. And so among that population, students ages 15 to 24 actually make up 80% of the new cases that are diagnosed each year, even though they only make up a smaller percentage of the population that is actually active. So when they hear statistics like that, and we are trying to tell them that we're equipping them so that they'll have the most information that they can have, so that they can make an educated decision on whether or not they actually want to be engaged in that activity. We also talk about teen pregnancy and what that looks like, and we talk about all three options. As far as I know, we're the only organization that talks about all three options when a teen pregnancy occurs: teen parenting, abortion, and adoption. We do that from a medically accurate standpoint, so we are just giving them the information of what occurs in those situations. And in most cases, we find that they've never really heard adoption portrayed in a positive light, that they can be in the driver's seat and making those decisions, and we can avoid lots of other negative consequences when they know that that's even an option for them. Most of them think that they are either going to have to parent as a pregnant teen or have an abortion. And so when they hear all of the information, what we see is they overwhelmingly will say that adoption is a good option after all. About 73% that did not know or think that that was a positive option will see that as a favorable option by the time we leave. Abortion will go down by about 31%, and parenting will also go down by about 25% because they understand the costs now that are associated, which we address heavily in our cost of parenting class in 11th and 12th grade. We go into the financial planning classes.
What is that number these days? The cost?
Cost of parenting.
Yeah.
This last summer when we looked it up, it still hovered, and we're not talking about extracurricular activities. We're talking about just raising a child until they're 18 is somewhere around the $250,000 to $300,000 mark, depending on where you live in the nation. So $250,000 to a third of $1 million.
And that's no extracurricular.
And that's no extracurricular. That's also no college. So it's just to 18. So when we tell them, and we really cover the first year of life, and so it still hovers around that 15 to 20,000. When I first started, it was 12 to 15. It's now 15 to 20 just for that first year. And we ask them, where does that money come from? Do you have $20,000 sitting around to raise a child in that first year of life? And what we have consistently heard throughout the years, especially from the young men, and this is what I love, it's a program that isn't just talking to the young women, it's talking to the young men in the room too, and what is their responsibility in this. And what we often hear in the cost of parenting class especially is, I can't really afford to have sex. You are right. So those are our school programs that we do. You've seen some of the comments there, and you've heard our effectiveness rates on that. One of the things that I love, I'm a numbers person, and the statistic of them understanding that making this one decision to delay sexual activity until marriage, which all of our programs are based on the Brookings Institute, 25 years of research on poverty actually. If students will graduate from high school, obtain full-time employment, and wait until they're 21 to get married and then have children, they have a less than 3% chance of living in poverty. So we're breaking some generational poverty cycles too. And 55% of the students who didn't know that when they walked into the classroom now understand that this one decision will help them reach their educational and their lifetime goals. That's a game changer for some of these kids. And we hear sometimes students say, I didn't know that I could say no to that. So to give them the freedom to be able to make decisions and empower them, equip them with the tools that they need to have healthy relationships and make healthy decisions is huge for us.
Are there any schools you're not in?
Not in Sumner County. In fact, I understand in middle school now we may be the only organization that's coming in and talking about the healthy relationships and delaying sexual activity until marriage. And we still use the word marriage in our program. A lot of SRA programs around the country. We were able to go to a conference this summer, the first ever annual conference from the organization that certifies us in sexual risk avoidance education. And so many of our counterparts are just saying until you're in a committed adult relationship. But a lot of our students think that they're adults and they think that they're in a committed relationship when they're 15, 16 years old. They don't know the definition of that. Some of them don't know the definition of marriage, but we're able to share with them what that definition is too. And it gives them a whole frame of reference of, oh, that's something that I could have. So gives them hope.
So I know you're in, go ahead, someone had
I was just gonna say that I, on one occasion, got to school early for basketball at Merrill Hyde, and this program is really amazing. I couldn't believe the kids were attentive. It was in the gymnasium, and it may have been the gym class, I'm not sure. But the kids were attentive, they were asking questions, they were given really good answers. And I was just really pleased. It's an excellent program.
Thank you. We certainly love getting to go in and talk to the students in all of the schools that we're in. And sometimes it's a gym setting like that where it seems harder sometimes for them to pay attention, but they are. We do find that they're engaged in the conversation. They don't shy away from it, really.
You got on the budget a breakout of like without state funds. Are those at risk or something, or is it just?
We walked away from a state grant that we were participated in from 2016, I believe it was, until 2021, because they were asking us to collect data on students about gender fluidity and sexual orientation.
That's right. I remember
and
that meeting last year.
That violated our own ethics, so we decided to walk away from it. And then we were working with Representative Slater and Lambert and Johnny Garrett, and they actually, along with some other representatives around the state, asked us to fill out a request for a direct allocation from the governor, and so we were able to get that this year. So we put in that 150 just in case.
Fantastic.
We did not get it the first 2 years we applied for it, so we weren't sure. If we had built our budget on half hope last year and didn't get it, and that really hurt us. So this year we did the budget 2 ways, with and without the state funds, so that we made sure we balanced. So our expenditures are in line without having received those state funds, but we got word in July that we did receive those state funds. And so, yes, so we're working with that now, hiring more educators and being able to put more boots on the ground.
Fantastic.
To
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. We were told it is a one-time non-recurring request, so we can request it again, but there are no guarantees. So we're just grateful right now. That pumps about $50,000 into our program for Sumner County, because it does cover all 11 counties that we're in the state of Tennessee. Which is why we also did not ask for any more funds from Sumner County, because you guys have been incredibly generous, and we would not be able to do what we do without you, so thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have one more. I'm sorry. Earlier we had CCP, Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center, and they said something about being in school. So do you know, like, I know that when I went through school, DCO was the only one that was really there. But
I don't know which schools they're in and what programs
I
they're
didn't know if you
teaching
guys
currently.
divided in Concord, or if you knew anything about that.
All I know is that we're in every middle school and every high school, and my understanding was that for the middle school program for Healthy Boundaries, where we don't talk about abortion, because we do believe that age appropriately they're not ready for that conversation.
Absolutely.
That I thought that we were the only program going into middle schools.
Sure.
Is my understanding.
That may have been stretched. I just wondered.
So I noticed a couple of the kids passed out during the abortion part.
They did, and so what we found out there, because we were concerned about that, and we keep all of that data to make sure that we're above board. And we also changed this year how we did the part on the abortion too, so that it's delivered consistently every single time in the classroom. But what we found out in 2 of those situations was, and I believe that that's the only 2 that we had, was that they had not eaten that morning. And so there was a real nutrition problem going on there, and covering the content that we cover.
It's a big subject, right?
Is tough anyway, and so you put any other risk factor inside of there, and that it was fertile ground for that is what we found there. But we have changed the way that we present the abortion section, so we actually have a nurse that talks through that information now, so that it is delivered, and we haven't had
Make sure
anybody.
it's after lunch. They're all well fed.
Yes, and we also make sure that the educators are in the classroom that they're with every day, and we do give the disclaimer now. You know, we're going to tackle some difficult information, because one of the things that we have found too is that children are just our students are a little bit weaker minded in those things. They can't stand the sight of blood. They don't have as much grit maybe as they used to. And so the information that we're sharing, they're kind of queasy about, which is good, I think. I mean, I want them to be queasy about that information, but we do let them know ahead of time now. We're going to be talking about some really hard things. And so if you think you need to go get a drink of water or you need to do something, please feel free to step outside of the classroom. But yeah.
Any other questions?
Do you need these back?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much.
Do you need these back too? You want these?
No,
okay.
Those are yours to keep.
Okay. Well, from a procedural standpoint, we've got a full day today, and then we're a subcommittee of the budget committee. So we'll go through that and the full commission, and once everything's approved, then Jessica she'll be getting back to everybody with the decision we made. So, all right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
If there happens to be anybody in the hallway, you can just
I
send
will
them
let
in.
you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to go poach it again?
Do what?
You don't want to go poach it again?
Yeah. Anybody? So what happened last year with the Westmoreland? Did we add it on the full floor?
Portland's
I do not see anyone in the immediate vicinity.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think Westmoreland requested, and then Portland, we bumped up on the floor.
Yeah.
I think, was it Westmoreland that said that they just haven't got back up to speed? And,
Yeah.
And they didn't want to ask for the money.
Yeah, so last year, my notes, they requested 5,500. This is Westmoreland. They requested
Maybe that was
55
the-
and we gave them 1,000. But I don't know.
It was
if
the year before, maybe.
And then this year they're requesting 3,500 Westmoreland.
I'm pretty sure, I agree with Jessica, that I think it was, they requested it, but then they really said they weren't gonna do much with it.
Yeah. Hello, are you with Neighborhood Health? Who are you with?
Westmoreland Senior Center?
Okay,
Okay, she didn't ask who I was with, so
No,
somebody
that's all
in front of me.
Let her
Yeah.
roll.
Well, maybe.
I mean, if this, let's go ahead and do you.
Okay, there was nobody out there, but I didn't know where I
Let's
was
go ahead
supposed
and
to
do it. That's great.
Hello.
Hey. So if you just want to, introduce yourself and talk about all the good things you're all doing and what the request is, and we'll ask some questions.
Okay, you got a copy of my application,
I do,
correct?
we do, yes,
Okay.
we all do.
I'm out of breath, give me a second.
No, that's
I couldn't tell where I was supposed to
take
go.
your time. Take your time. You're early, so take your time if you need
Okay.
to take a minute.
First of all, I'm the new director. I say new director, they haven't had a director, per se. They have had, a member president, so it would just be somebody that they kind of voted in themselves, and they've had a board of director, chairman, excuse me. So,
Are you Karen?
I'm Karen.
Okay.
I volunteered last year with them, just kind of doing some things. So in January, the board met and asked me if I was interested in being the director, and I said yes. So my mother was actually the director. Well, let me say this: she was a starter-upper of this Westmoreland Senior Center back in 2006, I think, or 2008, something like that. So, but she's gone now. But anyway, so I have kind of been familiar with what she did along the lines of that. I'm a school nurse. Been a school nurse for 20 years, and before that I was an office nurse. So anyway, but I changed over. I've always worked with seniors, and that was my weekend job, so I've enjoyed this. So what I am here for is, I think last year, and I don't know if I had put that in the application or if I even mentioned it. Last year when we applied, I think every year they have applied for some money, grant money. And I don't know the history of, I'm still kind of finding paperwork and things. It's not real, I don't have a lot of good information, but last year there was a hiccup. They didn't have anybody that was, it's kind of like, I'll get this, you get this, somebody else will get this. And so I think that some time had lapsed. And you guys were so gracious enough to even give us $1,000 because I don't think we got it filled out in time. Because I was just kind of helping, so I was running around and we didn't have anybody that was in charge. So therefore, when it was told to us that we needed to, you know, apply for some money, and I think you could only do increments of, is that another 2,500?
Second, yes, ma'am.
So, which is why we just went from 1,000 to this, because I don't know what was there before. I don't know if you have anything. Are you Jessica?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't know. Do you know, Jessica, what, how much they had gotten in the past?
I can look real quick.
I'm
Well, it
showing-
should be on that sheet.
I'm showing well, back to 21, I'm showing last year was the first request, but mine may be incomplete
Let me look
data.
real quick.
I think they have applied before.
I only went back a few years, so. it could
Okay.
have been-
Jerry, that's not what's on our sheet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right. So the data I've got over here is not yet. So the sheet, on the sheet that Jessica, you put this together, it looks like in 22 it was 5,500, 21 was 5,500, and 20 was 3,000.
And then,
And then nothing in 23,
and then it's,
and then 1,000 last year.
they were, the senior center was in the process of, just on the verge of dissolving, because they just really didn't have anything. So a year ago in January, I went and my sister went and several other of us came together and tried to figure out how we can save this, you know, little small town. Because, you know, even though we're in Sumner County, we're probably one of the smallest towns. We have about 2,700, I think, in our town. We do serve Bethpage, Oak Grove area as well. But Bethpage can kind of go, Gallatin kind of go different directions. But anyway, that's who we serve. I didn't print this out for everybody because I was just kind of, I didn't really know what questions that you were going to have for me. So what we have been doing, I've applied for grants, but I have come to realize, because that's, you know, what they tell me, we need to get some grants, we need to get some money, we have no money. We had some money it was in some CDs that, I don't know who that had donated the money, but it was about, I'm gonna say 10,000, 8,000, something like that. And they just kind of told us that was just kind of set there for an emergency. Of course, I mean, for me, dissolution of a senior center is an emergency, but they did have the money to pay for a director. So I am 20 hours a week, paid 20 hours a week. I put in a lot of time there. And we were in an old storefront up on the, we call it the square. It's not a square, but on the in Westmoreland, in Mike's, the old Mike's building. So we were up there. Well, I wasn't attending at the time or helping out or anything then, but that's where they were. Then they moved to, I believe they went from there to the First Baptist Church up in Westmoreland. And they were gracious enough to let us use one of their, it looks like a kid's room, you know, like a teenage area. It's just kind of a fellowship hall, if you want to call it that. And so that's what we've been using. Of course, you go there Monday and Tuesday, you put your things out, and then when you get ready to leave, you make sure you pack it all away in a nice little cabinet. So when the city of Westmoreland, tell me if I'm talking too much, when the city of Westmoreland told us that they called it the 912 building, which was an old, used to be a shirt factory, then when somebody bought it and turned it into a dance hall. So when they opened that up and said the city bought that, or I don't know if the city originally owned it, but anyway, the city is now owners of it. There is a front area, a middle area, and a back dance floor with the stage, everything. I mean, I don't know if they did it for, I don't know, it was right around COVID, so it shut down, and so it's been kind of unoccupied for 4 years. We're able to move in. We have a lease with the city. It is a non-paid lease. I don't know, maybe we pay $1, I'm gonna say, I don't know, but anyway, for 5 years. We got moved into there in December of last year, and we've had numerous people coming in working. We had Strong Power Church is one of our big supporters. They came in, they painted the building, they've got flowers out front. It was red and black, you know, Westmoreland colors. It was red, black. It was hideous. It was a welcoming place. It was more for, you know, like if you were well, even high school kids, I think they were coming at one point. I think they had changed it from a line dance place to kind of a teen centers. But I think, like I said, I think everything just kind of folded. We got in there, and our attendance is really great right now. We've gone from, just tell you here. So at the end of last year, into 2023, we had 936 in attendance.
Is that
at-
yearly?
That's for the entire year of 2023. The year previous, 2022, was 616, and the year before that was about 400. So far this year, of course, we're not at the end of the year, we've got about 1683 as of today. So we have.
Those are unique?
I'm sorry?
Are those different people, or if one person comes 10 times, that?
Okay, we don't count them as far as if they come in the morning and they do exercise and then they stay for bingo, we don't count them again, and then if they stay for sewing, we don't count them a third time. So it is daily. It is attendance only, it's not membership. We haven't focused as much on membership. I do like to give them a chance to come a couple of times before I bombard them with a membership. It's free, it's not like we're charging any money for them to be a member. I just don't want to, as soon as they walk in the door, say, hey, well, come ahead and sign up, because like church, we don't want to be a member yet. Let us give a chance, give us a chance to look around. So anyway, the attendance has grown. The money we have applied for United Way, which does cover, this is the first grant I had ever written for, didn't know much about grant writing, I've learned. But the first one was, I asked for $10,000, they gave us $5,000. And that was our first one. The second one was a very big one, which was for it's Tennessee, I'm not sure if it's Commission on Aging and Disability, I think that's right. And we got $26,000, and that is so awesome. I'm so thankful. It does not cover one penny of my salary. That is really, really why I'm here and trying to, like I said, I'm only getting paid for 20 hours a week. I make $20 an hour. I'm going to be very transparent. But it does take time to get the $26,000 grant. I mean, I had to go through and say, we need gravel in the parking lot. We've got holes in our parking lot. We need handicap rails in the bathrooms that we don't have. We need, I got somebody to donate after, I put them on there as we needed a handicap ramp in the front for them to enter. And these are not all seniors that need handicap. I mean, we've got some spunky spry seniors that don't, but we have a man that just came out of the hospital. And so now he was able to come today because we had that, because otherwise we were trying to figure out how we're going to get him up on this, just a small lip, But anyway, so the person that poured our ramp, he came over and he said, you know what, I'm going to donate my time. I think this is a good cause, And so that was about $3,000 saved. So we can use that money somewhere else. With the grant that at the just aging and disability, of course it is that you have to put exactly what you're wanting. I needed an office space. I didn't have any room. It was like they're playing cards here, they're playing cards here, and I'm trying to talk on the phone, or trying to be in a Zoom meeting for somewhere. So that was another. And then we had promotional things. We've got a new development that is about 600 homes. That's eventually going to be 600 homes, which is going to be huge in our area. And we've got some promotional items that I got another grant from For Imprint, and it was $500, which is not a lot, but hey, we could use it. We used it for some lip balm for the Christmas parade, so we're going to pass that out with our name on it. So anyway, we will definitely use the money for things that we need in the center. This $26,000 is going to give us everything we need right now for the center, but I've got to be here to do it. And it's so humbling to ask for money for your job, but I don't know what else to do. I will show you the things that I have done. We've had fundraisers. We just finished a fundraiser, a Nothing But Cake fundraiser, which profited us about $800. That's when we've done that twice. The first time we profited, about $500. We did a board where, y'all have seen the things where the kids will have something, they'll say you pick a date or you pick a number and that's what you pay. Well, we did a board from 1 to 100, and when we had our open house, and we did, come in if you'd like to donate some money. You pick the numbers that you want to donate, just put it in there. We made about $700. So don't get me wrong, we are proud of that. That's really good money, but it's not enough to pay me.
What are the hours? I know you're getting paid for 20 hours, but the center itself, or is it open Monday through Friday, certain hours, or?
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We started doing some things like on Wednesday. We weren't open on Wednesday, so we're open like at 9 o'clock till whatever. Sometimes they'll stay and play cards. One night they stayed open till about 7 o'clock because everybody was just in a good mood. We were all sitting there playing cards, had a good time. Most of the time we're through about 3 o'clock. We have, I'll give you this, we have an exercise class on Monday and Wednesday. We have line dancing on Wednesdays. We have a sewing group on every other Wednesday in the afternoon. Bingo, the big bingo is with Sellers Funeral Home, and the one in West Warren. He comes over every day, every Monday at 10, so we just don't even ask anybody else because he buys some awesome gifts and they love it. So I left today and I think there were about 20 people that were there Monday. Today, sorry. And then, let's see what else. We do a lot of UT Extension Office. We do health classes with them. We do outings as far as, we had a mule ride the other day. We were about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We got everybody out. And that's what I'm saying. Most of these people are able to get up and go and do. And they're ready to do things all the time. They're very good about doing things.
Do you happen to know going back to my previous question was, so if I go there every day, then each week I count as three people? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know how many, I'll say, unique individuals, where I would only count one? How many different people are serviced? Any different
like
way?
membership, sort of like membership. Is that what you're talking
Yes,
about? Okay,
ma'am.
so
Do you average about 100 people a week?
Oh, I see what
or
you're saying.
50 people
Well,
a week, or?
Okay, wait, let me go. Okay, I'll just do a Monday for example. On a Monday in June, 24. So someday, and that's usually because it's bingo, and it's because everybody comes for bingo, and then a lot of times on Mondays we'll try to have something for lunch, or whether it's potluck or somebody provides that or something. We also have Charter Senior Living. We'll provide once a month too. The lowest number we have on Tuesdays, it's a very low number because it's kind of come in and play cards. We have different people coming in from the Palace out of Red Boiling Springs will come and she'll do a take on bingo, and she'll maybe do a craft and something. And it's almost like people come a lot on Monday, they come a lot on Wednesday. Tuesdays is kind of our down day, but we usually have about 8 or 10, which is still good because
out of the 8 or 10 on Tuesday, are that 8 and 10 there Monday?
Yeah, what some of
same people.
It depends on what we do.
Sure.
Some ladies ladies. It's primarily ladies. We have about 6 men that come.
Yeah.
And actually, I've talked to Old Housing about a pool table, and I think they're going to be donating one to us, so that'll bring our men in. So we're trying to get men in there too. We have the facility. This facility's so nice. Compared to when we first came in, it is so nice. It's so inviting. The walls are about this color, just a light. It's not red anymore. We've got nice, big, bright.
Lights.
Yeah, what do you call those lights? The LED lights, the bright LED lights. You can see what you're doing. We just hosted a veterans breakfast Monday along with Strong Tower Church. They used our facility. We went in together with them. Had a really nice veterans breakfast Monday for the community.
You said you don't charge membership fees?
We don't. We have really good donations from our current members. They come in, it's nothing for them to come in and do $20 here, $20 there, and so we don't. The donations are very good. I think it offsets the fact that there's a couple of people that really can't afford.
Sure.
All we would probably charge if we did charge membership would be about $10 because you don't want to be. It's not a country club,
Sure,
It's their country club, but it's not a country
right.
club. So I think that it would be. It would be. Kind of more difficult, and I think it would hold some people back from donating.
Sure.
And especially right now, we try to. The big thing too, I was going to say this is that we are really trying to give back to our city and partner with the city and, well, in the county as well. We've got a box out right now for United Way where they're collecting cans for, and non-perishables. We've got another box that is called We Wishes, and it's a Christmas thing for Toys for Kids. And that's, in our facility. We also work with Mid-Cumberland to help, they help with electricity bills. And so we have, and I think they, if you qualify, it's between 600 and 800 or 600 and 1,000. I'm not sure. I wrote that down somewhere, but I'll just look at it. And we've had probably 25 people to come through. So when you look at that in dollars, that's saving the community. And we try to have somebody come from Mid-Cumberland about 3 times a month, and we use our separate room back there so they have the privacy to come in. We do referrals to the community to try to get back things that people need. You guys ask me more questions. I can do better with that.
I think we probably going to wrap up. Any other questions or? So from a procedural standpoint, we're a subcommittee of our budget committee. So we've got a full day today, and then we'll send it to budget, and then it goes to full commission, and then whenever it gets finalized and approved, Jessica will reach out to everybody and let them know to sort of where we stand. So
I will say this, and I think we talked about this, because we weren't sure about the money, and I knew in the past they had received money. We're begging. We are really in hopes that we can try, because like I said, I've never had to beg for my job to be able to do it. I just can't do it free. I mean, I just can't. And I do spend a lot of time there, and I'm not asking for 40 hours. I'm just trying to get paid for the 20 and keep the thing going. I do see that it has improved since last year, and we've got a good relationship with our county, our city, and we'd like to work with them, and I'd like to be here. So thank you.
Do you know prior to, because you've been there about a year, is that right?
In January.
Prior to you, was it a volunteer doing it, or?
I think that's what they did, because I know that, like, when I look back in business minutes, notes and stuff, they've had several different presidents, so they just, I guess it's kind of like if let's have a club, and I nominate you for president, you for vice president, and just kind of do it like that. I think they only had a president and maybe somebody with activities, I think is how it went. And then they had a board. They've always had a board, so the board has led the group.
How did they
decide they needed a director?
Well, how did you get involved in this?
They had come to, my sister works at City Hall in Westmoreland. She had told me, she said, they are looking for a director, somebody to get the Senior Citizen Center turned around. It's just dying. Would you be interested in coming and meeting with them? I said, okay. So we went to the meeting, and they were like, we would love to have you. We just can't afford to pay you. And I said, okay. And I said, well, I will, so I said, okay, I'll be glad to volunteer, do some things. And so I just started coming to get to know the people there, just play cards with them, help clean up, because there really wasn't a facility to direct or manage or anything. It was just, we would go 2 days a week, and it was about 3 or 4 hours each day. And it was the same 5 or 6, that would kind of, but we would go there, and we just kind of, and then the big thing that they ultimately decided was when the money, because I think they were gonna, for some reason, 4,000 was what, or 6,000, I don't remember what the amount was, and they said, we've lost all that money, we don't have anybody who's taken charge, because it was like, we had the most recent president was an older gentleman, and he had gotten really sick, and nobody, physically sick, he couldn't have trouble breathing, was in the hospital, and nobody wanted to say, what are we going to do with the situation, and it was kind of awkward. So ultimately they asked me, they wrote up a contract, and they voted in December of last year.
Appreciate you stepping up for the citizens.
I love it. I love them. I have a good relationship with all of them, I think, and I just hope it grows. I'm not doing it to try to make money. I'm just, I enjoy what I do. So.
Well, good. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you
have a
all.
great rest of your day.
Thank you,
All right.
appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah.
Are you all with Gallatin? Seniors? Okay. We're running a little early. If you're ready, we're ready.
Maybe they don't show up, which is really Salvis, but they didn't.
Neighborhood Health did not show up.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Fine, how are y'all?
Doing wonderful.
Hey.
Dale.
We've got another seat over here if you want to pull it around. And then if y'all can just introduce yourselves and tell us about all the good things you're doing and talk about the request.
Okay, well, I'm Beverly Stovall, I'm the director.
I'm Lucille Koch, I'm volunteer, 16 years.
Because she's a full-time volunteer. Currently, I am the only employee at the Gallatin Senior Center. I have Lucille, who has been a full-time, non-paid volunteer. And within the last year, I actually supervised the center for a year because Lucille was out for almost a year for medical reasons. So basically, I've just kind of ran with the flow of what needed to be done. And so as every center, what we do is we open the doors and we let people come in. Sometimes we have a flux of people that will come in, and sometimes not. Pretty much I've learned that just from talking to our seniors that most of them during the COVID years just decided that we can do things on our own. We've had to do things for the last couple of years on our own. So some of them have not returned. Some of them have been sick. Some of them have passed away. So our numbers are kind of, fluctuating back and forth. We do bingo, which is the biggest thing for our seniors. They love that. We also have a lot of, we have seminars. We have seminars on mental health issues, which is a big thing that I promote with the seniors because a lot of them are depressed. And so we talk about mental health. We offer different agencies or different companies just to come in and talk about what they do and what they can do for the seniors, like Gallatin Hearing. They come in and talk to them. Matter of fact, they just bought a machine down for our seniors to be able to do their own testing.
Do a basic hearing test.
Yeah, to see how their hearing is, and then they can make an appointment. We have a low impact exercise class. We have machines where they can come in at any time during the day and use those machines by themselves. They don't have to have anyone helping them. You probably have seen them on TV. They just sit in a chair and it's like a little bicycle, so a lot of them do that.
We also have a lot of craft and painting classes, which everybody gets the biggest kick out of. They're very inexpensive handcrafts, things they can make a sign for their door or some decoration for their home. We're doing a whole bunch of Christmas stuff, of course, now. But we did fall stuff, and we do it mostly for the holidays. And then generic stuff like bookmarks or what have you. But little things, but that helps with dexterity, that helps them with the thinking, the dexterity of using their hands to do painting or whatever. I had never heard of rock painting before last year, but they keep requesting it over and over, so that's a good thing. But as well as the seminars, we've got people that can help them with their Medicare. We've got a company called Workforce Essentials, I don't know if you've heard of it, that helps seniors and those on a low income in that bracket get part-time jobs. And then once they're out of that program, the idea is to train them so that they can now go out and get a regular job if they see the need to. Unfortunately, a lot of seniors that are only collecting Social Security are considered within the poverty level. And so it's tight, you go from a job income to almost nothing, less than $1,000 a month, and that's really hard to go. So the extra income is great, and that program does not hurt their Social Security. So they can make, up to, let's say, I think it's like 28 hours, 29 hours now, and that does not go against their Social Security. It doesn't count against their Section 8 housing if they've got low-income housing. So it's extra money that can make the difference in getting your nails done or going out to lunch. Little things that, a lot of people take for granted that, you know, is a treat now. We've got about an average of about 325 people, I think, was this year, that come in, and as Beverly said, some come in for everything all day long, some come in to do one little thing, maybe they'll come in to do the craft and go home. We try to do twice a month at least right now, to do a lunch, or potluck or something. We're gonna be doing our Thanksgiving lunch this Wednesday, and it's $4.50 for a full plate lunch, which is not bad. We currently do not have a cook, so Beverly is the cook, head cook, a bottle washer, as it were. One of the things we're looking for in the budget is we're looking for a little increase from all of our funders this year, hoping to be able to get at least a part-time office assistant that would, you know, kind of fill in wherever is needed, and if possible, a part-time cook. So that'll take some of the pressure off Beverly to be able to do the other stuff that the director's supposed to be doing. So we're hoping that would work out.
Also, excuse me.
That's all right.
Also, wanted to say that when our seniors cannot afford a meal, then they get to eat without having to pay for a meal. Or most of the time, it's pretty much every time we have a meal, I pay for at least 8 people out of my own pocket. I pay for at least 8 people to eat that will come in there that I know that's very low income. And so I had asked the board, because of funding, and you never know, you know, how much funding you're gonna get. And I know Lucille says I do a lot, and I do. I cut the grass, I cut the hedges, that's just things that I like to do. But in an effort to save money from hiring someone when it's something that I could do, or I could get my son to do, we will do it to save the money from keeping from hiring someone else that we would have to pay that would come out of our budget. I know that we're looking at possibly in January of this year, where one of our funders are funding enough money for our seniors to learn how to use an iPad.
It's a tablet.
It's a tablet.
A Chromebook. And it's a laptop / tablet. And it's coming from a company called Tech Goes Home. And what we're trying to do is, if you go anywhere and everywhere, let's backtrack to COVID. If you want to find out where you can get your COVID shot, go to www. What's that, you know? So there's a lot of things, even if you want to get a job at Walmart, you got to go on their website to fill out the form and stuff like that. So just a lot of things need to be done by computer. So it's helping a little bit to learn a little bit of, you know, technology that they don't normally have. We have several of our seniors, including my husband, that are still using flip phone, that don't care, don't want to, no way, no how. But there are others that do want to learn. And we had an 84-year-old who audited my class last year, and she wants to audit it again because she forgot a few things. She's still not used the computer, but she still likes to learn and listen. But she'll come back and she'll tell you, you know, someone will say something about, well, how do I save the file? She says, I think you have to go up and look at the file menu. And she remembers the stuff and everything, but she just likes to learn everything and anything, which is great. And sometimes if she talks to another senior, it'll be more well received than it would be from a younger person giving them that same information, which is perfect. So she's kind of our meet and greeter, and she'll talk to different people and everything like that and help out with that. But we've got a lot of stuff going on. The craft thing is maybe we get between 18 and 20 something all the time. The last lunch we had 58 people that came. The lunch before, we had 27, so you never know.
What's the 324, 325, that's an average, is that?
That's the amount of people that have come in and out of the doors, or that we've done telephone reassurance for the entire year.
Okay, so they're different individuals?
Right.
324 different?
Yes,
okay.
324 actual unique individuals, yes. Yes.
Looking at your budget, what, you may not be able to, I'm just curious, I see this lawsuit financial settlement for $24,000, and I guess the city of Gallatin, did the city of Gallatin lower, you asked, it looks like they went from 25,000 down to 15,000.
Yes.
But then there's that lawsuit. financial settlement? What, so the Gallatin drop you to 15,000?
Actually, it actually was not a lawsuit, it was a mediation,
Mm-hmm.
just to disclose. I mean, I'm not sure if I can disclose. I mean, I understand that you're asking me. So I'm gonna disclose and I'll take the hit off of it.
Well, no, if you, if
I
you
don't
don't want
mind
to
if-
answer, that's fine.
Well, I'm pretty just clear about everything, but I will say
Hold
that.
on just a second. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if she doesn't need to disclose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. I'm not, I'm just, yeah.
If you don't need to disclose, let's don't do that.
Okay, I just.
Let's don't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just because.
Okay.
But that was within the city of Gallatin.
Just because.
Yeah, and I will just say, just so, I thank you for saying that. Like I said, if I can take the hit, I will. But I will just to say, I will say this, that there was the settlement agreement, and it says non-disclosure unless it's a government issue that's asking the question. So,
Yeah. But that came from the city of Gallatin, at least it's listed here.
yes.
Okay, okay.
The, what do you call it? Actually, that may be listed incorrectly. It did not come from the city. It was a separate entity. The earned retention credit we did, yeah, I see the way that they laid it out, okay. Yeah, the way they laid it out looks like it's under the city. That was a totally separate issue. And the earned retention credit, again, was that retention credit that companies received because they held on to their employees during COVID. So they should not have been set up, columnized that way.
Okay,
I'll have the account fix it.
Looks like Gallatin lowered it down to 15.
They did.
But then that 24,000 was completely separate.
Yeah,
I
yes,
got you. I thought it was sort of tied.
Yeah, I apologize.
No.
I'll have the accountant fix it.
No, that's
Bring
fine.
it back to the center.
I've got another question, or kind of further on down, United Way of Sumner County, it looks like they dropped you altogether. Is that correct, or is that another typo?
No, that is correct. What happened with that, we were told was that, I'm sorry?
I think that's something that can't be disclosed.
Well, what happened with them is, according to what United Way told us, is they had a sharp drop in funding. So they had to reorganize how they did the funding. And that happens. I mean, their donation to us has fluctuated through the years, depending on how. There was a huge drop in donors during the period of COVID and for several years after that. And it's unfortunate, but that's what happened. During COVID, a lot of people realized that their flex money was not as flexible as they thought.
Absolutely.
And so a large amount of companies that did the giving campaigns, a lot of people dropped out for some time to rebuild their own finances or whatever, whatever the reason was. But they had told us that they had a sharp drop in financing.
Okay,
And
thank you.
so that
Just
was
want
the
to make sure
reason,
that
that's the reason we were told, yes. Yes.
Any other questions?
I have one last question, I believe. Meals cooked. You need a cook. How many times a week do you cook? Or is it once a month, or is it?
We usually do twice a month.
Twice a month.
For the holidays. This last month in October, we ended up partnering with a company called Tennessee Grass-Fed Burgers, and they supplied the burgers for free. And we just had to match it with amount of volunteer hours, that helped out, and whatever odds and ends that we had to buy
sounds
separate.
like a good meal.
Yeah,
That's great.
and I will tell you this, someone had told us in the beginning, once you try one of their burgers, you'll never buy the burgers in the grocery store again.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you they're right.
What was the name of
The
the
only
burger?
problem is you have to buy a
what's
really
the
large
name?
amount. Tennessee grass-fed burgers.
Grass-fed burger.
But you have to buy a large amount. Yeah, there's only 2 of us in my household, so I'm not buying, 80 burgers.
Any other?
But they're very, very good, and there's a possibility they may do some other ones, going down the line.
How many people might come in a day?
We can average anywhere from 12 to 65. It really depends on the day, the weather.
And also, it was, back in October, I guess it was, when we were doing the grass-fed burger day, we never saw as many people. The burgers were free, okay?
Yeah.
So we never saw so many people in one day until we said, one of our funders is funding us to cook burgers.
Yeah.
And so I think it was a total of 320 burgers we cooked. But we
Over 4 days,
we had to cook it 4 different times. So we would have it we'd have burgers on Wednesday and then we'd have them on Friday, until we finally ended up getting rid of the 300.
Yeah, we had to use them within the month because of the way that the plan was set up. But like Beverly said, we had a number of people, it's like, oh, free burger, you know? So, but yeah, and everybody enjoyed it. We were able to get some items for no cost at some of the local grocery stores, and, just had to pay for some odds and ends, so that was good. So, but yeah,
All right.
it was really good. Is there anybody else have any questions?
We need to wrap up, but thank y'all very, very much for coming out.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, we'll, it's gonna take, this is a subcommittee, but y'all know the routine here. But yeah, so it's gonna go from us to budget to full commission. So it'll be a few weeks or whatnot, but you, Jessica, will let everybody know.
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
You too. You too. So Neighborhood Health called the office for me, and she's at the emergency room with her mother, and wants to know if she can come this afternoon.
I mean, yeah, it's.
I mean, just tell her to pop in and we'll squeeze her in.
I don't know, like, does she even need to come if she's at the ER?
Right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, she got more, I mean.
We give to them,
Right.
I could always
Which
email
one
her
is
with
this?
any questions,
It's the Wellness Center, it used to be, they've renamed it.
Okay, and they're asking for what we gave them last year.
Right.
Yeah, don't, in my opinion, she's
Right.
got ER stuff, she doesn't need to come in this afternoon unless.
Yeah, just tell her that I'll email her with any questions and, take care of her mom. Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks. You wanna shut that off if it's
Yeah,
here?
so what we'll do, it is 11:53, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay, we are going to start the meeting back up. It is, what time is it? 12:51. So we'll start with Elevate 50. So if you want to introduce yourself.
I will. I'm Julie White, and I am the CEO of Elevate 50, what was formerly known as Senior Citizens of Hendersonville. We recently, as of July 1st, rebranded and changed the name. 50 has always been the minimum age that we accepted. And there are some of you around this table, like myself, who don't like to be reminded that they're getting older. And that having been said, we decided that we would embrace that instead of making people feel like, well, this is just a drudgery old place and nobody wants to be here. And it has been very, very well received in our community. We have a very active community, as most of you all know. Hendersonville with the lake and all the activities that we have and everything is very active and young. And it gets younger by the day, the people that move into the community, and they're bringing, grandparents and aunts and uncles and other family members with them. And we decided that we would take advantage of that, and have them embrace and elevate their age. So that's where we came up with that name, and like I said, it's been going very well. I only have 6 copies of this. I didn't anticipate there being that many because last year or year before there were only 4. So if y'all want, somebody's going to have to share one of those, but that's our annual report. You can look at it. And then this is copies of our activity schedule and things of that nature. And you got what I sent you this morning?
I did.
Okay.
I did not print it off, but I
Okay.
figured that you would go over it, so.
It's the same every year, I mean.
Yeah.
Is there
I know you don't like that a lot, but
And if anyone would like an emailed copy of any of this, I can send that to you as well.
How long, how long have you been with,
There was no rock and roll singers?
That's not what they are.
Well, I don't know, I just saw it says no rock and roll singers, so.
They like to call themselves the rock and rollers, but unfortunately, Jessica, I'm gonna give these to you in case you need anything.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
The lady that was the leader of that, she has cancer and she is not going to be able to go back to her home. They have placed her in an assisted living facility where she has round the clock care. So fortunately, she's better, but she's never going to be where she can take care of herself. So she's not able to do that, and we have not yet found a replacement. So we are looking for that right now. So if any of you are up for the job, let me know.
I feel bad. I just thought it was a cool name. I wasn't expecting like a
Well, you have to remember the era that most of these people come from.
I love
I mean, the rock and roll that you know is not the rock and roll that they knew. I promise you.
I don't know.
Mr. Hyde, am I right?
I was raised on
Right.
Seeger.
Julia's my neighbor, and I keep telling her I'm not old enough to be a part of her organization.
That's my mom 100% feels
And we've
that
been
way.
working on that for 2 years,
I
and she
know.
just, maybe now that we've changed our name, she won't
Maybe
feel like.
that might do it.
They get it.
Well, what I like to tell people is we are not your grandmother's senior center. And we like to call it an adult activity center because that's really what it is. And we have so many ages from 50 to, I think our oldest person is 98. So, and then we've got folks that can't come any longer who are in assisted living facilities or living with family members that are over 100. So we've got a varying age group for sure. And we try to keep the programming that we have sustainable for those different age groups because not everybody, your 80-year-olds are not going to like what your 50-year-olds like. So we try to keep it real.
What kind of programs do you guys do? I mean, I know I saw this just like
did you see the back of it?
There you go. I did not see the back of it.
We have, in the morning is generally when they like to do all the exercising and their health and wellness activities. So we're finished with that around 12, and then in the afternoons we have someone that comes in and does watercoloring and teaches them how to watercolor. We are about to start a sketching class. We are also going to be doing an acrylic paint class. We do crafting, and I don't mean like your grandmother's jewelry making and stuff like that, but fun, innovative things that you see on Pinterest, stuff like that, because they don't want to do what they've done forever. They want to do something new.
Sure.
So we try to keep that relevant as well with the times. And we take trips, we have lunches, things of that nature. As a matter of fact, we had a lunch and learn today we had a company come in, Homewell Cares is one of our partners, and the co-owner of that organization is an expert on veterans benefits. And she came in and did a presentation on veterans benefits. And I learned a lot. I've heard it twice, and I've taken something different from it every time I've heard it. So we like to do things like that provide educational moments for our members as well.
And how long have you been there?
9.5 years.
Wow.
I was very young when I started. Now not so much. And it's funny, we talked about the name change is 5 years in the making. We started working on this in 2019 when I formed a group of folks from around the Hendersonville community that were marketing people who were business savvy, mentor type people that you could look up to and rely on to help me figure out where to go, because I'd only been there a few years at that time, and I was still in the learning phase of my job, and it changes every day. But we came up with some names, and then that lovely C word came along, and the world shut down for 2 years, and then it took us 2 more years to kind of get back to normal. And we started undertaking this again about a year ago, and we kicked it off in July. And I just told my board we were talking about it and throwing names out and things of that nature. And I said, look, I turned 60. This was last year. I said, I turned 60 this year. I'm not old. I have 3 grandchildren. I do the things that they do. I play ball with them, things like that. We go shopping. I have 2 granddaughters who one's in college and one's in high school. So you can understand the shopping thing. And my 11, almost 12-year-old grandson, he's a basketball player. So he plays AAU basketball and he travels all over the place. So I do that, and you can't feel old and do all that kind of stuff. Plus keep up with my job. And so I use myself as the role model for that in the example. I'm not old, I don't feel old, and I don't want people thinking I'm old just because I go to a place that's called a senior center. So that's kind of how that came about. So I'm hoping that I'm enticing some of y'all to come and visit us.
Yeah, I might be getting close to that age where I could come visit you, but not yet. Not
She's
yet.
not talking about membership, she's talking about business.
Well, I'm talking about membership.
Oh, I have a membership application for each of you. Ready for you to fill out.
Hey, there's 48 members below 55 according to the
Is there?
report, so you could be.
Yeah, and
49.
unfortunately, we don't get to count them any of our census numbers because they have to be.
Sure.
And GNRC.
I'm just trying to get him started in the door early.
I appreciate that. And he's probably going to say the same thing to you.
I don't live in Hendersonville. I'm a Portland guy.
That's okay. We don't discriminate. But GNRC does not allow us to count anyone for their numbers unless they're 60 and over, which I kind of think is discriminatory, but because the government says you're a senior at 50, but you don't get any of the benefits for several more years, so it kind of defeats the purpose. But
What do you feel like the biggest issue facing your organization is right now?
I guess the awareness of what we as Centers for Mature Adults do for our communities. I can't tell you the number of people that drive in weekly, what is this? And even before we changed the name, when we had the sign that said Senior Citizens of Hendersonville out front for all of these years, what do y'all do here? Really? You don't know what a Senior Citizen Center does? And believe it or not, there are a lot of people that don't. If it's not in their wheelhouse or if it doesn't apply to them, then it's over here and they don't think about it. So that, and I guess the funding to do the things to provide the services that we provide. I wish that I had the funding to hire someone to just do outreach. That is such a needed person with what we do, and we don't have it. We're a two-staff person organization. And if I had, in a perfect world, if I had that kind of money, I could dedicate one person to doing nothing but going and visiting people. We do make what we call telephone reassurance calls, and we have a list of whether they're members or just friends of members, family members of them that we find out that are shut in, that have had some kind of surgery or something catastrophic happen in their life. We call them and we keep them on our call list until they say, don't call me anymore. And you believe it or not, that friendly voice that they hear every week, it's the highlight. Some of them will tell you that's the highlight of their week. Somebody just listens to me. And our two ladies that do it, they're just, You rarely hear them speak because the person on the other end of the phone is just blah, 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 blah. And they're unburdening themselves, and that's what it's for. So I'm glad we do that. But like I said, that's my second biggest thing, and that's a big goal that I have. We've got long-term plan, long-range plans and things like that. I like to look out from a year from now, 5 years, 10 years. And the best I can say is, many of you, Mr. Hyde especially, because you've been with this for so long, the shape that place was in when I was hired. Jerry, you probably do too as well. And it was about 45 days away from closing. There was funding for about 45 days. And I literally picked up the phone and started dialing for dollars. I started calling everybody that I knew that had the financial wherewithal to help. And here we are today. And we're thriving. And I'm not saying that I did it all because it takes a village. And I definitely have a great village behind me. So we're doing so well with helping folks. And I do want to point something out to you all. We've got a software that we use. It's called My Senior Center, and it's just strictly for senior citizen centers. And the census, we have 135 members that live in the Gallatin zip code because they choose to come to us. Don't know if that's important or not, but I'd like to tell the city that too, the city of Hendersonville that too, because maybe, something can be done to help the people in Gallatin to have what they want.
So when you say that, are those folks that come in now, they come in regular? 136, is that what you're telling me?
135.
135, I apologize. 135. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
And there are comments that are made, and we just let them talk. We're not going to gossip. We're not, we just, I'm really sorry that you feel that way, but you're welcome here. Yeah. And we don't discriminate against anyone. We don't care where they live. We don't care if they're purple. We don't care. As long as you are of the age to be here and you have the desire to come and better your life, then that's what we're there for. Yeah.
So your total, I know it's on the sheet somewhere, how many average unique, I say, individuals do y'all service?
Oh gosh, I don't have, you've got all the papers. I didn't keep one because I didn't bring enough. I don't remember.
What was it? Somewhere right here.
Several hundred.
1580 is what, okay.
Well, that's the total number of people. Now, they don't all come at one time. Lord, we would.
Well, yeah.
We wouldn't have enough room for them.
But those are different people, right? Those are.
Yes, no, that's a
it's
unique
not like
individual.
a return visit, yeah,
No,
unique
no.
individual.
No, that's the number of members that we have. And then this page right here kind of tells you, breaks it down.
Oh, okay.
And we are 75% female and 25% male.
Thank you.
And we get, I have to share this with you all. About 3 months ago, this gentleman came in, and I don't sit at the front. I'm usually, if I'm there, if I'm not out at a meeting or something, I was in my office and I don't know, I was doing paying bills or something. I don't remember what it was. And came up front, lady had to leave that was one of our volunteers, because we staff our front desk by volunteers, and which is another way we save money. And this gentleman walked in and he said, "Well, hi, darling." And y'all, if he was 10, he was 100. And I said, "Well, hey, how are you doing?" Smiling. He's just grinning from ear to ear. And he said, "What you got going on here?" And I got up and I got him a calendar and I showed him the back of it. He said, "No, that ain't what I want to know." And I said, "Well, what would you like to know?" And he said, How many girls you got going on?" I said, "Well, they would love you if you called them girls, but we have a lot of ladies that come here." And I said, "Are you interested in any particular one of them?" He said, "I'm looking for a wife." I just swear, oh my God. I said, "Well, sir, and his name was Joe." I asked him, I said, "And what?" I said, "Mister," he said, "Just call me Joe." And I said, "Well, Joe, this is not the dating game. This is not Match.com. So you came to the wrong place." But it was a highlight of my day because it was so cute. And he was literally about this tall, and it was just really funny.
Has he been back?
No. I couldn't accommodate him, and he said, "Well, are you married?" I was like, "Oh, no. But we have various characters that come through our doors. And if you haven't been to see us lately, I would encourage you all to do so. We have tremendously changed. It's not the old Hendersonville High School / Hawkins building that you all probably saw 25 or 30 years ago. It is completely renovated. The city of Hendersonville did, well, when Mayor Foster was in office, he and I went to high school together. As you know, Mr. Hyde, you were our principal. And I am all about leveraging relationships. If it can help me further the cause that I work for, then I will leverage that relationship as best I can. And I was taught a long time ago that that's the way to get things done. And it has served me well. And I did that with him. And I went to his office and I knocked on his door and he said, "Well, come on in. What can I do for you?" And I said, "No, it's not what you can do for me, but what can you do for our seniors?" And we started brainstorming, and he put together, we looked at some different grants and things, and he put together a grant through HUD. And they wrote it. It was awarded. It was right at $500,000. And it did the exterior renovations that started in 2019, and oh dear God, did not stop for 2 years. Please don't ever hire a HUD contractor. That's all I can say. Brandon, you probably know what I'm talking about. And then that finished. And then Mayor Cleary came into office, and they did another grant for the interior, and it was about $450, I think, and it was for an air purification system. It was through the ARPA funds, so we got that through the ARPA funds, but it was still administered by HUD. And it included a new parking lot and they upgraded the landscaping and things like that. And that completed about 19 months later. It should have taken 4. And anytime anybody's doing anything for government, they slow walk it because they can, because there's just so much red tape. And we finally have a brand new parking lot, and the last phase that they just finished was this air purification system part, and we got a brand new digital sign that they're still working on getting it going because they want the city to be trained on it as well. So, but I can sit at my computer and I can type what I want it to say. So it's pretty neat. So in the almost 10 years that I've been there, we've come from
way down here to way up here. And I'm really proud of what we've done because it hasn't just been me. It's like I said, it's a huge team effort. And I couldn't have done it without all of the partners that we have financially. You guys, the city of Hendersonville, the state, the federal government, United Way, and all of our wonderful businesses that contribute and individuals that contribute, because you can't do something like that single-handedly. I wouldn't even try to do it because I would be completely gray-headed now if I did, let me just tell you, or have no hair because I would have pulled it all out. But we're where we are, and I feel like we're in a good place. I believe we're in a really good place for sustainability. We talked about that, the future of sustainability. And the question was, how do we plan to do that? We plan to utilize fundraising, nonprofit grant writing, which is what I do, participation fees from our members, and outreach into the community for financial contributions, sponsorships, and corporate grants. In order to be compliant with the federal and state governments for the funding that we already receive, we are required to do a certain percentage match, which is a 10%. And we beat that hands down. And we continue to comply with this by the means of those things that I listed above. So, in a nutshell, that's who we are and what we do. Does anyone else have a question?
Do you have any other questions?
Well, like I said, I invite you all to come and see what you help fund. Mr. Hyde, you are not far from me, and Jerry, neither are you, so I expect to see the two of you.
I want to get my mom and dad out there and play
wish
that
you would.
volleyball. The chair volleyball or whatever it's
Well,
called.
we have a whole, I got some extra money from the ARPA funds at the end of the fiscal year, and I was able to buy a system like they play in the schools. It's on the poles with they're not tires, but they're round and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's right now we just have it tethered to the wall, and it's worked for a long time. But I felt like this would be a little easier, and it'd be easier on us because it's hard to tie it to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a really neat thing, and volleyball is probably one of the most fun activities that I've seen them do. They have a blast with it.
I think my mom would love that. I just can't get her to go.
Is she competitive?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, then she would love
So
it.
it sounds like you just need to pick her up and
I know.
go.
No, just don't tell her where you're going.
Don't tell her.
That's a good. It's like Friday.
It's on Thursdays.
Thursdays.
At I think they start at 12:15.
Okay.
And we have some other groups. We do rent our building. That is another way that we come by funds. And like I said, we try to do everything as miserly as possible, but at the same time, we don't want it to look that way. So, if that makes any sense.
Julie, you've done a great job.
Well, thank you.
There.
Like I said, it's not just been me though. It's been a whole host of people, including you all. The county has been really good to us, and I hope we can continue this partnership for years to come.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for what you do.
So you know the spiel by now, but basically, so we're subcommittee of the budget committee.
Yes.
So it's got to go through a series of approvals, and once everything gets finalized, we'll reach out. Jessica will reach out and let you know where we landed at.
Well, I appreciate it very much, and yeah, I understand that, and I want to say, I know I said this to you on Facebook, but I'm really sorry about John.
No, I appreciate it.
I did not.
How
I
did
didn't
you know
realize.
him? Just
Well, we worked at Brookside together
oh, really? Okay.
many years ago,
Mhm.
and we've just been friends. We played softball together. I
Yeah,
mean, gosh,
yeah.
just everything, and I was just completely in shock.
Yeah, it took us all off by surprise. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the day.
You too. Thanks a lot.
It's bad. It's just can't quit thinking through that whole thing.
All right, so Portland's here. Portland, y'all want to hop up to the table?
About that whole thing.
I mean, I trim my edges just with a love trim. It's what everybody else does. Nothing else to do.
How you been doing?
Oh, good.
Good. You can just. We've got a couple different members from previous years. You just want to introduce yourself and tell us some of the good stuff y'all are doing.
My name is Jamie Rose, and I'm the director of Portland Senior Citizens. Have been nearly 19 years. And I really don't want to follow Julie because she's a really good speaker. But we do a lot of the things they do. We're not as big as they are, but we are growing. During COVID, we were around 70 people, and then COVID happened. But right now I think we have 120 members on the books right now. And we do a little bit of everything. We do financial talks, health talks. They love cards, obviously. In fact, we had to put a day on our calendar that anybody that doesn't know how to play hand and foot, we teach hand and foot on Thursdays because they love hand and foot. So a lot of times we have 16 people playing cards. And of course, our money that we get from you all is for operational expenses. You know, we keep the place open for our seniors to have a place to go and feel safe. And probably some of you, we've been in our building almost 2 years now, and a lot of you haven't seen it. Dylan has seen it. And we've come a long way from where we were. We came from 1,200 square feet to about 2,200. And it's just a stepping stone for us, hopefully, but it serves its purpose right now. I don't know what else to tell you. What do you want to know?
I'm just gonna speak that, I think for such a small organization comparatively to the other ones we've seen today, they do a lot with what they're given. I know a lot more than Gallatin and Westmoreland when they were talking. Jamie works his tail off. So. And the seniors love it up there.
Have you been able to get all your stuff out of storage and
yes,
operation?
Yes, and we purge every now and then. We get rid of the old, and because somebody will donate something else, and we don't have the storage that we need, but we have enough room to set everything up and out, and they all have a great time. And we do have a pool table. The old house had donated a pool table to us, so we do have some guys starting to come now that like to play pool. So. But we appreciate everything you guys give us. I mean, we couldn't do it without you.
I mean, you said 120 active members? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And are you all open every day of the week?
We're open Monday through Thursday, 9 to 4:30. And we started closing on Friday years ago because most of the ladies that come, because we were mostly ladies then, would go do something with their daughters on Fridays, like groceries or whatever. If we ever feel that need that we need to open back up on Friday, we'll do that.
Anyone have any other questions for Jamie?
Thank you, guys.
Do you know if it's all Portland, or do you know if other people from different
I
cities come?
have 3 from Bethpage. I have a couple from Hendersonville, but the majority of them are Portland people.
I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thanks a lot. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for what you do, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
You noticed that too?
Mr. Hyde, I'll start that. Never mind. Stop. Stop.
He said, never mind, stop.
On camera.
Never mind.
So White House you said it's city funded?
Yeah, so if you'll look, the request is in City of White House.
I see that.
So it's like
It's a department.
like the
It's like under their
parks.
parks.
But there's
yeah,
also,
parks.
under the
there's
parks.
also no like budget or anything, right? Is that correct? Paperwork?
Because I'm assuming it's their entire city budget is
Right.
what it is.
Yeah, 'cause I just see the one, I mean,
Okay. Just
unless
make
I'm
sure
overlooking.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I wasn't overlooking something.
Yeah, where are you seeing that page?
What?
The city of White House.
It just says it at
Right
the top
after
of
the, I mean,
I may just be overlooking.
right here, Jerry.
right after
Just that
the
it says
Portland.
city.
Oh, my bad. Yes, I see it. Sorry. I was thinking like letterhead stuff. Yeah, the
I would
city,
encourage you
city
to
and
ask that though when they come in.
do it. Do
I would
it.
encourage you to ask that,
Oh, like-
distinction. Like,
Okay.
So tell me,
Like where's
explain to me, yeah.
the financials?
So
It
there
caused
were-
some tension last year.
Well,
So they're requesting 68.25. It's sort of a little bit of an odd amount.
So they charge, they can't spell charge. $3 for seniors to eat, pay the
But remember
That's
we
usually what it
had
is.
it
It's for those
super
meals.
low and then it came back to the floor.
yes.
Yeah, it looks like, if my number's right, last year, this is White House, Last year, they requested 9,500, and we bumped it to 2,500. I don't know if it changed on the floor of that one or stayed.
No, I think they got 2,500. I'll tell you right now, I'll put them up.
Because it looks like they've requested that 9,500 the past couple of times.
I know it's our city, but
It looks like,
and I know Westmoreland was just starting out.
What's 68, 25?
2,500, 2,500. And
He makes
then,
$15,000 a year.
history.
Yeah.
His bonus
He's
plus
there
his
all
heart
the
was
time.
$75.
Looks like 3,250 in
He's there all the time.
2022,
Yeah.
9,500 in 2020, 19,9,500.
That we gave them or they requested?
In 19 and 20, they got 9,500.
Oh, well.
And then in 21, it was brought down to 2,000.
I see that now.
I wonder if that's when the city took it over. Was it?
No.
It was
No, I
because,
think
It's because it was,
it's because no one realized that they were not their
I
own
think you may
entity,
have
they
been
were
the one
part
that-
of.
it got brought up.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I can't remember who brought it up.
I don't know who did, I don't know who did that, be honest with you. Yeah.
But, I mean, that makes a difference, right?
But I think it all goes to that senior meals, the money they get here. But it would be nice for them to tell
Well,
that.
disclose that with.
That's what they were
I
telling
think
us.
that's what he said last time,
He-
they do
it
those
is,
meals.
but we had to drag it out. I'm
Yeah.
like, and then it was like, well, what will happen if you don't get it? He's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And I was like, I know why. Somebody donate the money, that's why they do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So with this, on their application, a reduced rate lunch for seniors each Wednesday. So this money would go to
Wait a minute, is
the meals.
where do they go get this meal at? Is it after the chamber luncheon, every?
No, it's at the Parks place.
No,
and
because
it-
Randy
and then
Christensen
they're-
takes all that leftover food from the chain.
Huh?
No, scratch that for the minutes. Scratch that.
We are still on video.
Scratch it.
That's why I stopped talking earlier.
Thanks, Daryl.
I mean, you grown, bro.
Daryl just
You
led me right into that. That's
So this is
being
9,
judged.
their request is 9.4% of their overall budget. Curious what the other ones are.
Pennies? Right.
But they're not.
But a majority of the people.
I wonder if that's a certain amount of lunches, the 68.
It probably, you're
That's what
pretty,
they say.
you're probably right.
I don't know how much each one is, but
They are
They're a city entity.
that's probably what the
Where do they go get these
amount
meals, do you
is.
know?
they just get the food and make them. A lot of them are not that,
Are they just a ham sandwich and
a lot of sandwiches.
a bag of chips?
A lot of sandwiches.
At
Now,
this
at
point.
holidays, they'll have somebody cook. And then they'll get it, but that's it.
That's what the meal is, a sandwich?
A lot of times,
Where?
White House,
I hope they come.
I would ask.
I'm gonna ask them, is it from Second Harvest Food Bank or is it from the Walmart? Because you can go to Second Harvest and
I
get a
know.
truckload for
Well-
so much you're paying.
Well, the White House Hope Center, the food
Right,
part is Second Harvest Food, is a,
yeah. As a partner.
I thought it was like a cooked meal.
they have nowhere to cook it in.
Oh, yeah, I think
Oh,
they
did
did
you
mention
get
that.
Or
didn't
that.
they?
Now,
Yeah.
they used to, back when it was at the old high school,
Yeah.
but they shut that down. And they
Well, if
shut
there's
that.
nowhere to cook it, then I mean, what choice do you really, there's only so many things you can serve, you know?
Yeah, for, what is it, $3? I forget. Yeah,
Yeah, 3 something.
for seniors to eat.
They charge 3, the meal
it's
costs
$5.50.
$5.50, so
He's
they're
saying
eating
it's catered.
$2.50. Yeah.
He's saying it's catered, and they may have catered food, but
Oh,
We don't have tons to eat on this joint tonight before county commission starts. It's cold.
Yeah.
that's why we all sit up there under heaters all day, 'cause it's.
You got an extra one?
Huh?
I'll plug it up in my desk.
Yeah,
Chambers.
I used to go get mine, I don't care. Just as long as you don't take it home with you, so I can go get it.
that's right.
I can't, I don't
Because
wanna be
not
without
all
it.
tomorrow's Tuesday, but you'll need it.
I'll need it, yeah.
Come on. Kevin, come on. I'm sorry. Yeah, come on in. Come on in, buddy.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, we're running a little early, so if you're ready, we're ready.
I'm ready. I like early.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and just.
I'm telling if that matters.
It's fine. We'll see. We'll give them maybe 30 seconds. Yeah, let's go ahead. I guess we do have a couple new members here, so if you can just introduce yourself and tell us about all the good things you all are doing.
Okay, my name's Kevin Whitaker. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of White House. And the Senior Center, we kind of encompass that in our department. And so the, I guess, funding that we're asking for relates to the senior lunch that we do each Wednesday, where we do a reduced rate lunch for our seniors. So anybody 55 and up can eat for $3, which we're charged $5.50 for that meal by the caterer. So obviously we're losing money each time. So we're just asking for a little bit of help to recoup that. And one positive thing I can say, I know in the past I've been asked if we've gotten money from Robertson County side, and one good thing is we finally were able to get some funding from them. They gave, I think, the same amount as Sumner County last year, is $2,500. So we're getting that from them now. So the reason I'm asking for the amount that I'm asking for this year is I'm hoping with that going forward, if there was a way to just split the cost 3 ways with us and the 2 counties, the recuperation of the money. So that's why I came up with $6,825. That would be the money that we would be basically losing, just trying to recoup 3 ways. So if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I've got a calendar here of all the events that we do each week, if anybody's interested in that.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I hope got enough. But we have a very active senior community. We have probably averaging 120, 130 something people that come to the lunches each week. I think it's gone up a little bit here in the last month, but
How many was that? I'm sorry. I got it.
we're averaging, I think she said recently that we're averaging about 130 something now. I think last month it was probably more around 120 or so, but we were getting up to like 150 or so. I think the parking situation that we have at City Hall currently is just kind of driven some of them away for the time being, but we're building a new rec center, so that's kind of put a strain on things. So hopefully once that's back open, our numbers will go back up, but that's still well more than we had in the old building we were in. We were probably averaging right around 100 or so, but.
Is it at City Hall right now? Or
Yes, we have a little community room inside our new 3-story, I guess you call it City Hall. So
It's a nice room.
Yeah.
It's really nice in there.
It's got a
Super
warming
nice.
kitchen in it and everything, so that's where the meals are prepared. So
Okay, so in saying that catered, it says catered, or you're cooking the meals there now?
he does. Yes, the caterer comes in and cooks them there at the warming kitchen. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's nice.
What kind of meals are they?
So there's like a requirement. It's got to be like a meat and like starch and like I think a certain amount of vegetables and a dessert and a drink. So it's a pretty good sized meal for just $3.
So I'm new to this,
Yeah.
so I'm ignorant to a lot of this.
Sure.
Is this by SNAP standards or is this by Tennessee Department of Agriculture standards? You said the requirements. Who said it?
We do a contract with the caterer, and so we've just put in the requirements, what we require the meals to have. So
And who's the caterer?
his name's Casey Morton. He also caters for like Temple Baptist Church that's up there for like they have a Wednesday meal as well. So he does their dinners.
So if I should have somebody, because I'm a county commissioner out of Portland area,
Yeah.
so if I have somebody that I want to send that way, what could they typically expect on a Friday if they come over to White House for lunch?
Well, we won't be there on Fridays because we're closed on Fridays. So
I thought that's when the wheels.
No, it's on Wednesdays.
Well, excuse my ignorance again. What do we do on Wednesday?
Okay, so on Wednesdays, It's basically just, I mean, it's kind of an all morning, sort of afternoon sort of deal, because they'll start coming in at 10 or 10:30 because the parking situation, like I mentioned. So they'll start coming in early. So our senior coordinator, she'll be down there checking people in, because he usually will have the meals ready by like 10:30. And then other people will kind of trickle in past 11, 11:30, 12. And then usually, you know, they'll eat their meals together. Although a lot of people, maybe even close to half, will get their meals to go and just take it home. But the ones that stay, like they'll have a little bingo or something like that afterwards, or any types of games. Of course, we've got the senior center that's also in that building, so they'll go over there and play cards or, you know, put puzzles together, whatever it is.
Sure.
So,
So I guess my question is still though, what do they eat? I mean, is it like a sandwich or?
yeah, it depends on we have a menu, and I guess I should have printed that out too. But, you know, sometimes it'll be like it could be a lasagna, and it could be, you know, a chicken, you know, and vegetables and a roll, and then a dessert.
But he has to have a starch, a vegetable,
Yes,
a meat,
yes.
a dessert,
That's right.
a drink. I don't know, are drinks included on
Yes. Yeah, he'll have sweet tea or water.
Got it.
And again, I'm not trying to rake you over the coals, but
No,
I'm
you-
just confused. With the price of a lasagna and chicken and dessert, even at $5.50 with.
I don't know how he's doing it. Yeah, I got to be honest
With the
with you.
$5.50 as a caterer, you're just running backwards, it seems.
Yeah, I don't know how he's doing it, but that's what he charges us. Yeah, we've said that ourselves. Like, it's crazy to me that he's able to.
And I'm assuming that
that amount.
it's a contract that's open with the city of White House, so we could get a copy of it if
Sure.
it's.
Yeah, okay.
So if I understood your budget ask right, the 6825 split 3 ways, so you're assuming that your estimate for the cost is whatever that is, 20 grand for the year, is that right?
Yes, that's, now, we have a budget that's more than that. I think our budget is $47,000 for the senior meals.
Okay.
But this is just the
For that
part.
particular Wednesday
that-
meal.
Well, no, that's just for the part that we'd be paying more than, like, because we're fine covering, you know, just the basic, you know, it's just, and we're fine doing whatever. But, you know, this is just the overage or the loss that we
I
have.
understand.
So,
But for that particular program where you're taking the $2.50 loss,
Right,
you expect, budgeted is around 20 grand for the year.
correct.
Split 3 ways between the city of White House,
Robertson,
Sumner
Sumner
County,
County.
and Robertson County.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know of the folks, like, is it 50-50 Sumner and Robertson that
Yes,
actually
sir.
show up, or
I
is
think
it?
I have that.
I don't
maybe
know.
somewhere in here, but yes, it is close. It's like 52-48, something like that. I don't know if it had a percentage in here. At one point in time, we had it, but yes, it's something like, yeah, 52-48. And I think actually last year when we did it, it was actually in favor of Sumner County, that we actually had more in Sumner County of our members. Of course, our population, I think, is skewed more towards Robertson County because we have more housing on that side. But of our senior citizens, and that might be because that's just where more senior housing is. Because we do have, I think, a couple of senior housing that's on the Sumner County side.
So I'm gonna go back. So 6825 from Sumner County. I'm assuming White House City is in it for the same price. Robertson, you said gave 2,500.
Yeah.
So how did you make up for that?
We just have
Is that
it.
city budget?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think they gave us 2,500 because they saw that Sumner County gave us 2,500 last year. So that's the reason that because I asked for the same amount last year that I asked from this board last year as well, which I think was 9,500. So.
And so the Robertson County money is for this next year as well, the
We're
2,500,
currently
or do you
getting
have to go?
Yeah,
is
we're
that last
currently
year?
getting it quarterly now, so we're getting like $625 each quarter right now. So.
What are the Meals on Wheels lunch on Fridays?
That's in the same area. We have to have somebody come in and work that, but yeah, we have.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's in the community center.
So is the same guy cook those two?
No, that's done by the state. Like they have like pre-made frozen meals that they have to come in and then warm them up. Yes.
Was that paid for through the same budget? That's why I got confused.
No. Meals on Wheels is free, so we don't have to incur any costs on that. It's done through the state. So.
So do they come pick it up, or they actually, they get delivered too? Like, is
No,
it
it's
on
just,
here because?
it's only at the community center,
Oh,
so they have to
okay.
come there to do that.
So you all are open for the senior citizen or the senior area, whatever, is Monday through Thursday?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because the city's closed on Fridays.
Right.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting. Anyone have any other questions?
Who's that caterer? He seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. His name's Casey Morton.
Casey Morton?
That's right.
Does he have a business catering and then he just does this kind of for?
All I
city
know
kind
of is
thing?
that he does that for Temple Baptist Church. I'm not aware of anywhere else that he does it. And I don't know, I think he has a farm, but other than that, I'm not 100% sure. He comes in like, the seniors do like 2 or 3 dances a year and he sings and stuff too, so we'll pay him for that. So, but that's all I'm aware of that he does, so.
Just wondered, because the prices are so
I
cheap,
know.
if he's got income from somewhere else.
Right,
and
yeah.
He just does that out of the goodness of his heart.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, well, I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, have a good one, buddy. Hey, real quick, I'm sorry. On the Robertson County, we were talking about something completely different about somehow lining things up. Do you know, when does Robertson County do all their decisions about?
They did it back in the spring is when I went then, so.
So in the spring, they gave the 2,500, so.
Well, we didn't start getting it until probably sometime after July, was when we got the first check.
I got you.
So,
So your next request to them will probably be in the spring?
Yes.
I got you. Okay,
Yep.
all right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Alrighty. That is all of the senior citizens area. Mont Haven's next, and you needed to leave at 1:40?
I'm probably needing to leave now. This is unusual, and I apologize to the group. But I have to be somewhere else and then back here for the commission meeting, so. I would like to say one thing, though. I had a call this morning from Commissioner Boyd, and I do want to relay on her behalf that she was pleading for the $13,000 for Spay and Neuter Alliance. She said that the ad hoc committee work, which has been going on for, I think, about a year now for this, the animal program in the county to work, that they needed this part of it to make the total program that they were recommending work. So, just passing that on to you.
And she's on that animal control committee?
Yeah, the ad hoc
Okay,
committee.
yes, sir. I know it, look, on my notes here that we gave them $5,000 2 years ago, and last year they didn't make a request. So I don't know if they just
Yeah, I noticed that.
missed a deadline or something, but, so if you take out last year sort of as a mistake, I don't know, but basically we were at 5,000 and they're asking for 13,000. Okay, all right, thank you.
And if it'll help the committee, I'll take Darryl with me. Maybe you can
Very well.
operate a little
Should I
more
pack up?
efficiently.
Maybe a little ride along, huh? I like the sound of that.
Well, Mr. Wright, thank you very much
All right.
for joining us
Yeah,
today.
thank you.
See you tonight,
Maybe
Chairman.
next year I'll get to stay the whole
And
time.
your coat.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
My pleasure.
I knew there was a reason I needed you to go on.
See, always got something. Always.
We'll see you in a few hours.
All right.
A few hours, that sounds horrible.
You know. All right, so we got Mont Haven. What is this? This habilitation and training services, is that
That's
a
hats.
rebrand or is that, that's something new?
No, it's hats.
Oh, hats.
They do like,
Airport room.
I didn't have them listed last year though.
They haven't, looks like they haven't given, you haven't done anything since 21.
see.
Maybe that's why.
Somebody's paying. He forgot his tater.
Oh, sure did.
Just give it to him tonight. Go put him on his desk up there in the
Yeah.
chambers.
Write him a little note on the top.
Right there.
So that's
They do,
Yeah.
I think they do like jobs and things for people with special needs.
Yeah, I remember the acronym now, but I don't see them on the notes from previous years.
See, this is what I hate about this.
So was this?
Bumming another
I know.
man's tax fraud.
So we had 2,500
You know,
back in
well, let's just call it what it is.
Any info on that Habitat for Humanity? Was that truly
That's a
their?
new request, I think.
That's the first request they've ever.
No, I think I made a note.
2020 we had 5,400.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be good to hear what they've got in mind.
Looks like Hat's got money in 21.
Yeah.
And I thought he came last year for
Who are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Hats. That Allocation and Training Services. I thought they. Yes, they didn't, but I thought they did come last year.
I don't have them written down. There was a home safe last year, but I don't remember what they were.
That's domestic violence.
I do remember
That's the
this.
one I was thinking. The characters of character, they guess they decided to not show back up.
Who?
It's like
You know,
it was like a box.
a box for about school, young school children.
Yeah.
Characters.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We gave them money the first
We
year.
gave them like $1,000.
Yeah, we gave them 1,000.
And they did like so many. They needed them for like one of the libraries. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right, the libraries.
Really understand.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, I think that
Or
what
the
she
fire
moved. She
bus.
moved down
Had
from
them one year. Remember them?
Illinois, if I recall.
The fire one?
Fire
bus.
buffs.
Y'all remember them?
Yeah, they
Fire
were in there a couple different years.
He was rude, wasn't he? Matt Harrington? Was he rude?
They were like the ones that went out and gave like snacks and stuff to,
Yeah, to the volunteer firemen.
yeah, or to the policemen or yeah.
Hostage stuff and all that stuff. Somebody was saying he was just rude when he came in.
Can't remember that one.
Who is it?
Matt Harrington.
I don't recall that at all.
No, I don't recall that.
Well, maybe what?
Last year we had that Franklin Chapel. Or was that 2 years ago?
Yep.
Franklin Chapel Baptist.
Mhm.
There was one year you weren't on. Do you remember that one?
I got kicked out of that one.
Yeah, that was Matt's show for you.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that one.
I tried to get you on.
It's all right.
Hey, I got you back though.
That's all right.
I got you back. I got you.
That's good.
All right.
I've
So
been
the
kicked out of these clubs before. You know?
What are we at? 145?
I don't know. I just can't quit thinking about.
Sherman Hedges.
God.
So now that I'm taking a step back here, so I'd reached out to your son, I guess it was.
Yeah.
He came out to my parents' house and gave him a quote for their yard work.
Right.
But then they
blown loaded with it. I mean, I've not helped him do anything for that.
Really?
Because I told him, listen, this is your name. It's not my name.
I think I found his name on like the Hip Hen or something.
He does all kinds of stuff. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
He's everywhere. He did it as a kid. I say as a kid, back when he was first wanting to, try to drive and try to do all this stuff. I was like, dude, you got to learn how to drive a lawnmower first.
Yeah.
He was like 14. So
Hello.
we started then. It's just,
Are y'all with Monhaven?
Yes.
Okay. We're running. Well, we're
right on time.
No, we're good. We're
Right
good.
on time.
Here's the extra chair if you need it. Are you with them too? No. Okay. Are you with Hats? Okay. Yes. So you're next. Okay.
What's that?
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Have a seat. And we are being recorded. So, but yeah, if you want to go, just introduce yourselves and tell us about everything that's going on in Monhaven and the request you're making for us today.
I'm Cheryl Strichick. I'm the Executive Director, CEO of Monhaven Arts and Cultural Center in Hendersonville.
And I'm John Pitcher. I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Okay.
I did bring a one sheet it just kind of gives bullet points of kind of what we've been doing this year. Do you want me to pass that out?
Sure, that'd be perfect. Thank you.
info.
Just, I'll tell you what, just take it down. John, you want one?
Sure.
We saw y'all a year ago, so I'd like to kind of review a little bit of what's going on over the last 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
Love it, but thanks. I think one from Friday. Just time to have it.
Okay.
I'd rather not have any DNA on it.
Yeah.
So we've been working hard on continuing our programming with our Between the Lines Veterans Art, Healing Arts program. It's been extremely successful. We've continued to grow in not only our addition of healing art classes, but also in like one of our biggest accomplishments we were really excited about was at the Veterans Residence here in Gallatin, where we were able to build out the healing arts space to where they have a place to go now and work daily and work with our facilitators that come in weekly with them. And then we had the additional classes added at the Veterans Recovery Center at in Murfreesboro. Also, we purchased a trailer for our mobile classroom. That's a big goal of ours. It's fairly costly, but we got the trailer. We've kind of gone a different route, so we have the trailer at this point, and we're working on building that out and getting what we need to be able to travel around. We booked our curated touring art exhibition, which is Vietnam Then and Now. That's a touring exhibition that goes across the country. We are opening with the Vietnam Traveling Memorial Wall. I'm speaking with them to possibly piggyback and become the visual art show that will tour across the United States with, and that will be from Haven Arts and Cultural Center. We had our 6th annual Veterans Art Exhibition, which featured the veterans art of Gerald Morgan, Quilts of Valor. We have had over 2,000 visitors to see the show. It's been up for about 4 weeks. We did host our annual Between the Lines fundraiser. Our keynote speaker was J.T. Cooper for Black Heart Down. We also he was also the creator of Warrior Rounds. Y'all may kind of know a little bit about them. Our upcoming exhibitions at MTSU, the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Veterans and Military Family Center is going to be featuring Quilts of Valor and drawings of veteran Eddie Nelson. He's actually a Gallatin resident. And then we did receive the Creative Forces grant from the NEA for Between the Lines, our Healing Arts program. I will be going in February to Washington, D.C. to represent Sumner County and our Veterans Healing Arts program there. So it's going really well. We feel like we're really continuing to move forward with our mission and our vision. We feel like lives are being changed, and definitely in a little small way. We're little, we're not big, but we're doing great work.
Okay. Remind me, I know I was here last year, but just remind me, and it's new info for these folks, that last year there was a request of $40,000.
Yes.
But that was like a one-time, I'm trying to remember, that was like a one-time request for something very specific?
Well, we had come in with the $40,000 request, which was going to be applied directly to the mobile classroom mainly. We have found that we have to go, obviously, to the veterans. Our mission in the beginning, we thought we could do a lot of the healing arts classrooms on site, which we can and do, but we have to go where they are because we have to help them with social everything. In other words, they don't necessarily always hop in, and these are mainly if they're suffering from PTSD or traumatic brain injury. And we have different levels of healing arts classes. We have people that progress, that take our healing arts courses, and then they want to continue to do art. They use it therapeutically, and we also continue to facilitate with those. But if we had the mobile classroom, we would be able to do all the welding and everything when we go to them. Like we have Ridgetop, we go to the veterans in Ridgetop, and if we had a way to maybe have a classroom that you could, swing open the doors and have a little bit more hands-on for the men and the women. A lot of them like to do, like the show we just had, they had done these big fabulous rocks they had painted on, but they're so heavy. They like to use a lot of metals and rock and wood and in their creations. So that was the goal, was to have the mobile classroom predominantly anything you want to add to that too?
Yeah, if I could, just, one of the bullet points here talks about the veterans residence, which is on Water Street. If you go down by the VFW there, the American Legion Post 17, one of our healing arts facilitators, Val Adams, an Air Force veteran, has created a metal sculpture of a soldier, which now stands outside.
If you haven't seen it, it's great.
If you haven't seen it, it's really worth seeing. But the real significance, I think, of what Cheryl is saying in terms of us going to these veterans, and especially with this veterans residence on Water Street, is a lot of these guys suffer from very severe PTSD. They won't come out of their rooms. The only time they come out of their rooms is now to go to this healing arts workshop. And this way they can work their way out of sort of the trauma that they've gone through. For a lot of these guys, it's very serious. And so that's really what we have been trying to pursue here, is to make sure that we can go to them so that they can socialize and come out. That's really one of the most important things for them, is just to be able to get out of their room and socialize and be with other vets and talk to people and interact.
And we actually built the interior out to where it was art stations and storage places, lighting, everything they could use to be able to work creatively on anything they might choose.
In this veterans program, is that the budget for it is the $106,000-ish?
Yeah, it's about 10% of our budget.
Are you guys going to Davidson and Rutherford counties with this, or
Yes,
is
sir.
this just, okay?
We do Sumner County, Rutherford County, Davidson County, and where is Ridgetop? I think we're still Sumner with where we are in Ridgetop, I believe. It is still Sumner.
Ridgetop is Sumner.
Yeah, it's Sumner, I'm sorry, I was thinking
Yeah.
it was Robertson, but I think it's Sumner, yeah, it's still Sumner.
And then do any of those other counties help contribute anything to this, or are we the only one?
No, we don't, you guys, and then of course the big grant we got with the Endowment for the Arts, the Creative Forces grant. Those are the
We
two.
get funding from the Tennessee Arts Commission that's fairly generous. So that's been a big backer up to now,
Sure.
and now we've gone on to the national level. So
Yeah, and part of that, of course, obviously, is between the lines.
And then you get 3,000 to 4,500 from the Sumner County Tourism Board.
Yes, sir.
How many veterans are you serving in the, I don't know, whatever your time frame is, yearly, monthly?
You want to answer that?
Well, I believe the number that is coming to my mind is about 2,000.
Yeah, it is. I just thought you might want to answer that. Yeah, it's over 2,000 veterans.
Per year?
Per year. Mhm.
Wow.
Well, we cover a big territory, you gotta remember, and we're there weekly. See, in other words, we're at the Veterans Recovery Center every week. We're in Gallatin every week, we're in Ridgetop every week. This is constant. We don't go and then not be there for 6 weeks or 3, I'm
The
just
state
saying.
of Tennessee also has a lot of military veterans.
Yeah, we do have a lot of.
Very heavily
So those,
concentrated.
so those that you see, as far as individuals, it may not be 2,000, it may just be 2,000 times you, I don't know how to say that.
It might not be unique.
It's not an
Well, it
individual.
may not be unique, but on top of that, remember that we have, like our veterans that come and do, come to our
In-house,
events and
yeah.
in-house, yeah.
So that includes so the 2,000 is a one-time count for the year?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
We do a lot. We're real happy.
Sounds like
We
it.
feel real good
Looks
about
like
what
it
we
on
do.
paper, too.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. We work really hard.
Out of curiosity, I'm a veteran. What's the kind of age demographic of the folks that you're serving?
That's a great question. Do you know Joe James?
I don't.
Okay. Well, I asked that because he's on our Veterans Advisory Board and he's in his 40s, late 40s. He lost both of his legs. He has been a real integral part with us, and he has really been working with us to reach some of the younger veterans, because predominantly a lot of the veterans we're reaching are older. And so, and that's part of that is because I think as time progresses, they begin to be shown as more in need. But then some of your younger veterans aren't really versed in knowing the opportunities that there are
to express themselves and use other avenues other than just medication or just regular one-on-one counseling. So these are things that we're really working through our advisory board. We've got about 10 members on our advisory committee, our Veterans Advisory Committee. David Wright, some of you may know David, he's here in Gallatin. He's one of the artists that's in Vietnam then and now.
So based on my experience, is it fair to say that most of the veterans are like Vietnam era type?
I would
folk?
say 65 to 70% are,
okay.
yes. Maybe 75. Veterans Recovery Center, and a lot of women, we're beginning to see more women in our Veterans Recovery Center program.
Any other questions?
I'm good right now.
Okay.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think that's it for today. Yeah, we're a subcommittee of the budget committee, so we'll have to go through that committee and then the full commission. So it'll be a few weeks, but Jessica will get, when all the approvals are in, Jessica will be back in touch with, whatever the decisions that have been made. So.
Okay, great. And if you have any other questions or anything, you guys feel free to reach out, email,
Thank
call.
you so much for your time.
We're
Appreciate it.
available
Thank
all the
you all.
time.
Thank
Okay?
you, man. Thank you
Have
for
a
what
great
you do.
rest of your day.
Thank you. Who are the new faces? Are there new faces? Anyone newly elected?
Well, I'm not elected. I'm just
Oh, yeah.
Very elected.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you
just appointed to this subcommittee.
Good. Good. Well,
Well, roped in.
I got lost this morning.
Come on.
You're all being held. Yeah.
Potion over here.
All right, we got hats. Have a seat and introduce yourself and tell us about what's going on.
There's a lot going on. I'm Ben Minix. I'm the director for HATS. Started in 2011. So I don't want to assume, but HATS was probably best known as providing a day program on Airport Road. They did that for a long time. When I came in, I learned pretty quick that they were losing a ton of money. Simply through the Medicaid waiver program that we're contracted with, the state gives you $1 and they want $2 or $3 in service, and it doesn't work. And so we tried to keep that program going as long as we could. And COVID came, and that kind of just sealed it. We decided at that time to go ahead and close that day program, and financially it absolutely helped us out quite a bit. We sold a property during that time on Long Hollow Pike, and we also received one of the PPP loans. And had we not received that, I don't know if we would even be here anymore. So thankfully, because the day program, I hate to say it this way, but when it closed, it helped us out financially. So what we still do is residential services. So we have 12 houses that we operate. We've got 5 houses in Gallatin and 4 in Portland. So each of those houses have about 3 clients that live there. It's their house, they pay room and board. We teach independence. We want them to treat like their rooms. They decorate it the way they want to decorate it. Outside of the house is what we call community participation. And so it's designed to not segregate them just with other individuals with intellectual disabilities, but it's to get them into the community and do the things that we all do. And so some of them like to go bowling, some like to go shopping, some participate at the Civic Center, church activities, volunteerism. We have about 14 individuals between the 2 counties. We do Robinson County as well, that are working in the community. So they have their own job. We don't broker it other than just help them find the job, provide a job coach for most of them. And we have a few that work by themselves. They don't need support. We just provide the transportation for that. We also do family support that covers Sumner, Robertson, and Trailsdale County. And what that does is provide financial reimbursement if you have a severe lifelong disability. And it does not have to be an intellectual disability. It could be just a physical disability. And so if you're qualified for it, you spend the money up front. Maybe it's for a special camp, If you have a child with autism, and this has happened, we paid for a fence so the child would not wander off. Those kinds
You
of
paid
things.
for my fence, for my daughter.
Did I? Okay.
No, y'all didn't, I'm sorry. I was thinking of somebody else, it was pay setters.
Oh, yeah,
Y'all,
yeah,
yeah,
I
my
know
daughter
pay
has
setters.
autism
Okay.
and they paid for her, and it was great. I didn't, so do y'all take applications?
For family support, yeah.
Really? Do
Yeah.
y'all do other things besides, y'all like do therapy calls? Do you do?
Yeah, there's therapy,
Okay.
there's medications, there's a list.
I might email you about that, cause I didn't realize y'all did stuff
And it's
for
on our
children.
website.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
patch10.org.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that's a really good program. That one serves between the three counties, probably about 225 a year. Sumner County is about 126 people that we serve. We do early intervention in Sumner County, and we're serving children from birth up to age 5 that have developmental delays. And I think last year we may have served about 588 kids. And that program is growing quite a bit. So about 6-7 years ago, we had a team of about 8 developmental therapists. We have 19 now. So it's growing.
Wow.
So that's where we're at. Again, the residential program is the one that financially keeps us afloat. Like a lot of employers, we're struggling to find people to work. And I'll admit, we're stuck.
Especially in your line of work.
Yeah, we're stuck. I get calls from people all the time needing services, people from California moving here, and you know the story. They're moving everywhere and calling me for services. We can't provide it because we don't have employees.
It's hard to find the therapist for, especially the kids that need it for any kind of disability, but like autism especially. It's very difficult to find.
Well, with the early intervention program, we've been very blessed.
Yeah.
Because if somebody leaves, we're able to find somebody. And there's enough money in that program right now that we've been able to offer health insurance 100%.
Wow, that's nice.
Because we were losing some of them years
Health
past
insurance,
to the Department of Education.
Sure.
Because they have much better insurance. But the adult program, that's where we spend a lot of money on transportation because that is a requirement. If we receive waiver money, that's built in, and we have 22 vehicles between the two counties. 15 are in Sumner County that we operate. It's insurance, fuel cost. It's very expensive for what we do. So.
Your insurance alone, I can't imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But the insurance, your
About
vehicle
15
is-
vehicles is probably about 31,000 a year. Okay.
It's crazy.
Is Robertson or Trousdale, did they provide you money as well? Or?
Robertson County gives us 5,000 a year. Trousdale County, I think, is 2. City of Hendersonville, I want to say, is around 2, and that's for early intervention. City of Portland gives us about 1,000. They've given us a little bit more in the past.
I didn't realize that you had 4 houses in Portland. That's where I live, so that's county commissioner.
John Collins and Riggs Avenue.
Okay.
Right there by the school.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them over there.
I noticed on here it says number of paid staff members 64. Is that correct? You guys have 64? Is that just in Sumner County or is that?
64 full-time and 29 part-time. And that's all of it together. Yeah.
Some of the, and I may be off the beaten path here, ma'am, tell me that you can't tell me, because we are being recorded, so I don't want to put your residents in danger or anything. These homes that you talk about, housing, assisted housing stuff, do you have, is it skilled, and I'm not downplaying anyone that does that, is it skilled, trained people there, or are they like volunteers, or are they like pre-nursing students, or what?
No, it's paid staff.
Okay.
They do go through online training, and then
Gotcha.
they also do shadow training. There's a curriculum that we put them through to acclimate them to the culture that's intellectual disabilities. And so they go through a lot of training. They don't have to have any kind of special certification. They do go through a national criminal background check. Sometimes things do pop up. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're disqualified. But we've seen some novels come back and we were not able to hire them. A lot of them are med certified, meaning they can administer medications. That's probably one of the more difficult certifications to get, and we have a lot of people that fail that. So that creates a dilemma for us where we have to start pulling people at odd times and at odd hours that are certified to administer meds. So, wow. And there's a staff 24/7.
That's what I was wondering, if it's around the clock care there, just because of the caliber of the residents.
Yeah. One of the things the state is pushing is called enabling technology for people that are high functioning. That may be something we'll step into, or maybe you have cameras in common areas, maybe overnight, so you don't have to have a person actually there.
Right.
Most of our individuals wouldn't fit that model. We really need to have hands-on people, but there may be one or two or three people that we might be able to house them together and maybe pull that off. So,
now, how many do you say that's in each house?
3. Most of them are 3 clients. Yeah.
What is that website again? You gave out?
HacksTN.org.
Got it.
Excuse me. Any other questions?
And do y'all transport them to and from work if they're able to work, and then help them get ready for work?
Yeah, we do that. Yeah, we've tried to fade that away. That's what the state wants to see, but it's very difficult to do that. We see the reality. The state kind of sometimes is in the clouds, and it's not realistic. So.
Any other questions? All right. Well, you may have heard, so we're a subcommittee of our budget committee. So, and then it'll go from budget to full commission. So it'll be a few weeks before Jessica will get back to everybody and let them know what we decide. So, all right, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thanks for what you're doing.
No clue.
Are you all with Habitat or what? Who are you with?
Community Life Bridge.
Oh, okay. We had you at 10:30 this morning.
We received a call saying we did it too.
Y'all can come on up. I don't know. I don't know where the miscommunication was, but we've got a little bit of time. So.
Okay, we'll work with the time.
Yeah.
Somebody contacted the office and
It would've
asked
been
if we
me,
could
yeah.
move our time. So
Okay.
To 2 o'clock.
All right. It's all good. We'll squeeze y'all in.
Well, we appreciate that.
Absolutely.
we're flexible.
Yeah. So just introduce yourselves and tell us about. I'm sorry. I'm got to get back to the
Community Life Bridge.
Community Life Bridge. Okay.
My name is Nellie Ward Cole, and I am chair of the board of Community Life Bridge. I have been part of Community Life Bridge since it was the idea stage and we were starting with a blank sheet of paper. And I will correct something on our application. It said date founded 12/1/20. We actually founded Community Life Bridge legally 12/1/2013. So I think we put in 2013 and it only took 2 digits. The program that we operate now is a transportation program for seniors who are over the age of 60. And our goal is to help them stay connected to the community. So we provide rides, not just to medical appointments like some people do. We will take you to get your hair done, your nails done, if you want to go out and eat with your friends, because medical appointments are necessary, but maintaining that social connection for people who no longer drive is very, very important. And we focus on making sure we keep our program affordable and reliable, and it's volunteer driven. Our drivers all volunteer their time. And it is a rewarding experience for everybody involved. So this is Christine Martin. She's the director of programming. So she and I have spent a lot of time together. Our executive director resigned a little earlier this year. She had been with us about 5 years, so she actually got our RIDE program started and she was ready to do something different. So we've been in the process of identifying potential replacements. But I'm just gonna be honest with you, have not found the right person. And so I have flexibility, so I'm there every day, so I work as part of the team because I've got a personal interest in this. I have invested a number of years in this organization, and I don't want, it's got to be the right person. If you're not bringing something to the table, we can manage it just like it is. But we are looking forward to identifying that next program that will serve seniors. So I'm gonna let Christine tell you more about the transportation program. We are more than willing to answer any questions that you have.
So as Nellie said, our program's Community Life Ride. So we use volunteers who use their own vehicles. They don't have to go to an office. They pick a rider up, take them where they need to go. We can offer 3 levels of service, so they can either drop them off or they can walk them into the building. We have several visually impaired, live on their own, but in a new building, might need a little assistance, or may be able to stay with them. They can go as far as a waiting room, and really what we see that in is not necessarily the need for somebody to be with them, but it's the anxiety of being in a doctor's appointment, having to call a new phone number to get your ride back, and not knowing who's going to be that rider. So our volunteers carry the whole ride through from the time they pick them up. Our riders are all 60 years or older, and we have 82 clients that took rides this year of 96 clients in our program. So it's a very active program. The people who are in our program are using it. We, as Nellie said, we just hit 5 years and we've driven over 100,000 miles. And so just this year alone, we've driven close to 40,000 miles. So we're out there every day providing rides, both medical and non-medical. We have actually seen about 50% of our rides this past year have been non-medical. Once COVID was passed, a lot of our riders, they just want to get out, and they want to get out on their own, not with their family looking over their shoulder, picking out the right thing in the menu or from the grocery store. It's hard to buy a present for your daughter when she's right there with you, you know. So they really value their independence, and in a county where there is I don't even know if there is any non-medical transportation for our seniors who no longer ride or drive, it's crucial for them. We've actually started rider socials, so our riders can meet each other and then be able to socialize together, knowing and understanding the impact of having to pick up the phone and call to schedule a ride. We've seen a lot of success in that, and in this past year we had about 40 people involved in those rider socials, and out of that we have a group of 4 ladies that now meets every Friday, the first Friday of every month, to go out to eat and go shopping together. And those people wouldn't have known each other. They're relating on a unique experience. I joined the team right as we launched, and I've been with the program since 2019. And so one of the greatest things I saw was unreliable transportation for our seniors. And so, yes, they are told that they will have it through their insurance, through different services. But what happens is at the last second, it's unreliable. So over the past 5 years, for me as the program director, it has been crucial that we be reliable. And so we really have provided, we've been reliable for about 99% of our rides. Human error, I will leave up to the last percent. But we really have had a volunteer there to pick somebody up 99% of the time. And so that's really been something that our riders have enjoyed and appreciated in our program. We currently have about 50 riders on our wait list because of the style of program we have. With its volunteer base, we have to have enough volunteers, and that goes back to that reliability. I'm not going to tell people you can join my program and have 2 rides per week, 2 stops per ride, and then when they call the schedule, tell them we're not able to do that because we don't have a volunteer. Or at the last minute, call back and say, actually, you can't go do that, or you're going to miss your appointment. So instead, what I've done is been very, very careful in order to reach that 99% reliability to not overcommit our client base. And so we do have a wait list of about 50 people, but we have been able to bring on about 17 volunteers in the past 2 months, which has been amazing and huge growth. A lot of as a result of our fundraiser, our Be the Bridge annual fundraiser. And so we have been able to start really working through that list, but as we work through the list, more applications come. So we
More
continue.
applications come, and our current riders, we've seen utilization increase 30%.
Yeah.
So you've got to balance that desire of your current riders with the new riders you bring in.
And our volunteers are so gracious. In this year, they spent over 3,000 hours just serving one ride at a time. And that's been neat to see because they really love what they do. Some of them are able to do that out of just the goodness of their heart. Some of them we do provide mileage reimbursement for to help them along to be able to do it. We have one driver from Portland. I heard you guys mention Portland, but we have 2 drivers in Portland. One who actually drives somebody who she's an autistic, she's a caregiver for an autistic young lady, and the young lady loves to ride. So our volunteer, they go for rides and they provide rides for our seniors, and they love it. And so but going from Portland to Hendersonville a couple times a week can add up as a volunteer. So we're able to support them with volunteer reimbursement. So that's one of the purposes.
Is it a membership model?
It is a membership
And what do
model.
the members pay?
Yeah, so the members pay $25 a year membership and $6 per ride.
25 a year and $6 a ride.
Yes.
$6
And that's one way, $6
that's
round trip,
round
$6.
Up to 2 hours, up to 2 stops, up to 3 hours. So a lot of that really is for integrity. That is for them to feel like they are able to be independent, and also for them to have ownership so that they will take the ride. And then also just for them to feel like it's not, they don't want to feel like they're being as a charity. They want to be able to
have their own dignity.
They want to have dignity, and
Right.
they want to, they're happy to contribute what they can. But much more than that, a lot of our riders are on very fixed income.
How do you reimburse your drivers? Like, is it a certain amount per mile or just a certain?
Yeah,
Okay.
per mile.
Okay.
So
The IRS has some odd, what to me seem like somewhat odd reimbursement guidelines.
Yeah.
Because there's the reimbursement for business miles and a significantly reduced amount for volunteer miles. Like a scary
What's because it's like 55.5 cents or something for business, but what is it for volunteer?
I think for this year, it's 14 cents a mile.
Oh my goodness, that's
Right.
a huge disparity.
Exactly. I don't understand the logic, like I said.
Probably just bare minimum cost of gas almost,
3 years.
but not really wear and tear on your vehicle
Right,
or
no.
anything like that.
None of that.
So
Yeah.
on the application, I think you guys put there's 2 full-time and 1 part-time employee. Is that correct?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
So then I'm looking at the budget overview.
That's a good question. So
And the salaries is quite a bit.
the executive director would be the 3rd position. So my position, the office coordinator, which are currently filled, and then we also do have a 3rd position, which would be the executive director, and then a part-time outreach coordinator.
I'm sorry, I may not have carried one
That's okay.
correctly. So how many employees do you have full-time?
We have 3.5.
3.5.
We
And then
budgeted
you have a
for
part-time,
3.5.
3 full-time.
and you have
part-time.
one part-time.
Mhm.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. So most of your corporate direct public service grants. What is are grants your main moneymaker here?
Yes, they have been.
You're not kidding.
Yeah, we have gotten some significant support from the Metropolitan Transit Authority.
Okay.
And at one time, we were getting support for how they define capital plus operating. But then they didn't renew operating. So that's on a kind of contract by contract basis as to whether or not you're gonna get that. So that's why our goal is to diversify our funding sources. Because clearly, $25 for a membership, $6 around there.
Sure, yeah.
That will never, program
that'll
fees
never work.
will never work. But we have a partnership, which is not reflected in the budget to the full extent, for corporate contributions. We were fortunate last year to be named as the hometown charity for Subaru of Gallatin. And with that, and if any of you are looking, or you know anybody who's looking to buy a car, Subaru of Gallatin. Because the way it works is for every car that's sold or leased between this year, it's November 21st, because what they do it 2 years at a time. So we were fortunate last year, and we are the hometown charity this time. So when they sell or lease a car, you have the option to select, I think, from 4 national charities and a hometown charity. And we didn't know what to expect or whatever, so we budgeted $10,000. That's, you know, our budget, if you're doing 300,000, 10's pretty good. And so that's what we budgeted for. And when we went out, they asked us to come out to do the photo op with check and all of that. And we didn't know what we were getting, because people said, well, how much are we getting? I'm like, I don't know, I haven't asked. And we got there and it was turned around, we couldn't see it. And when it was flipped around, it was $37,215.
Wow.
We almost fell out in the show.
But their team really, their goal really is to support our community. And then they've worked hard to
And they're
share
working
about our
harder
organization.
this time because they have a larger inventory of cars than what they had last year. So we go out, and Christine's already gone out to provide training to their sales force. So it's not just, we got a display and we'll do all of that, but it's helping the salespeople know how to talk about community life bridge. Because we get the max if they pick us. If they don't, if any money that's not designated goes into the pool, and then it's divided among all the charities.
So do y'all drive into Davidson County?
So we do not, no. At this time, we just stay within Sumner County.
Because our company, I work downtown, and we had a big United Way kickoff thing a couple weeks ago, and I went around to all the different booths, and I can't remember the name of it, but there was
Right, Senior Ride.
whatever it was, it's exactly like this.
We were originally modeled after Senior Ride Senior Ride Nashville.
We actually worked with them.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time they were getting started. So we had board members who worked with their board members to develop the policies and procedures and that whole thing. So when we got ready to start this program, we didn't have to start totally from scratch.
And what's the breakdown of the 18,000 between Gallatin, Henderson, and Portland?
I think that was about equal.
So they're 6 each.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, I appreciate it. You probably heard me earlier. There's a series of meetings that these have to go through, and it'll be a few weeks, but Jessica will get back to everyone and just let them know what we decided.
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
In the meantime, go Subaru.
And tell your friends.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, if there happens to be anybody out in the hallway, if you can tell them.
standing right outside the door.
Oh,
Is he
is she?
standing right there?
Okay.
Hey.
How
are you?
Is this the hot seat?
This is the hot seat.
Okay. Do y'all need a break? Have y'all been doing this all day?
All
We do
day.
not need a break. We're not allowed to have a break.
No breaks allowed. I hope they're bringing food and water.
We're gonna be here, some of us will be here till like 10 o'clock tonight. So.
I hope it's only that.
Oh, I'm glad I got a day shift, day spot then.
So no, well, it'll be different meeting. But regardless, introduce yourself and tell us, I'm assuming, are you with Habitat?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi,
I'm Kate Ritchie. I am with Habitat for Humanity of Sumner County.
Take off.
So, yeah, so,
Just-
tell us.
Just talk, just keep
tell-
talking,
tell
no
us
questions,
about-
okay.
Tell us about the good things that y'all are doing and
So the
and
amazing
requests.
things that we are doing, we have two different programs. We have the new home construction program, which is most known for Habitat, and then we have a critical repairs program, which I'm going to talk to you about critical repairs, but I do want to highlight our new home construction. We are building our very first neighborhood in Sumner County in Gallatin. It's a 10-home neighborhood. We're halfway through. We just completed 2 homes this past October, closed on them in November, and we are building affordable housing for those that otherwise would be able to purchase a home, because I'm sure y'all are all aware of the crazy expensive housing market. So
Thank you.
very grateful for that program. But for our critical repairs program, so this is just really an extension of what we do best, which is provide decent, safe, affordable shelter for families. So for individuals 60 or up, veterans of any age or disabled of any age that own their own home, we will provide critical repairs to that home at no charge to them. They have to fall under a certain income cap. Those income caps are set by HUD. It's 80% area median income. Have to be a homeowner, have to have current property taxes paid, both city and county. If they don't have insurance on their home, we do offer a counseling service and encourage them to get insurance on their home. That doesn't always happen, but we definitely encourage that. And then we send out a certified inspector, someone that you would send out at a closing of a real estate transaction. They come back with a list of everything that's wrong with the house, and then we prioritize it on what is critical and what needs to be repaired immediately, or some things we might be able to hold off until a certain grant season opens up, and then when we have to apply specifically for individuals, we'll do that. But we'll do HVAC units, new roofs, ramps, accessible bathrooms, hot water heaters, paved driveways if they're in a wheelchair and they're trying to get in their house via a gravel driveway. So that's the gist of that program. Yeah.
Is that what this money would go towards?
That's what this money is going towards. So we relaunched this program in 2020. We had stopped building for a while. The world was crazy then, and we were raising money to save, or fundraising like crazy to save up money to build the infrastructure to our first neighborhood, but wanted to still be giving back to the community. So we relaunched the program in 2020, and since then, as of today, we've completed 46 repairs in Sumner County.
What are some of those repairs?
Like I said, it's new roofs. We have a great partnership. We try and keep the cost down as much as possible. So we have a great partnership with some roofing companies where we pay for one roof, typically via a grant, and then they do the other roof for free. HVAC units, typically that involves a lot of the duct work that is just non-existent almost, or putting in an HVAC unit that has never even been into a house. Windows, I didn't mention that before, but a lot of people, their houses, the windows are basically falling apart, or doors may not be, completely closing in the back. You can't keep the house warm. You can't keep them, safe and comfortable in their own home. So it really depends. It has to stay at a critical level of repair. We're not going to come in and do your flower beds or power wash the outside of your house. We might, if there's rotting or something, we'll address that. We don't do any sort of mold remediation. If it's asbestos, we don't do that. We hold our Tennessee repairs license up to $25,000, so we can't go above that. And then you have to have all these special licenses and stuff to do the other type of special remediation. So, and then when the tornado happened in December, we got some money from United Way to where we could address some critical weather-related issues right then. So a lot of tree removal, again, roof repair or replacement, things that insurance wouldn't cover. At that time, we were able to pay for deductibles to get people reimbursed for their deductibles. So that's awesome. Yeah.
That was really awesome.
So your $25,000 limit means that you're not doing repairs in excess of $25,000, is that how I understand it?
Correct. Our average repair, on average, is about $6,500 if you just do the average of all. But if a repair goes over $7,500, we do put a lien on the house. It's a forgivable 5-year lien. It's just to protect the investment of the grant dollars that were put into it, so that the grantor doesn't just put that money out and then somebody put their house on the market and now we can sell it. So we do have that, but I mean, we've never even run into that issue.
I was gonna ask, how many times have you had to do that? I mean.
None, and you know, and like initially when we
Thank God.
first were talking about this, I was like, people might push back on this, but we've really never had a homeowner have an issue with it. And especially those, I mean, like, a new roof can cost over $10,000. New windows can cost close to $20,000. So, you know, we want to keep that money invested and protected.
And they just want their house repaired.
And they just want their house repaired. And it's simple. I mean, we had some outliers. They're like, oh, and I was like, new hardwood in here, and carpet, and can you paint this wall? You know, and so, or they get the contractor, the subcontractor out there, and then they're asking them for additional things. So we have to, don't ask the subcontractor for anything else. This is what the scope of work is, you know, so. But for the most part, everybody's just super grateful. It's just a lot, most of the people that we serve, even though we go up to 80% AMI, we really serve mainly closer down to 30% or below. I mean, these are individuals that are living off of $1,200 to $1,800 a month is all they get from Medicare, and they don't even have the funds to even save in order to do something, you know, as large as windows. But once you get the windows fixed, now they're safe, warm in their home, and their electricity bills go down, and it's just sort of, and it, honestly, most times if you're not going to fix this house, they're going to end up in long-term care, which is far more expensive.
Yeah.
So.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. It's a great program. Questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Well, from our standpoint, so we're a subcommittee of the budget committee.
Okay.
So whatever we do today, we'll go to the budget committee and they'll pass it on to full commission. So it's going to be several weeks, but Jessica will be back in touch with everybody and just let them know what was decided.
Okay.
All
Awesome.
right.
Thank you. I
Thanks a
appreciate
lot.
it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If there happens to be anybody out there, you can just leave the door open. We're
Yes,
waiting on the next
I
person.
think. Yes, there's somebody next.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate.
We're still on schedule and school's going in.
I know. Mhm.
That efficient
Don't
chairmanship.
tell that could happen.
Efficient chairmanship.
That don't mean you get to blow it tonight.
No.
Go to the floor.
Hey there.
Say
You can
keep it
leave
open.
it open. Yeah, just leave that door open if you don't mind. Yeah, they can. Are you with the spay and neuter?
Yeah, she is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
I think maybe.
Have a seat up here. And you can introduce yourself and
You want me to sit here or there?
right there is great. Thank you very much. And then introduce yourself. Tell us about what all y'all got going on and why you've made the request today.
Okay, my name is Jeannie Hyatt. Hi. From Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance. We are the low-cost and free spay neuter clinic in town and for several counties around. There's many other counties that wish we had what we have here in Sumner County, so we're just happy to be here. We are not an adoption agency. We just spay and neuter animals, and we never have turned away any animal because the owner could not pay. Once it's into our clinic, we can't bear to let it go out still intact, thinking about a litter of babies, you know. So we'll figure out a way, even if it's free, to about a third of our clients are given free surgeries. So that's one of the reasons we ask for a little bit of money for. To date, we have spayed and neutered since 2011 in July when we opened. 112, I never know how to pronounce this, let's say, 112,970 surgeries.
Wow.
And that's a lot.
Over what time period?
In what?
What time period?
Since 2011, in July of 2011, yeah. We do, there are a lot of, I say a lot, maybe 9 spay-neuter clinics in the state of Tennessee, but we do more than anybody does. So we're real happy about that. Of course, spay-neuter surgery reduces the number of animals that are running free, that are homeless, and that are coming into the animal control facility. In 2011, when we first started, there were 3,387, no, wait a minute, I'm sorry, that's surgery. The intake was 2,366 animals. And now it's only like about 1,000, that's all they take in now. So we have actually reduced, through spay neuter, the intake of the animals by 68%, and the euthanasia of the animals by 86%. And all in doing that, saving the county money, of course, from having to, pick up and everything. Now, I know animal control has a very large budget, and it's getting bigger, but that's of course because things are just going up and going up. But this month, they've only taken in about 60 animals probably, and the month before that about 55 or 60, where they used to take hundreds in a month's time. So, that spay neuter has helped to reduce that. So we think we're doing a pretty good job. We get a lot of, if anybody wants to look on Facebook and look at our comments, we've got all good comments on there. And anytime on Facebook anybody says, recommend somebody to have some place to have an animal spayed or neutered, it's always, Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance. So we think the public loves us, and we hope they do.
How many people do you serve that, I guess they're outside of Sumner, that may come to Sumner for this?
No, we do a few, but because we get money from Gallatin, Portland, Hendersonville, and the county, we try to keep it, above 75% or more animals coming from our county. Because, that's what we're here for. Our mission is to reduce the number of animals coming into and being euthanized at the government animal control. So, we feel like we need to keep it strong in Sumner County. So we do some others. We have I think we do some of Robertson County. She's building a spay neuter clinic up there, but until she does, we're going to help her out. And then Macon County, we also help out Macon County.
Okay.
Okay, anybody got any questions?
Is the $13,000 request specific to anything, or is it just general this year?
I hoped you would ask for that. Are any of y'all familiar with the ad hoc committee, the animal control ad hoc committee? Okay, that's been going pretty well. You probably know that they had an evaluation team from, a national evaluation team come in and evaluate all their procedures and processes and make a ton of recommendations, and they're working on getting all that done now. They have recommended to them that they not accept cats for the most part. There's emergencies and things like that. But for instance, we do a ton of feral cats that people bring in, have them spayed or neutered, and return them back to where they came from. And then they just feed them, They don't cause a lot of problems once they're fixed. That howling, the mating ritual, it's all done. Marking territory, it's all done once they're fixed. So we have an awful lot of people that do bring in feral cats. So they recommended that animal control not take feral cats anymore because you can just picture a feral cat coming in, being put in a cage, and a person coming to adopt, and the cat is sitting back there hissing and carrying on. Who's going to adopt that cat, right? So this way, animal control was referring all of their outdoor cats, whether they're feral, friendly, or whatever, there's a different, blend of them, that they come to us, we fix them, and they take them back. And so far, that's working pretty good. So you're going to see a lot less cats there in animal control, and that's one of the reasons we asked for extra money. It was recommended even by the ad hoc committee that we do ask for that because we are going to be doing more feral cats because they're not taking them. So that's the reason that we upped our
So the Humane Society's not taking feral cats?
No, the Humane Society doesn't take feral cats. Safe Place for Animals right down the street. I think they would take them maybe in an emergency.
Where did feral cats go before?
Animal control, my bad. Okay, thanks.
Where did feral cats go before?
Yeah, so my understanding is the increased budget money is to account for the increase in feral cats. What happened to them before this
Well, they went to animal control, and then animal control just put them to sleep.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this way, at least the cat, some people love the idea, some people hate it, some people don't really care, but at least this way the cat gets to live its life, what he's accustomed to. He has a home, it's outdoors, he's got his shelter picked out, he's got probably a feeder that puts food out every day. he's not bothering anybody. He's fixed. He's not bringing any more unwanted animals into the world. So this way, he just, like I said, he just gets to live his life. Rather than being terrified for 3 or 4 days in a cage at Animal Control. You have to kind of think like a cat, you know? And you know, and then being killed. So it's not new. It's not just for our county. This is sweeping the country and the world. That's what they do.
Did you say that you did have a, I don't know how to right way to say this. Did you say so many people get free surgeries, or is it everybody
yes.
paid, or?
People, we charge $25 for a feral cat, and $45 for a regular unowned cat, and $50 for a female owned cat. If they come in and they say, I don't have any money, it's okay, we just do it.
You don't do any kind of like checking of that or anything like that, or is it just taking their word for it?
Yeah, we just usually take their word for it. You can usually tell, you know, you can
Sure.
usually tell. Yeah, and then of course, there's so many people that are so happy for $25 to get that done, that they give us 25 plus a donation. It all kind of
You're gonna
evens
pay way
out
more
in the
than that at a
wash.
vet's office.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, we never turn anyone away. Once that animal's at that clinic, and we've got our hands on it, the thought of sending it back out to repopulate is just, we couldn't sleep at night.
You're trying to work yourself out of a job.
I wish we could. Oh my gosh, we could be open 24/7 in Christmas, and we never would run out of animals to be fixed, you know. So.
I don't know, are you familiar with this, the budget
The budget,
statement?
right, yeah.
What's the difference between program
Oh, did
income
you only get
and
one pal? There's the other.
Yeah.
What's the difference between what?
program income? I'm guessing is the 25,
Program income
but then
would
you have
be
the
the-
program service fees.
It's probably, you
That-
do some additional stuff in addition to, like they do microchipping and that
Yeah,
kind of stuff as
yeah,
well.
we do
You
microchipping
take your
for
cat or
$20.
dog
We
in.
don't do that for yeah. But I have a feeling that it's been like that for years, and I have a feeling that that's just the way. What is that? QuickBooks
Took all our market.
Yeah, QuickBooks just.
separates it out. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes we look at something that just says, "Well, no, wait a minute, that's not right." You know, we have to fix it. But it's been like that forever. So you could.
But generally, the program income and the program service fees I can think of as people paying for whatever services that you're providing in that.
Yeah, well, now, we don't do shots and things like that. We do sell flea medicine.
Gotcha.
But we don't do shots unless you're there to have your animal spayed. We leave that for the regular vets and the little clinics that they set up and everywhere, because if we were to pull our veterinarians out from surgery, they wouldn't get as many surgery done. So we are a spay-neuter clinic, not a, I mean, we're a veterinary clinic. We have a premise permit and everything, but we're not a full service where we, you know, service clients more than just when they come in to get the spay-neuter done. That's when we do the services. Yeah, and
So
as
your
far as the-
budget, go ahead.
Yeah, the end of the budget, where, that bothers me when I have people see that, the end of the budget puts us at a deficit, and forgive me if that's the wrong word, I'm not very numbers
I
oriented.
think that's right.
Is, like, for instance, last year, we had, I think, $60,000 waiting to be deposited, because we get a lot of grants, not a lot, but I mean, you know, $10,000, $15,000 worth of grants at a time, and donations and everything, and there was like, I think it was $60,000 deposit waiting to get put in there, and the girl that was supposed to take it got sick, and she didn't make it until January. So, you know, that would have been, you know, accredited to next year. It may not have been 60,000. I don't know how much it was. But we did have a
So this
last
deficit of
year.
58,000 is actually covered by that $60,000 check?
Well, no, not $60,000 check, but different, you know, donations. We get $12,000, $10,000, $15,000 donations.
But the $60,000 you were just mentioning?
Yeah.
The deposit, yeah.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, and it just didn't make it by December 31st, so.
I got you. I got you.
It's terrible like that. I said, oh, no.
It's a line item you can add that make
Thank
that
you.
go. Yeah, any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
All right, thank
I appreciate it, and
you.
we'll,
Nice to see you all.
it's gonna be a few weeks. We're a subcommittee of the budget committee, and then we'll go to
Right,
the
okay.
full commission, and then,
Okay.
so it'll be several weeks, and then Jessica will reach out to everybody.
Right, now Jessica, you're the, up in the financial office, right?
That's
Yeah,
me.
I've met you before.
Yeah.
Are all of you county commissioners?
No,
sorry.
there's,
I know I recognize some, but
currently, I am Daryl and then Dylan, we
Yeah.
are, and then we've got 3 community members, I guess.
oh, okay, right, yeah, I was gonna say I recognize some. Now, were you all here last year?
I was.
You were,
I was, yeah, there was a
Okay.
few of us, about half of us, more.
Okay, I always like to know everyone.
Yes.
Well, thank you, it's good to see you
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah.
Same here.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Y'all got a big, long day, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I like a breakdown.
Yeah.
Are you with 4-H?
Yes, sir.
We're ready for you.
Come on, Clint. Yeah, tell them, come on in.
Yeah, is that the next people?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good.
Come on
We're on
in, come on in.
the last one. You're second to last for us, so.
That means we're out of money, Clint.
So, anyone have any questions?
Thanks for stopping by.
Now, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then tell us all the good things you guys are doing.
All right, my name's Clint Parker. I'm one of the 4-H agents here in the county. 4-H is a component, it's the youth component of the University of Tennessee. We're kind of a unique situation. The university and county government come together. University pays some of our salaries, county government does, county funds buildings, they provide expertise. But I'm in the youth development business, and I work with 4-Hers from 4th grade to 12th grade. Man, the way the county's growing, it is unbelievable. Between 4th and 12th grade, we're hitting about 9,000 4-Hers we're meeting a year. I think we got about 300 classes that we're meeting 4 to 5 times a year. Just came back from Hawkins Middle School before I raced over here. Met with 156 graders, worked with an ecology program, took in skulls and pelts and those types of things. And you know, last month we done an energy program with them in 4-H. If you're not familiar, our motto is hands-on. So, you know, as you can imagine, when you're touching the skulls and the skins and you're dealing with, you know, the electrical issues and whatnot, things get broke, things got to be replaced. But, you know, could you show a PowerPoint? Sure. Could you show something on the screen? Yes. But we want them to touch, feel, use, and be involved to try to spark that interest, to develop them to be, you know, responsible, compassionate adults. And so that's what we do. 4th and 5th grade, we are primarily focused on leadership and citizenship. Week after next, we should have around 350 4th and 5th graders coming to get leadership trained on how to conduct parliamentary procedure. They are learning how to do a 2-minute speech right now. We've been teaching them the parts of a speech, getting them ready for that. They started off with the poster contest, and it's kind of fun, but you know what? That's nonverbal communication. We're handing out ribbons, we're having contests, it's fun, but they don't realize they're learning life skills, and that's what we're in the business to do. And so, the reason I'm here today is just to ask for that little bit of extra help to go with that. With a number of students that are additional, we are open to everyone. I mean, Liberty Creek called the other day, asked if we come do a program on financial management. Yes, we will do a program there. Westmoreland wanted to know, could we come do a class? I mean, everywhere in the county that calls and asks, we're going to those schools and trying to provide them some type of hands-on program or activity that's a little more than what a teacher could offer with a PowerPoint or a class. So whether it is, you know, processing a chicken and having that carcass there and cutting it into pieces and breaking it down and showing that class how to do that, you can't learn that on a video. So doing those types of things there. Of course, you know, when school's out, you know, camp season's on, you know, you get that case that, I mean, you know that kid needs to go to camp, but at $350, it's just sometimes impossible. So if we can have a few dollars to send a kid to camp, make maybe a difference in that child's life, that's the business I'm in. You know, a lot of people think of the livestock projects and some of those. All of those things are just tools that we use to try to develop these youth. And so that's the business I am, is in youth development, and I'm trying to hopefully get those students to come in and fill the roles that you're in. You know, leadership, citizenship, and communication are our 3 big focuses, and then we help out wherever the need kind of comes into play. And so, you know, I talked about that special blend. We get some United Way dollars, so those dollars are down though, so a little more challenging. I think, you know, we're a, you know, proactive organization. where lots of agencies are reactive. And so, the more reactive, the proactive sometimes gets shifted down. And so, like I said, we're just trying to reach the youth of our county and provide them those experiences to make them, compassionate, capable adults.
And a job well done you do, Clint, I'll go ahead and say it.
for sure.
For everybody else.
Thank you. We work hard at it. We've got I think there's 8 of us that are in the county that are meeting classes, doing after-school programs, summer activities, those types of things. And so, like I said, just, those few extra dollars just go a long way to add more hands-on activities. And like I said, whether it's that 4th grader's first time to get that ribbon for getting up and doing that speech, or like I said, whether it's a camp scholarship, or whether it's able to, buy another, hand boiler or electromagnet that a kid broke that we can add into the rotation, so every kid gets a chance to do those hands-on activities. That's kind of what we're just asking for.
Any other questions?
I know all 4 of my kids are involved in 4-H. We had a farm, and my daughter showed horses, and my 3 sons raised livestock on the farm and showed those. And
that's what I tell people. I got the best job ever. 4-H has been around for 125 years, 130 years now. So, it is so cool when a 90-year-old is in our office and a 9-year-old is in the office, and they both may have went to camp and get to talk about how that works and those types of things there. And if I'm not mistaken, we have the largest enrollment in the state, and our state tells us that there's probably a pretty good chance that we have the largest enrollment in the nation. There's not another state that touches
I went to 4-H
Tennessee.
camp when I was a kid twice, and it was like the best time of my life.
You
We
know.
had so much fun.
And that's it, we're
Yeah.
just trying to make that impression that just carries them on to adulthood.
made it on my kids, that's for sure. Huge impression.
Anything else? All right.
Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank y'all.
It'll be a few weeks, but Jess will get around to everybody.
No problem. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You all ready? Absolutely.
Here's the
second chair.
I mean.
Yeah, just introduce yourselves, and we got a couple of new members this year, but introduce yourself, tell us about all the good things you're doing and the requests you're asking.
So I'm Sonia Manfred, and this is Laura Mueller, and we are with Sumner County CASA. And CASA, if you don't know us, is Court-Appointed Special Advocates. And what we do is we work with children who are before the juvenile court in petitions where there have been allegations of abuse and or neglect. So these children have come to the court's knowledge by a TCS petition more than likely, where there have been allegations against the adults in their home. And what we do, our job is to train community volunteers to become advocates for those children. I like to ask people, like, if you've ever been in court, even juvenile court, it's sort of a misnomer. There are no kids in juvenile court. It's all adults in juvenile court. And so the kids that they're making decisions about very rarely are before the judge. Certain times when certain things are happening. And so what our volunteers do is they become experts in the children that we represent. And what that looks like, sort of this little graphic on the card, is what a CASA does. Once they go through training, which is a 30-hour training, each volunteer has to go through a background check and be fingerprinted, so they have to be cleared. And once they get through training, they're sworn in by the juvenile court judge, and then they can start advocating for a child. What we're seeing right now is that a lot of our children, we have about 100 kids right now that we're advocating for. We have about 27 volunteer advocates, and we have 7 that will graduate at the end of December. But what we are finding is that Sumner County is experiencing a lack of foster placements. So what's happening to our kids is they are being removed from their homes and from everything they know in a very sort of traumatic experience. And then not only are they losing family, they're also losing their schools, they're losing their sports teams, they're losing their neighborhood friends because our kids are getting placed outside of Sumner County. Currently, we have children placed as far away as Memphis. We have several children in Clarksville. We have one in Georgia.
One in Georgia, one outside Chattanooga.
nobody in Knoxville right now.
Nobody else will. And so our volunteers see those children once a month. And so we have a volunteer that sees our children in Memphis once a month. We have volunteers that see our children in Clarksville once a month. Laura, any child that does not have a advocate, because we have more children than we have advocates right now, Laura visits those kids. And so even if you don't have a named CASA advocate, you have a CASA staff person that is doing the same things that our advocates do. We are seeing, what we're seeing the most of right now is substance use. Most of our children are being removed because of historical or in that moment substance abuse. On top of that, those children are experiencing, I would say, I've been 10 years with CASA, and I think our kids today have more mental health needs. We are seeing more kids needing early intervention services, PT, OT, speech therapy, feeding therapy, as a result of most of our children in utero drug use. And so the other thing that we are running up against is we don't have enough providers in Sumner County. We were talking about a case today where we have children who were placed here, disrupted from their foster home, and are now in Clarksville. But the foster parents bring them back to Hendersonville once a week for therapy because it's a 15-week wait to get them into therapy in Clarksville. So that our children don't experience a lapse in services, that foster family driving those kids back here so that they can receive services. And so not only are our cases lasting longer, we're at about 14 months. A child is within the system for about 14 months. Their cases are more complex. Laura can speak a little bit about some of the complexities that we're seeing. We're lucky to have her. She is a licensed clinical social worker in our office. So
What we're seeing is a lot of different things. We're seeing a lot of generational issues. We have multiple cases where the parents, had involvement with DCS, had involvement with the court system when they were young, probably didn't have the greatest foundation, now have had their children and are continuing that cycle. So we have that piece going on. And that obviously I think flows as well with abuse, neglect, substance abuse. You sort of replicate what you know. And then we also have just very complex situations where it's not just substance abuse or it's not just sexual abuse. We sort of get these multiple issues that are within one case. We've had several cases of pretty severe neglect, which in the last year, which is a shift. I've been with CASA for 8 years. And when I started, we weren't having as much of that sort of thing. And I mean, we have a case right now with children who literally had never been to school, and the oldest one was 12. And having to try to catch them up and figure out, and there's so many things in that case as well. I think what Sonia was talking about, the lack of providers, and that's mental health providers, addiction and recovery providers. It's not only for our kids, but also for their parents. We have several cases where there's significant mental illness, mental health concerns for the parents, and there's just not a ton of resources for them. And so it all kind of comes together into this imperfect storm, that results in these kids being removed. Sometimes they're able to place them with family members or neighbors or friends, and that is typically a better option for them because at least it's someone familiar. It's more than likely somebody relatively close. But the hard part with that is that person who steps up and says, yeah, I'll take them, they don't really get any support. They don't get any financial support. They don't get any, extra special sort of, here's all the services and things we're going to put in place. They literally just, here's the child or the children, and good luck. And that is definitely a challenge. We don't ever, we hate it when our kids get, completely removed from all their family and have to be placed in a foster home that's completely unfamiliar, but sometimes that's the better option because they do have a little bit more access to resources than what some of our families do. I think that's
and just to tag to what she said, when we talk about those family members that take children, it's in the moment, if you don't do this, they're gonna take my kids.
Right.
It's usually an emotional yes, because you don't want you don't want the kids going into foster care. But with our kids and some of the complex needs that they're coming to us with, a regular family, like there's just to take kids in, they're not prepared. You're not prepared to take in 3 kids under 3, 2 of whom are nonverbal and potentially autistic. You're not prepared to do that. And then you don't get the resources that a foster home would get to put services in place. And so when we have our kids that go into those kinship placements, that's when our CASAs really sort of earn their money, but they don't get paid. Because they're usually the ones that are advocating for those services. Right. They're the ones that are saying, hey, you know what, we've been with this case 6 months. We've been trying to get TEIS out for 6 months. We've been trying to get them into speech therapy for 6 months.
We need an IEP at the school.
And our volunteers sort of drive that boat sometimes and make the department sometimes do things that they weren't planning to do.
Sometimes we are just that squeaky wheel.
And they don't always like us, but that's not why we're here. We're not here to be liked. We have the ability, because we are parties to the case, we're not attorneys, so we can't file motions, we can't ask for hearings, but in every case that we are on, judge gives CASA the opportunity to speak. And whether that is to go into more detail about our concerns, because we have a written report for every hearing, or to talk more about what we see happening or what we think needs to happen. And so our volunteers really do carry a heavy load. As staff, we're always there to support them, and we carry cases, we all carry cases too. But what we are seeing and what we are sort of shifting into now are children with way more complex needs than
Significant developmental delays.
And
across the board.
Across the board.
Yeah.
And then to add to those sometimes delays to get the parents back where they need to be is not a quick fix. One of the things on every parent's perm plan with the Department of Children's Service is safe and permanent housing and legal means of income. Most of our parents can't afford to live in Sumner County because they can't pay rent. They don't qualify for housing because they've probably been kicked out, or they've been evicted, or they have a felony. And so we're asking these parents who've already lost their children, whose children may be placed hours away from them, to then figure out, I have to have somewhere to live, somewhere for them to live. I have to have a job. I have to do IOP. I have to do an A&D assessment. I have to have a parenting assessment. And we're checking these boxes for these parents in a time where we don't really have services to meet all the needs for the parents. And so our kids are staying in care longer because our parents can't get the services that they need. And so the cycle just keeps circling until where we have kids who've been in custody for 14 and a half months.
How does a child end up in Georgia? How does that work?
So this is now our longest case? He's not? Oh, that's right. So this is our second longest case. I was actually there the day this child came in. It's a really sad story because he was originally adopted. He was in middle school. His adoptive mother
adopted by a single mom.
She couldn't handle his behaviors. He was getting bigger and getting more out of control. She wasn't very healthy. And so he came in for his behaviors. And then he went to his first inpatient sort of group residential and completed that program. But in that time, then mom couldn't do what she needed to do to get him back. And so started sort of a cycle. He went home for a very brief amount of time and then deteriorated again. And so then you run out of placements. And so kids with on paper, people don't want them. Foster homes don't want a kid that has
history of assault, runaway,
potentially on the spectrum, makes really, really bad decisions. And so he got placed,
When he's 15.
now he's 15, and he's, yeah. And so
But
now
the
he's
older
placed
kids are, the less
in-
likely they are to be righted as
And
well.
especially with these high-level issues. Mom died while he's in foster care.
Oh, wow.
Goodness.
So now, he's
in
in
a-
full guardianship,
He's in a facility in Georgia.
and he's in a facility in Georgia. And he gets really close to completing the program, and then backslides, and then we have to start all over again. And so, right now, that's the only place that he's been moderately successful in the 4 years that we've had him. He's our,
Wow.
we've,
It
he's
was
been,
August 2020.
yeah, 4 years since we've had him. And this is the only place that he's been moderately successful for longer than maybe a month and a half.
Oh, really? Wow.
And so,
Mm.
that's where he'll be until he can complete that program and stay where he needs to be until we can step him down. But the problem with stepping him down is, where are we gonna place him that has the structure in place to maintain his behavior?
And the way he ended up in Georgia is basically he had been through several facilities here in Tennessee and.
He went to North Carolina.
Or Virginia.
Virginia, the other one was North Carolina.
And, you know, had kind of gone through, been in and out of several of them. The ones that were left that he hadn't been to yet weren't accepting him, and so they had to broaden the search. Basically, the state had to broaden the search and gives, because there is sort of a special consideration for a child to be placed out of state. And so DCS was like, we have to find somewhere for him to go that can meet his needs. So that's how he ended up.
I was just
in
curious. Thank you for
Georgia.
that.
Are y'all making recommendations and working with the other nonprofits that provide services here in Sumner County that we've heard from today?
Yeah.
The Recovery Corps, Grace Place, all that stuff, do you collaborate with those folks?
Yes, in a way. We've had some mothers at Grace Place that have come through our program with Recovery Court. A lot of our parents go through their IOP. So we're seeing the results of the substance use and so we're managing that side of it. But a lot of it comes with coordination of services, trying to find, you know, we've gotten really, really good at figuring out who might be able to fit this one little niche for this one family and sort of calling on a favor. Can you help us with this? Or can you do this? Especially with our babies that are going through Safe Baby Court. Diapers are expensive, y'all. I don't know if you have babies, but diapers are expensive. And when you
I
out of the
have one
goodness
in
of your
them right
heart
now,
and you
it's
take 3
expensive.
under 30,
Yeah.
that's a lot of diapers.
Yeah.
So we're continually dropping off diapers and wipes to
Well, and
families.
there's the program to provide diapers through 10 Care, but there's,
you get one pack, that's
you
just
get
not enough.
one pack, and I think there's only one place in Gallatin.
I think there's only one pharmacy
There's
in
not,
Gallatin.
there's not many pharmacies that are doing it at all.
Yeah, there aren't
I think
many.
there's one.
There's one, I think, in Gallatin.
There's
and I
one
think
in
there's-
White House. They'll
And
pick
you get
up
one
that.
pack of diapers a month.
Yeah.
A month?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
For, what is it, 20 count?
I don't know.
I
I don't
think
know.
I think it's
There's
bigger
very
than that,
few.
I think
but
it's bigger than
not,
that, but it's not
Enough for
Not
3
enough.
days,
Yeah.
3 or 4
Yeah.
days?
So,
Yeah.
when we go out to visit
Over for diapers.
our babies, we're taking diapers and wipes with us. And so ServPro has partnered with us with our Safe Baby Court, and every year they do a drive and they sort of restock our diapers and our wipes so that we can take them back out to the kids that need them.
So in the case of the 15-year-old that you were talking about, what does backsliding look like?
Well, I guess for his behaviors.
Like what keeps them in the program, in other words?
So,
Just becoming more assaultive, more
Assaultive.
defiant, refusing to participate.
Teenager, multiplying.
it's
Multiply.
a
it's-
regular teenager
If he
multiplied.
is autistic, is he getting the services that he
He's not.
provides in there?
He's not.
He
though.
doesn't
His
need-
mother really pushed that he was autistic, and that was one of the things that we pushed for. Can we get him evaluated? Because she's saying he's autistic. I didn't see it in the times that I was with him. Laura didn't really see it.
So he didn't meet criteria for autism. He's absolutely got some gross developmental delays. He's got some other stuff going on. I don't know what his birth to 3 was like before he was adopted, right? So I don't know if there's drug exposure there, if there's gross neglect there. Like, there's just a lot of things playing into this kid and his situation. And then, yeah, it's trying to figure out what's gonna, meet his needs.
He's a bit attention seeking.
He is.
That's what I was wondering.
I'm
And
sure.
that- And that makes
No
it.
wonder.
And
I
his
mean, I'm
attention
sure.
seeking
Yeah.
behavior
It's working.
is
Yeah.
so extreme, like defecating on the basketball court because the kids wouldn't let him play with them because they were in a game.
Yeah.
So he
Then
defecated, and so then all the kids in the facility are mad at him because they have to shut the
Sure.
entire gym down
Right.
to clean and sanitize
Right.
it. So now he's made enemies of these kids, and so
That's
it's
making him
just,
worse.
it just,
Yeah.
it's
Just a
just
vicious
like,
cycle.
it just
But that
cycles.
fulfills his attention.
That's
But
exactly.
any attention, positive or negative.
Positive or negative.
Sorry, I've got
Yeah.
two questions.
Yes.
First one is on your operating budget, it's got volunteer training.
Mhm.
What exactly, I mean, it's not a huge amount, but what exactly goes into that money? And which leads to my second question, it'll make sense, I promise.
So it costs us $75 just to get our volunteers background checked and fingerprinted.
Okay,
And that's if they're from Tennessee.
okay,
We had volunteers that moved here from other states, and it cost us over $150 for their background checks.
Gotcha.
So we don't know how much a background check is gonna cost until we get it back. And so it's about $75 on average for us to just background check a volunteer. And we have to do that whether they complete training or not. So we have a lot of people we've background checked, and then they don't make it through training.
Sure.
And so, that, and then training is 30 hours. And it is done in a combination of Zoom and in-person training. So they're training materials.
Sure.
They get a kit when they graduate that has all of the materials that they need to go out to visit their kids, to write their reports. They have to do 12 hours a year of in-service training to maintain their sort of stay in good standing with CASA. And so we have to provide 12 hours of continuing ed. So we do 6 trainings a year for them. And so that's where our cost comes in, keeping our
Sure.
volunteers. We try when we have the extra funds. We don't reimburse mileage or anything like that. So when we have extra funds, we try to give them like gas cards, especially for our volunteers are making those longer trips. And so we try, when we have that extra money, we do things for the volunteers.
Sure.
Because we have some that are dealing with multiple kids in situations, and so we try to support them as much as we can.
Well, and even our kids who aren't even that far, we have some kids on the other side of Murfreesboro, which is still Middle Tennessee, but
Right.
it adds up,
Yeah.
right? It adds up if you're going out there once a month, or you have to go make a meeting.
So I get to sit on the opioid subcommittee as well, and I know, which shout out to Amy, she has been a huge advocate with that program. Some would say a pest, but I would say advocate, because you can tell her heart is
Yes.
100% it. But she talks a lot about applying for money for training and that kind of stuff. Is there anything else outside of training you think of that opioid, like that you guys have plans? Because I know that second round of
Yes.
funding is coming up, and that's something that I've almost begged her, like, please get some of this money, because like you said, my wife's a NICU nurse, and so she sees the in utero drug stuff. I mean,
Yes.
I'll call her at work and there's a baby screaming in the background, and I just tell her to bring it home, and there's all kinds of she can't do that.
Like, if I could, like
Can't
the
do
very
that, but
first time,
I
I wanted to put them in the
there's a
car
lot
with
of human life that is not chose to be in the situation they're in. And so I just was curious if you thought about the opioid funding and how that might
Yeah, I'm
help.
actually writing that grant right now.
Beautiful.
One of the things that we have learned in I guess we're entering year 2 of Safe Baby Court. Yeah, year 2 of Safe Baby Court is that because this is a 0 to 3 program that you're brought to the attention of the program for a baby that's 0 to 3. If there are other children in the home, they get our services as well. But this is a more intensive wraparound. So one of the things that we are finding that our babies are needing are monitors. Like a lot of those children are safety placed as opposed to being in a foster home. And so they're coming to my house. I have never had a baby with NAS, right? I've never had a baby coming down off of meth. And there are lots of things that those babies need. And so one of the things that we are looking into is for those families that take those children is some kind of monitor, like an owl. It's way expensive, not an owl, but something very similar to it. It's an owlet, and it wraps around their foot and it monitors like their heart rate and their breaths per second. And so if something happens, you get notified. And so we're looking at having those to provide to the families who are taking our children who are born alcohol or drug dependent. We're seeing a lot of babies and a lot of meth, meth and opioids. A lot of fentanyl.
Yeah.
A lot of fentanyl. We have
Horse tranquilizers.
Yeah. We have our youngest one. Amy went to visit, and she said she was looking at her, and her little eyes were just bouncing back and forth. And so those children develop. Then we have all of those services that will then go into place. They have to be evaluated by TIS. A lot of those children need like swallow therapy because they just developmentally behind. And so so that's what we're looking at and asking for. Amy is my person that handles our Safe Baby Court, and
she's not here today because she's writing reports for
for
Safe Baby Court on Thursday.
And so we got to get her some help, and so that's one of the things that's my goal for the next year is I've got to bring in enough money so that I can hire somebody at least part-time that can just help, because we are
manage the admin stuff that takes time away from
actually service. Because we're in court at least twice a month. We have DCS meetings all day, every day. I have one in 15 minutes. We have Boston. So all of us are like there are times we went to Texas for a conference a couple weeks ago in October. And literally at one point all of us were at conference doing calls.
Stepped out of the training
because we had cases that need us.
Yeah.
So, but thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
Okay.
Yes, I can talk all day.
Thank you. Thank you all very, very, very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck in your next meeting.
Thank
Hey, so do you all want to go right into it, or do we need a 5-minute break?
Let's just take a break.
5-minute break?
Yes, sir.
5-minute break, okay. Can you grab those lights? All right, we are starting back up. It is 3:26.
Very efficient, Mr. Chairman, by the
Do
way.
it? I appreciate that.
Right on track.
Okay, so, all right, so we've heard from a lot of different people today. Just as a recap, our max amount that we have to allocate is $105,000. We don't have to allocate that much, but that's the most we can. So we've got to get it down to at least 105. The total number of requests, if we were to say yes to all these requests, is 144,825. Okay. So what I'm planning on doing is everyone has this paper copy list. I've got just an electronic sort of version of it on my iPad here. So I'm just going to go down the list, and we can talk about the amount that they've requested, the amount we might be recommending, and then we'll do one vote at the end for the whole thing, just sort of like a group and approve. After that, if anyone wants to advocate or make any amendments or adjustments, then we can do those one-offs. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so at this point in time, from a rule standpoint, we're not, the rules are suspended with that. We've been doing that all day. So, but once we start voting, then I'll call it back into where we're following all the necessary rules of votes and everything. So we're still outside the rules, so you can chime in with any comments as we go through. Okay. All right. The first one down here, Community Child Care Service. They requested $7,500. I have them down for the full amount of $7,500. Okay. Next one, Gallatin Daycare. This is their first time that they've requested. They requested the 2,500.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure we're clear on the record,
Mhm.
I have mine listed as Gallatin Child Care Center.
Yeah, that's
That is
correct.
correct.
Yeah. So this is different. So
where all the
Gallatin
confusion
Child Care
I
Center.
just want to make sure we're.
No, you're right. You're
You're
right.
correct, but also the numbers previous years for Gallatin Child Care
Correct.
Center
Yeah.
are incorrect and reflect Gallatin Daycare.
Daycare.
Correct. Correct. So that's a good point. So this is Gallatin Child Care Center. This is their first request. Gallatin Daycare Center, who we have given money to past, did not submit a request this time around. So, okay. So Gallatin Child Care Center, they requested 2,500, which is the minimum that any new one can request. I currently have them listed down here for 1,000 of that. Okay, we can have some dialogue as we go through. Or you can wait. Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy, they've requested 3,500. I have them down for 2,500. Grace Place Ministry, they requested 5,000. I have them in line with what they had what we gave them last year at 2,500. Habitat for Humanity, this is their first request at 2,500. I have them down for 0. The Mid Cumberland Meals on Wheels, on this sheet, they requested 10,000, but if you all recall, that 10,000 is already assigned to them elsewhere in the budget, so I have them at 0. Okay. Monthaven, the request is 5,000. I have them down for 0. Salva Center, they requested 2,500. I have them down for 2,500. Recovery Court, they request 5,000. Okay.
Slow for just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
What was after Bills on Wheels?
Okay. Monthaven.
Yeah,
they
that was 0.
Correct.
And the next one?
Neighborhood health.
Salva
But it's
Center.
really neighborhood health.
Yeah, neighborhood health.
Oh yeah, the Neighborhood Health Salva Center. I'm
Or-
sorry.
Sorry, 2,500.
Yeah, that's correct. So
Okay.
2,500,
I'm
and
good
I have
now.
them for 2,500. Okay. Recovery Court, they requested 5,000. I have them at 5,000. Sumner County CASA, they requested 7,500, and I have them down for 7,500. Sumner Spay and Neuter, they requested 13,000. I have them listed as 13,000.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I guess we're almost to the point where you do it now, do it later. I think, my understanding is they asked somewhere between 13 and 15,000, and this is to help the ad hoc committee that originally came out of Health and Emergency Services. So, not to split hairs with you, but I would ask that we consider to make that 14,000 to meet them in the road between the 13 and the 15. And then we'll see what that does with numbers as we come down.
Okay, so I don't have an issue with that. So right now, Sumner County, or the Sumner Spay and Neuter, they requested 13,000. I've got them down right now for 14,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. UT4, Extension 4H, they request 2,500. I have them at 2,500.
Mr. Chairman, is there, if I could, sorry. Is there a way, can we as a committee recommend to go above that?
Oh, yeah.
Their ask?
We did that last year.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
So what I would like to do is to ask that 4,500 be given to Sumner County 4-H. Reason being, they do a lot with a lot of kids and very little money. Now I know if we look at their budget that they've submitted, it's a whole lot of money. But I mean, we're talking about servicing kids in the K-12 system all the way through 12th grade. And our hipology team just brought back 7th in the nation. So we've got good work coming out from there. So if we like to look at metrics, study of horses, I would like to see
Hipology?
Hipology.
Hipology.
Yeah, it's the way I speak. 4,500 is what I would like to see given to the 4-H if we could do that, please.
Let's maybe come back to that one. But I've jotted it down, and we can come back to that for
Very
sure. Okay. So right now, Jessica, I still have them at 2,500, but we're gonna come back to that. Community Life Bridge, they requested 2,500. I currently have them listed at 1,000.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I hate to be that guy.
No, that's fine.
Are you, wait, pause. Are you wanting to do this now, or you want to get it all the way done?
I'm good with having a discussion item by item.
Because I've got a lot of differences, so if we're gonna start
Yeah,
doing
that's
that,
fine.
then we're gonna have to backtrack and
Yeah.
start going through.
Let's and this is this is how it takes place every time. So we're good. We're going through it. So on Community Life Bridge, are you wanting to lower or raise it?
I think I really need to lower that.
Okay. So you want to cut it to 0?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to change that to 0 for right now.
Well, I'm glad you did that.
All right.
Left me for it.
Decisions, choices, and options. They requested 15,000. I have them at 15,000. The HATS, Habilitation Training Service, they requested 2,500. I have them currently listed at 1,000.
I'd like to see them at 2,500. I'd like
to see them at 2,500.
Okay, so that's fine. And just chime in. And we're on my sheet. We're above, but that's fine.
Well, we'll get there.
Just
hold tight.
Rosemont Restoration. They requested 2,500. I have them at 0. Okay. Hendersonville Senior Citizens. They've requested 16,000. I wouldn't mind giving more than that, but I've got them at 16,000.
Got them at 17,000. Or 18,000.
Or what?
Or 18,000.
I know we talked about last year raising it up to 18, but
What are we leaving it at right now?
right now,
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that my 4,500 be considered and we leave them at 16 if we could.
okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll leave it at 16,000 right now,
Okay.
and we'll keep going on. Yeah. The Gallatin Senior Citizens.
Mr. Chairman.
They requested 17,000. Okay. Last year we gave them 12,000. So right now I have 12,000 here, but I'm willing to,
I would like to lower that to 5,000.
On mine, I went to the 12 and cut half of it, went to 6.
Okay.
And I did worse than that and removed it all. And my reason being is because we heard from Hendersonville that they're serving some 135,000 people from this center. That doesn't make sense. If they're going there, they're established there, they like the place there, transfer the funds.
Portland chimed in also.
Correct.
They had 3 from Bethpage regularly.
Yeah.
So they should be in a Bethpage or Gallatin Senior Center. Should be.
All right. So.
And I had 5,000 on Gallatin Senior.
You had 5,000.
That's what I had.
So I've heard a 5,000, a 6,000, a 0.
Go with 5.
What did you have?
Good with 5.
Yeah.
Good 5. For right now, I'm going to change it to 5. So right now, Gallatin's at 5. All right. Portland, they requested 10. I've got them at 10.
I'd like to go up to 11. I think they do a lot with a little.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to change it to 11,000 right now. Okay. Westmoreland, they requested 3,500. I have them at 3,500. Okay. White House, they requested 6,825. Last year we gave them 2,500. I have them listed at 2,500. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have them at 0.
Okay.
The reason being, I can't wrap my head around this caterer. I don't know who the caterer is. I don't know where the contract is, and it's already a line item in a city municipality. Now, that's where I think I really have a crux, because if we're talking about a real true nonprofit 501c3, why is it a line item in another city's budget? I think, truthfully, we're outside the scope of this committee if we fund White House. Because it's a municipality. All we're doing is transferring funds from a county government to a city municipality. And I don't think that's what we should be doing, so therefore, I think it should be zero.
I think we had this discussion last year.
We have it every
The
year.
motion was that city residents are county residents. And so,
And I don't know the background. I can't recall why White House is under where all these other ones are nonprofits.
Well, that would almost be the same as the city of Portland coming down and saying, hey, we need you to help with our parks and recreation. We want to, I mean, they already have it, but we want a new Frisbee golf track. Well, we don't.
I hear you.
Not out of this committee.
Yeah. I hear you and understand you for sure. I just.
That's a nice way of telling me it's not going to fly.
The spirit of this is it's servicing the senior citizens, and
that is exactly where that came from. Several years ago, we kept going back to it.
Correct.
That it's allocated for senior citizens, and that's why we kept going. Now, I thought that since they got 25 last year, I thought you could only go up in $2,500 increments. Is that wrong? Am I
No,
wrong?
that is true.
That's what
this is
Year after
year. That's the rule of thumb, but
Right.
but if
What's the rule?
but we can increase it by more than
$2,500 is
we can
all
increase it by
the
more if we
first
wanted
year.
to.
Sure.
But that's the sort of a
But I thought
rule
the
of thumb.
asking-
Year after, you're
Fair
only
enough.
supposed
That's
to
true.
increase it by 2,500.
Oh.
Okay. So anyway, for right now, 2,500. Okay.
2,500.
Okay. Historic downtown Gallatin, they requested 2,500. I have them at 0.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
0.
So right now, I'm at $100,500. Okay, so now we can go back and adjust, but just to make sure we're on the same page, I'm just gonna go down the list again. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll be out here in 5 minutes.
No, I'm talking about my sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She'll be a mess.
I was talking about your math.
talking
out loud
over here. You're just rattling numbers real quick.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight down, and it's gonna add up to 100,500. Okay. All right. Community Child Care Services 7,500. Gallatin Child Care Center 1,000. Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy 2,500. Grace Place 2,500. Habitat 0. Meals on Wheels 0. Monhaven 0.
Habitat was not 0. Habitat was 2,500 the first time.
I have it
Well,
0.
we had-
I have it right down to 0.
I think you had 0 in the first
For
batch.
right now, and we can entertain.
We coming back.
All right. Monhaven 0. The Salva Center, what are they called now? Neighborhood Health 2,500. Recovery Court 5,000. Sumner County Casa 7,500. Spay and Neuter 14,000. UT 4-H 2,500. Community Life Bridge 0. Decisions Choice Options 15,000. Habitat or Hats 2,500. Rosemont 0. Hendersonville Seniors 16,000. Gallatin 5,000. Portland 11,000. Westmoreland 3,500. White House 2,500. Historic Gallatin 0. So right now that's $100,500. So again, that gives us $4,500 at this point in time. So
2,000 for my 4-H, Mr. Chairman. Don't forget about that.
you know, so right now, what I had listed over here, and I know Commissioner Lambert may have had some others, and maybe you all too, but currently I have down we want to maybe revisit 4-H. We want to revisit senior citizens. What other areas would people like to revisit?
Recovery Court.
Okay, recover.
Yeah, that's what I have too.
Okay, so I'm going to put an asterisk there to come back. Any other areas to revisit? DCO revisit. Any other areas to revisit?
So I would say yes.
On the same page.
Any other areas to revisit?
I'm okay so far.
Mr. Rogers?
I've already spoken mine, Mr. Chairman. I know it's hard to believe.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I've got marked here to revisit Recovery Court, 4-H, Decision Choice and Options, and Hendersonville Senior Citizens. So I've got those 4 to revisit. And so bringing us into session here.
Oh, habitat. Did you get my habitat?
No. So we revisit habitat.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I thought.
So revisit habitat.
I was like, what's this?
All right. So why don't we do this? Again, we're still sort of in discussion before we vote on everything. So habitat, what is your thinking, Mr. Lambert?
I'd like to fund that back to 2,500.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that one? Again, this isn't a we're going to vote on this after this discussion. So for right now, I'll move habitat to 2,500. Okay.
Can we get a total after you do that?
Right now, we're at 103,000. We have $2,000 left. Okay. Recovery court.
I would like to reduce that either by half or to zero, and the reason being is that they are the primary recipient of the opioid money so far, will probably continue to be, and are in the unique position to be one of the only organizations on this list to have that outlet of all of that money.
Okay.
Senior Citizen Center can't go there. Habitat for Humanity doesn't have that outlet. I think it's a fantastic organization that does a lot of work. But they've already received over $100,000. I know they've already submitted for the next grant process or round, and will get some money there.
And you're on that committee too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm okay with zero. Anybody? Okay. All right.
And I'm not saying we can't look at it again this year. I'm just for this year.
Okay.
Right now.
That's fine. So now if taking that out, we're at 98,000.
Can I ask a question? Do we ever follow up with the people that ask for money and say, this is the reason why we put you down to 0 instead of 5? So they know the reasoning that we had?
Do
we just tell them?
I always tell
Well,
them
they
they can
could
reach out
watch
to the people on the committee,
Yeah.
is what I tell them when I send them the, yeah.
So yeah,
If they have a question, they can reach out to any of you guys.
she sends letters regardless, and then yes, they can reach out.
Okay.
Okay. So UT4H. I know Commissioner Rogers would like to bump that up from 2,500 to 4,500.
Well, I mean, since we got a little extra in the kitty, can we just go ahead and make it 5,000?
Just like government, you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Now that here's the other side of that, right? Is and we encountered it at least 2 years ago, and I think there was an example I saw earlier today where we gave them more money and they didn't really end up needing it, type of thing. UT4H has they have the option of requesting more money. If my notes are right, they've requested the same 2,500 all the way through.
Well, I'm not speaking for Director Parker that was here, but we just came out of Ag Committee meeting a week and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And not to put words in a grown man's mouth, but my theory behind his reasoning during that committee was he was kind of reluctant to ask for it because he was afraid it was going to be shot down altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So he thought if he held status quo, that he would be fine to keep doing what he's doing.
Okay.
So what I'm asking for is not on his part. Make sure we understand that. He didn't say, Daryl, can you get me more money?
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here saying, hey, if you want it, get it. Now's the time to get it, maybe.
Understood.
So,
Anyone?
this is Daryl Rogers asking, not Clint or UT4H.
I got you.
I'm okay with that, and if we need to make it up, I know this is gonna go into the next one we're gonna talk about, but I would cut it from DCO, not because it's a bad organization, but because again, there's only so much money, and they've got that 105,000 from the state this time, where they did not get that last year, which is why we bumped them up last year.
That's right.
Way more than what, if you look in line, they typically get 2,500, 8,500, and then got doubled it. But it's because they did not get that state grant. They did get that this year. So if we cut that down to 10,000, then we've got the money to get the 4-H.
Yeah, and I know they mentioned it's a one time they can keep requesting it, but there's no guarantee they'll keep getting it.
Right.
So.
Which is what this committee is. You can request it every
Correct.
year.
True.
There's no
True.
change.
Yeah. So let's keep on going for now. So right
So
now,
we're at 5,000
right
for
now,
4-H? I just wanna make sure we stay on track.
Right now, I will change that to 5,000 on this
Thank you,
sheet.
Mr. Chairman. Maybe 7 if we come back around.
Don't push it.
Yeah. Now you're.
Child, friend.
Okay, so next one,
What's our running total, Mr.
we're at
Chairman?
100,500. 100,500.
We got a lot of money to play with.
We do have some, and this, okay, and the only two left I had marked, and of course we can talk about others, but this decision choice options and the Hendersonville seniors. Okay. So, on decision choice and options, Mr. Lambert, I believe I heard you say mark that down to 10, or if we
Yes, sir.
if we need to, mark it down to 10.
No, I would mark it down
No, I definitely would like to just keep it at that level.
Yeah, that's what I think.
You know,
too.
they were, you know, they had declined the money from the state because of the stipulations and so forth. Originally, I guess it was 2 years ago. I don't believe, even though they did get that 100 and something thousand from the state, it was 105. It wasn't back up, I don't think. I'll pull it back up. It wasn't up to that original level. So if we don't want to agree with it, we can always come back in and put that to a vote. But I'm leaning toward keeping it at 15,000. Is that what you're?
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Okay.
I like the fact that they're in every school, every middle and high school in Sumner County, so I would agree with you.
Would you? Okay.
Amazing what they're doing.
So for now, we'll keep it at 15.
I'm not against them.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
trying
no,
to
I
make
got
money.
you. I understand. And then, so keeping them at 15, where it's still at the running total, $100,500. Hendersonville seniors, it's at 16. I would like to maybe move that up to 18.
I like it.
I'm okay with that. too.
18.
I'm sorry, Jerry, what'd you say the running total was? We got the room to do that?
We do.
Yes, sir.
So if we bump Hendersonville to 18, we are at 102,500. So we have
Another
2,500
2,500.
left. Again, we don't have to commit it.
Let's leave it a little buffer.
And that's, I sort of agree, a little buffer, because, you know, if we get to the budget committee or the full commission meeting, there may be someone wants to add a little bit of money.
And that happened last year.
And then if we do that and we've allocated all of it, then it gets a little messy with where you can
We'll
get
have to
from.
swap some around.
So we're at 102.5, and I'm gonna go down the list again. That adds up to 102.5. All right. Community Child Care Services, 7,500. Gallatin Child Care Center, 1,000. Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy, 2,500. Grace Place, 2,500. Habitat, 2,500. Meals on Wheels, 0. Mont Haven, 0. The Salvis Center, Neighborhood Health, 2,500. Recovery Court, 0. Sumner County CASA, 7,500. Spay and Neuter, 14,000. UT 4-H, 5,000. Community Life Bridge, 0. Decision Choice and Options, 15,000. Hats, 2,500. Rosemont, 0. Hendersonville Seniors, 18,000. Gallatin Seniors, 5,000. Portland Seniors, 11,000. Westmoreland Seniors, 3,500. White House Seniors, 2,500. Historic Downtown Gallatin, 0. Total sum, $102,500, which leaves us $2,500 below our maximum number.
Go team.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Mr. Lambert. Second, Mr. Bryan. Any discussion?
I just want to understand the spay and neuter alliance, 14,000, I don't understand the ad hoc committee and all that stuff.
Okay. Mr. Lambert, would you like to speak to
Sure.
that?
So you created that ad hoc committee.
of the animal control basically got shut down, right?
Well, it's because of a virus that was going
Yes, and so
through.
there was a lot of outrage, and anyway, it led to this ad hoc committee. We had a
Is it, I'm
consultant.
sorry, is this committee a government committee, or is it just?
It's a subcommittee of the Health and Emergency Services Committee.
Okay.
It's
So that's a
citizens
sting.
and.
Okay, it's one of
Right.
these for, yes.
Gotcha.
Had a consultant come in, look at that, and animal control has kind of been this hot potato that's been passed around. It's ended up under the sheriff's department. I think it's been in other, you may know, before the sheriff's department, it was
I don't know.
By itself, I think
Yeah.
by statute, it's always had to be under the
passed
sheriff.
around. Anyway, one of the things that they looked at was the feral cat thing that she mentioned, and from my understanding, there was basically an agreement that came out of that that said, look, if you'll help us, we'll help you. If you'll take all of this, in the long run, it's going to help the taxpayers because we're not having to fund these euthanasias, and so we'll give you this money to kind of offset. We'll kind of go.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then
Good question.
that committee had recommended asking for between 13,000 and 15,000 and the 14,000. So
But they wanted to come through this process.
Got it.
okay,
Makes sense. It's
so
helpful, thank you.
absolutely. Any other question? Any other discussions before we vote on this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, so that passes unanimously. So just one, as we wrap up here, I just want to thank all of you all for your time. It's been a long day. Thanks to the new members, the folks that are here prior, y'all knew what y'all were getting into. But thank you all very much for this.
You've served on.
What I would like to do is ask, not right now, but while it's fresh on your mind, send an emails to our committee or just to me or just to Jessica, whoever, but with any recommendations of what could have been more helpful as you were going through the meeting and the thinking process. If there's anything additional that the organizations could have provided or whatever it might be, any ideas why it's fresh on our mind. But this meets once a year, so it's sort of forget about it between sessions.
I do have one thing that I did forget about, but the balance sheets, if we could get those printed for next year.
Well, I mean, they're not all gonna have balance sheets. So,
This kind of sounds like a hard hearing, and I get that.
I mean, and
At the
some
end
of
the
them
day,
do.
They're asking us, and so you can create something to provide in that slot, or we can.
I mean,
mark you
I
off the
can,
list.
yeah.
I'm not saying you, I'm
No.
saying them. I know any other nonprofit allocation, they may not call it a balance sheet, but they've got something that they can provide that says, here's cash we have in the bank, here's
Sure.
some kind of assets
Okay.
that we have, P&L,
Yeah.
there's something that they can provide.
Yeah.
Especially when they've got, some of them got it because they've got interest on here of tens of thousands of dollars, so they've got some kind of cash sitting somewhere. And I'm not gonna hold that against them, but it would be nice to be able to see that. I know Tiffany mentioned that last year, so.
Okay.
Okay.
But, and if you have any more suggestions right now, that's great. But while it's fresh in your mind, send an email so we can capture that, so that, next year, whether we're all on the committee or whoever the budget chair chooses a brand new slate of committee members, that way it'll be captured. So, thank you all very, very much. And, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. Thank you. Grab those lights.
Thank you for lunch.